coffee's almost ready, one sec. Wait, beyond streaming, really? That is indeed a rare treat. What the fuck? Is he playing career or NA? Or is he even playing EU? What's up, gang? How we doing? Best games today, guys. You're not smart enough to know that. I mean, I guess. What servers beyond playing, gang? Yeah, he has no Twitch partnership. Only way to support is donos, as Xander says. Donate button there. No monetization in Korea, unfortunately. What's up, Jonesy? Sorry, beyond streaming. Someone just said, so I was like, "Oh, let's go take a glance while we warm up the stream here." Can watch some Beyond while I have my morning coffee. Let's see how easy Terran is. You know, Beyond might actually make it look easy. I'm GM without even using my hands. I mean, you couldn't see the keyboard, young pokey gamer. I could have been 69ing my keyboard without you seeing it, you know? So what matchup is this, guys? TVT. He's going out for a Marine Tank Raven push 8.5 minutes into the game. Ooh, exciting. Of course, our first match today is going to be MARU Rogue, guys. We'll be casting that very shortly. Hope you guys are having a great day. Saltylicious. Big thanks, Twixter, by the way. I see Twixter actually dropped a tip 5 hours ago in the middle of the night. Thank you. We're going to be covering GSL. So I believe it's last weekend's GSL was the round of 8s. So we're going to be taking the highlight matches from both round of 8 Group A and Group B. Just the matches that I'm most excited to cast. So a MARU Rogue match, a MARU Classic match, a Shin Zaun match, and a Shin Beyond match. 2 from each round of 8 group stage. Interspersed in there, we've got a Beyond versus Hero finals, Kung Fu Cup, and we've also got a Clem versus Max Packs Mondays finals as well. I think a lot of these are like kind of action-packed series. I think this is a Korean server by the looks of it, eh, guys? So he's just monster moding people, no doubt. Guys, I asked what server. They're like, it's literally in the title. Sorry, I'm a streamer who's reading impaired, apparently. And then I typed it in 3 messages like an idiot as well. Let's send beyond $5. So happy to see you streaming again. Do. Yeah. Hopefully this is using correct PayPal account. Hope so, hopefully.
My man.
What emotes does Beyond have, guys? I think I need to refresh to get his emotes. Oh, actually, I'm not subbed anyway. I just tipped, right? Does he not get emotes at all now? Because you can't be partnered? Oh, that's so lame, right? He can't even have emotes, can he? It's so stupid. Is he multi-streaming to YouTube? I hope he is. GG's. Orc Force 4, thanks so much for the 46-month resub, dude. I don't think we'll watch too much here. I think we should get in and start casting because I got a billion games to cast today. But that's cool to see Beyond streaming. If you guys want to watch his stream, links in the chat. Yeah. Whole family got the stomach flu, but me, says Anko. I guess I do my last shift of the week and shit my pants while driving home from work or something. I'm a company man. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh my god. GG's. See how easy Terran is? Yeah. How is the 16th treating you, Pig? I'm still stuck on the 15th. It's not bad so far. I'm yesterday and today I've been waking up early, which has involved setting an alarm.
Bunker Rush.
Oh, hey, Saltylicious. This is him playing, not me. I'm sorry if you thought this was me. Thank you so much for filling the tip goal, my friend. We'll have to hope MARU versus Rogue does a bunker rush, or maybe Beyond can do a bunker, Beyond, bunker. So I'm just watching a little bit of Beyond's stream live. He's live streaming right now while finishing my morning coffee, and then we're gonna go straight into MARU versus Rogue. You are just playing, okay. I was like, Saltylicious normally has a better idea of what's going on. I mean, notice how he's clicking quickly, you know, and not bad at the game. That's how you can tell it's not me playing Terran, amongst other things. Also, the coffee in hand does give it away. But yes, you are just playing. Thank you, Saltylicious. I appreciate you very much. What's up, Beyond Blue? Yeah, I think if I'm still not sick in a day or two, I'm probably good in terms of COVID. As long as I don't get sick symptoms within a day or two, I should be good to not have got COVID, which is nice. I'll get a test anyway. So we'll be able to do the subathon planning a bit more intensely in terms of what day we're actually going to be starting. Hello from Rotterdam. Oh, you're in Rotterdam. You're inside of him? How's the weather? You're inside of Rotterdam. Wow. Guys, Eon Blue's like in our chat while he's inside Rotterdam. Sorry, guys. It's wet. Nice. Wet and dark. It's just so funny because, like, I think for a lot of people, especially if they're not from that part of the world, but they follow StarCraft, Rotterdam truly is a person so far and above being a city, right? Or a place. Eon Blue, did you see our Diablo Immortal sponsored stream yesterday with Artosis? Much better game than Path of Exile. It was fucking, yeah. I don't know why you play that shit Path of Exile game. They gave us characters with like the most overpowered gear, and we like pressed buttons and insta-killed everything on the screen. It was exciting. To be fair, the StarCraft like skins and stuff were pretty cool. They're doing a StarCraft crossover event, so that was pretty nice. Like shooting banelings, my wizard shooting banelings at people was pretty funny. And like pet immortals and zerglings and stuff were pretty funny as well. Or familiars, I guess. I know what a Fediwap is, Fig. I actually don't know what a Fediwap is. 2T or 3T and a C. I don't think I get this reference at all, Super Invader. Big Gay Bub says, good luck, have fun, I'm gay. Hello, Big Gay Pig. Oh, I'm Big Gay Pig as well now, am I? You've dubbed me Big Gay Pig, thank you. I know that's a sign of respect in your culture. Fediwap is a rapper. Does WAP stand for wet ass pussy? I was appalled by the UI and UX of the game. I thought it was really good for a mobile game. Obviously, I was playing on PC, but like I was expecting it to be a much more basic interface. You know, it felt pretty similar to other ones. You've earned the title. We take you into the big gay nexus. Nice. But ARPGs in general aren't particularly my jam. I like many units to control. Many units. Yeah, this is Beyond's live stream. We're just taking a glance at it, Turks, while I finish my coffee. Maru versus Rogue, GSL, coming up. And we'll kind of go forwards from there. I think the... Are they doing both semis and finals same day of GSL this weekend, guys? Or... When is GSL? Are they doing the last 3 matches all on one day? Is it going to be this like today or tomorrow or something? Like Saturday night, yeah, like tonight or tomorrow night or something? Or are they just going to do it on the normal Monday, Tuesday? Pig, do you agree with Cyril that Rogue would for sure be top 2? Like greatest of all time? Rogue top 2? Maybe. I think Rogue's like definitely top 5. Probably top 3 or 4. I don't know. I kind of rate Maru a little higher than Rogue. Even it's just Rogue has a few big wins at World Championships and big international tournaments, which Maru struggled so much harder for so many years until the scene was so much smaller before he got those. Kind of hard to say. Yeah. I don't know, dude. I think if you're talking greatest of all time, I think Life probably has the best. It's controversial, but I think Life probably has the best argument behind several. Well, it's more that it's an alternative argument to several. In that he was playing at the most competitive time when the most people wanted to be the best and were trying to be the best. There was the most talent. So even though people didn't know as much, hadn't built as many skills over the years, were using simpler mechanics, simpler basics, all that sort of stuff, you kind of saw this situation where it was just much more talent in StarCraft when Life was competing. There was like thousands of full-time pro gamers trying to be the best, earning pretty much no money, but nonetheless 100% dedicated to trying to become the best at this new big thing that was kind of lighting the gaming scene on fire. And he was very, very good for several years. About three to 4 years, Life was incredibly good. Nothing like Cyril's dominance, but in a more dynamic scene. And Life, yeah. The problem is that Life ruined his legacy by throwing matches on purpose for gambling money. And obviously, as a result, is a bit of a pariah in the scene. Oh, this looks like GG. Killing the Robo is so powerful, man. Got his third up. Tech Labs and Reactors building on the 4th and 5th barracks. With no Colossus coming out, you can never get on top of this. That little squad of Marine Marauder is unkillable, basically. He might pick up. I'd pick up and leave already, but Ian is more confident than I am. Did he serve life imprisonment? Pretty sure he had a suspended sentence. No prison time, but criminal record and everything else that goes with it. I'm not sure if he was also held pending trial or if he was on bail, but yeah, he's definitely had to pay a relatively hefty price, especially in Korea. Where people do not brook that bullshit. They do not brook that bullshit at all. Anyway, guys, Beyond's awesome. Oh, how good was that Inclusis? And when he went Mass Zergling versus Blue Flame, and we're like, well, this is a hard counter build, and then Life was like, no, I know how to surround Blue Flame Hellions and like not clump into them. Mind-blowing at the time. We didn't think you could beat a Blue Flame opening with just Zerglings. Life was like, yeah, hold my beer. Watch that finals live. Only GSL finals I was there for live was that one. And super cool. That's why it was so exciting when I finally got to play Life in a tournament about five months after that, 5-6 months later in Heart of the Swarm. And me and him played at midnight. And I took a map off him, which I was very happy of in a best of 3. It was, I think, the only time I played life in a tournament. And he was kind of the king. He got bopped in the next round, though, so I don't think he was having the best tournament. But I was very happy to go 1-2 with him. I don't know what BGP is. Like, oh, big game pig. Nice. Nice. Okay, I'm with you. I'm with you. Okay, a little slower. I'm a little slow. Yeah, big gay pig. BGP. Thank you. Thank you, big gay Bob. I'm so glad I have my own acronym now. I've been watching Jadong recently. I've been watching a bunch of Jadong. The Donger as they call him. So I was kind of reacting / casting to his games just live on stream. Haven't been posting it to YouTube or anything. It's just so if Jadong's playing, I'll watch ASL. Is kind of my rule. I still haven't watched I might go watch the Flash Light match because I didn't watch that either. But I might go watch that one if you guys, if I've got nothing much happening one day, if I'm kind of like getting wrecked on the ladder or something, you guys should be like, oi, how about checking out that Flash, light match, and I'll go take a look at it, no doubt. Doke set 1. Let's get after it, guys. Flash versus Snow. Oh, Snow is what I meant, not Light. Light was the previous round, right? I think I already. Because no, Snow's the match I wanted to watch. The Reaver King. I want to watch him versus the Reaper King. Even though I think Flash will probably bop him, but who knows? StarCraft 1 is a fun and dynamic game. Yeah, Flash is maining Terran. He's not playing random anymore. Maestro, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. How you doing, dude? Oh, I forgot to update the running challenge, guys. Just before we start. So I've got MARU Rogue open here, best of 3. Before we do that, we got a lot of distance in yesterday. Quite slow. I went out. I realized I didn't have much food. I didn't have much energy. I was running, and it was like quite hot as well yesterday. I was like, oh, it's like kind of hot today. I was like, what the fuck, dude? Why is this so hot? And then I was like, I need some fucking sugar or something. Found like a cafe that was closing, and I was like, oi. Saw they had a bunch of baklava in the in their little display case, and I was like, oi, give me some of those, eh? Smashed some baklavas, and then we ended up getting 16.8 kilometers in yesterday. So we're up to 256.99 with 3 days left. Which means, what is that? 43 kilometers across 3 days. It's about 14.5 each day, something like that. I'm not good with numbers, but we should be able to hit the challenge. I'm so ready for it to be done, man. It's just too much running. It's just too much running. It's fucking annoying. I'm like, I'm done with this shit. Are you guys talking about dumping keys? Yeah, Young Blue's explaining it well. Yeah. So like a lot of people put the dumping key on like spacebar or whatever it is, and they just kind of use it as a removal group. But you don't need to use it. Like I actually had a dumping key and I still use it that way regularly. But sometimes I just use it as a regular control group now because I got so used to pressing it. At first I thought this is a weird button to be pressing. And then I'm like, oh, now I'm actually used to using it as like a 6th army group or something. It's like a super alternate army group. Alright. What the heck is going on, everybody? And welcome back. It is the Global StarCraft League, the round of 8, Group A. Rogue in the top left side of the map up against MARU. We're going to be covering highlight matches here in the round of 8. Probably cast the semis and finals onwards, most likely. But it is going to be basically highlight matches. So we're going to be covering just the best matches from round of 8, Group A and B, and checking them out. MARU's going to open up with a low ground barracks. Now, if this was anyone else, I would say this is definitely a 2 barracks Reaper push. But MARU's a decent fan of the 1 racks walled off. Of course, on a medium rush distance map like Winter Madness, would be a little dangerous. And instead, he is going to go for that 2 racks Reaper. Now, this is interesting because Rogue is famously weak against proxy Marine rush. As a result, Rogue, he very regularly tries to blind counter that build. Like, he very regularly will send his overlords purely looking for barracks, which you can see he's doing right now. He's going to send this Overlord out here as well. He's just looking for proxy barracks. Sometimes he even sends a drone scout out as well, because Rogue does not have faith in his ability to pull drones. If there's one thing you can identify with Rogue, he is not a player who enjoys... He's the opposite of Raynor. I think I finally come up with the best explanation of Rogue, guys. The opposite of Raynor. Raynor will be disgustingly greedy, get caught off guard by an all-in that should kill him, and he will backflip over his opponent, garrot them, and just come out on top, like always. Rogue, on the other hand, will just die. So this makes this face value, what I've said so far, sounds like I'm saying Rain is a better player than Rogue. Comes to micro, 100%. Speed, 100%. Ability to survive situations you shouldn't, 100%. Difference, Rogue's way better at not getting in those situations in the first place. Rogue, rather than practicing his micro and his reactions in those scenarios, he will study his opponents, he will look at when and where they proxy, and he will adjust his build to avoid that situation that he knows he's weak in. He'll also find where his opponent's weak, and he'll be very good at finding his way at a high percentage of the time into those situations. And to the untrained eye, it almost looks like Rogue gets very lucky. You're like, how is he always getting these situations where he's good and his opponent's bad? It's like, well, no, this is all engineered. He studies his opponents better than most players out there. Does a really good job of it. He's hiding this drone here. He wants to build that third hatchery, but he decided to run it away since he figured the Reaper would be coming for it. He actually runs it so far away, and he goes third Queen, Overlord, and a few more Zerglings here. So he doesn't want to risk his third hatchery getting sniped, which is kind of cute. It is just 3 Reapers, and in my opinion, 3 Reapers struggle incredibly hard to kill a hatchery. And since his drone count's not very high, I don't really like Rogue's response. Because he's not ahead on economy at all. I mean, at least he's not losing drones, so it's a relatively controlled situation, but still no third hatchery building. At least these drones are building at a prompt timing, but without a 15... Like, when you've done 15 hatch, 15 pool, this is much tighter. He's also kept mining gas. Why has he kept mining gas? Did he want this to look like an all-in, maybe, to MARU? Such an odd build order here for Rogue. No, he's going to go there. Oh my, Lair, third hatchery. Are we going to see a second gas go down in the next few seconds? Third worker on gas, and then Mutas. He's already got enough gas banked up. He could do it. I gotta watch this from Rogue's point of view, guys. No one cares about Maru's build. Just kidding. I will check on Maru's build momentarily. He sees... Okay, you're building Hellions. There's a starport there. Looks like it's going to be Hellion Banshee. And what's he doing? Roach Warren. Oh, he's got a clever plan up his sleeve. I think he might just be going Infestors. I haven't seen Rogue play Infestors, though. Like, a handful of Roach Ravager into Infestors is a good style, but otherwise, I don't know what you're doing with the 4 gas. I mean, it could just be, in case I need defensive Roaches, I do that, and I still am playing Mutalisks. Mutas and Roaches don't mesh together that naturally, but that's why it's a good kind of meta play to surprise your opponent sometimes. Ling unable to get in. Third Command Center is finished on the high ground, so it was a quick third CC, guys. Hellion Banshee building, 2 barracks building, Tech Lab and Reactor. MARU will clean up the Zergling, and indeed it is. Oh, he cancels the Roach Warren and builds the Spire even. He's only got 3 queens, so Rogue's going to pull all 3 queens to the front to make it look a bit more like a macro build. What MARU won't realize is, no, he's just, you know, he's not injecting in his main and natural right now. He's added an inject, walked to the front, and Rogue will try to quickly go back to inject if the Hellion Reaper backs off. But with 3 Reapers, 4 Hellions, that's a fearsome force, and I really feel you need a lot more Zerglings to be safe against this. Rogue droning up his third right now is being incredibly greedy. There we go, 16 more Zerglings on the way. The 3 Reapers add a lot of firepower and tankiness to this. Not the best Reaper grenade there. Bounces his own Hellions. You can see how he's trying to tank damage with those Reapers. The Hellions focusing the Zerglings. Rogue going a bit too far forward, and as I said, these are his only queens. He's got 2 more about to pop out. More Zerglings coming out, but not in the numbers where they can really deal with this. And you can see the greed of Rogue getting punished right now. As Overseer does come forward. Zerglings chasing Hellions off creep, guys, is not good for the Zerg. And that was a very good series of trades for MARU, who now is kind of going to himself, hey, wait a second. Why do you have so few queens? What is going on? There is a reason to believe that this is Mutalisks, right? You've seen so few queens, low energy, low creep, only Zerglings, no Roaches, no Banes, nothing else. I mean, it looks suspicious as all heck. The Mutas have not been able to start just yet. Rogue had to spend all his minerals building queens and Zerglings to stop dying to the Hellion Banshee. And now the Banshee's even going to scout this Spire. Excellent start for MARU. I think MARU's in an amazing spot. He's going to lose the Banshee for just 3 drones there. Zerglings will come in for the counter on the third, but the Hellions are nearby. Those Lings should get out of there. I don't think he saw those Hellions come back. And these Hellions are so damaged, it's super worth just repairing these. And of course, rallying over to that third base. 1-1's finished. You can see now 4th and 5th barracks is on the way. A lot of players like to rush the second factory, but with 1-1 already 3/4 complete and the fact you're playing mutas, Armory would be a decent choice here. Now, this engineering bay placement sucks against mutas, guys. Very vulnerable. So I do like the engineering bays kind of in the main a little bit better. Maru will have to either build a turret there or just move Marines to respond. But that's once the muta count grows. 6 or 7 mutas are not going to kill an engineering bay. Not really possible. Tell Rogue that. He's going to try and tickle it. Yeah, this is very easy to repair, though. Oh, I thought 6-7 was dead, but apparently we've still got... I gotta remember, there is a time lag on memes. Even 6-year-olds, I believe, have stopped saying 6-7 at this point. But the 67-year-olds in my chat are, like me, still using terms like lit. That's lit fam. Kappa. Dan's game. That's a lolkek. Here we go. Mutaling comes in for the engagement. Nice Marine pickup on the left side. The Hellions will roast the Zerglings. Very good pickup. That was an amazing scramble. Dude, that was an amazing scramble. A lot of players would have fumbled there. Maru just gets his units out of trouble. And most of the Zerglings have gone down. And I think there's enough Marines now to get back in control of his high ground. Really cool move by Rogue. Does it actually pay off, though? 5 SCVs go down. He gets a Tech Lab. Siege Tank would be a really juicy pickoff. He's going to go... Oh, Siege Tank in the open. The Marines will stem back out there to defend it. Third hatchery's coming up as well. 4th hatchery does start. Double Evo's on the way. Rogue needs to slow down a little bit, I think. Oh, wait. Hold on. He's getting caught by the move out. He does get rid of one of the engineering bays, but 1-1's already almost finished. He's got to pull back and make Banes right now. He doesn't have any Banes at home. He's going to try and roll a few Zerglings into the third, which is probably a good choice. But where are his Banelings? Guys, he's got nothing. He's got no Banes at home. Oh, my lord. It's all about Speed Banes to defend this. He has the Speed Bane upgrade, but he doesn't have a single Baneling, and where are the Banelings? The Zerglings have finally popped out, so he can morph them. He could have morphed those about 5 seconds earlier. I like that he morphs them off to the left. The mutas get a volley on the tank. He's got to rotate with these mutas. I think Queen's trying to fight. If those mutas could rotate, those medevacs are looking mighty exposed. These mutas could get active on this right side. Gets himself a medevac. Very nicely done. That muta count is insane right now. 21 mutalisks. He can fight these Marines in small packs like this. Yeah, these mutas are going to do really well. Whenever they're fighting just a few Marines at a time, it's amazing. Turrets building on the front. Maru is desperate. Banelings are going to roll forward right now. The tanks are exposed on the front line. Banelings rolling into the Marines. The mutas, though, do pull back. Are there more Banelings behind that? There's 7 more Banelings coming in right now. That'll buy him time to make more Zerglings. And as long as he can make those, he'll be good. But remember, Rogue did not have a 4th hatchery up. It's just now finishing. No macro hatch. So his lava production is very bad. And with these turrets now up anchoring his position, it's all about Banes connecting with Marines. Maru leaning into this push and creating a lot of chaos. Banes get only 1 held out and a few Marines there. And I think he should have just danced in and out, should have Rogue. Because for Rogue right now, the real answer to this, I mean, he's got to have cut off reinforcements a while ago. He didn't cut off the reinforcements, and Maru's ability to rally to the front is a real problem. The mutas will take down the turrets pretty quickly, but that means, of course, Maru takes advantage, pushes in, takes down all of the morphing Banelings. And I can't believe this. This is just the most Maru-Rogue match, isn't it? Where I thought Rogue was doing such good damage, pretty good position, even though Maru did a good job of not taking crazy damage on the first wave, but springing across this map against a guy who already has Bane speed ready and so many mutas on the map. This never works for non-Maru players. Maru and Clem, probably the only 2 Terrans who could have made a surprise push like this actually work, and back to 2 bases is Rogue, and it looks like he's pretty screwed, even with almost as many mutas as there are Marines on the map. Problem is there's a Widow Mine right behind, and he's just got no support for these mutalisks. 4th command center builds. Maru's back to 3 base full saturation, 66 workers. And of course, guys, his engineering base, he's rebuilt both of them and almost got 2-2 finished. He checks for the corner base, which is very clever. He's like, as long as you don't have a corner mining, you're only on 2 base and you're kind of screwed. And he kind of knows, cool, we can take our time, force a fight once 2-2 finishes, and we will be A-okay. Marines coming forward. Surprised he's out here with such a small army. Banelings are going to get a connection. He's just got to detonate those. A few Marines split off to sacrifice themselves to protect the larger pack. Maru still pushing towards this is completely unnecessary and very dangerous. Should really wait for a Thor, I think, to join in the fight. He does have this Thor hanging at this 3rd base. But here we go. As these Widow Mines arrive, Single Marauder might help him a little. And Rogue up against the wall, no room to breathe. What's he got? 2 Banelings and a Zergling. I guess we just want to watch the production tab. He's got 3 more Banelings morphing right now. 1 Baneling gets right in the middle of those Marines as their stim does expire. He wasn't expecting that one. Fire going to take down this hatchery on this base. The Mutalisk's dancing in right now. Lava running away. Marine Marauder Medevac going to rotate to this right side. That's going to be GG. Wow. Guys, do you think Rogue didn't notice him move out? Or did he just not have the lava available? Because when that attack moved out, it's one of these things where often you have time to respond. Let's just watch this from Rogue's point of view from this stage. Because this is when the attack's just starting to move out. He sees it. He doesn't really glance at it right now. And now you can see he sends those Zerglings in there. Does some injects. He builds some more Lings. Now he really looks at the army. And I guess I'm surprised by how slow these Banes morph. Like, his Zerglings have popped out, but he was busy looking elsewhere for a few seconds. And I feel like every second on this Bane morph really matters. Now, here's the reason. It's because these Marines can just stim in and kill you. I think here, it's really hard. Because if you have like 20 Zerglings, you can just split the Zerglings across and like do pretty well on the rally. Or if you have 12 Banelings and 20 Zerglings up, he kind of can't really push in, and you can dance back and forwards and just buy time to build more Lingbane, while your Mutas go clean up the rally and pick away at this from behind. This should, on paper, be a good position for the Zerg, even though you're down on workers, because you have 21 Mutalisks. But it's almost like he just committed a little bit too hard to the Mutas. He does get slightly supply blocked here as well, which is, of course, not the time you want to be supply blocked. And because the tanks are in between his rally, any unit rallying over here is just getting picked off immediately. I wonder there if the Mutas should have just fought these Marines. Like, obviously it doesn't feel great fighting 1-1 Marines with Mutalisks, but if you've got, 13 Marines, 21 Mutas, I think the Mutas kill them quickly enough. Like, it might have actually been worth just trading there, just because the longer these tanks are in this position, the scarier this gets. And there's a point here where the Banelings roll in and all die, and I think if he pulled back and bought more time, maybe it works out better for him. But because he's not got any way of cutting off the rally, he kind of needs to break the position quickly. But I think this is the fight I was thinking of. Let's see. Maybe not this one. This one was okay, yeah? He gets rid of the tanks, which is huge. And he has more bait. This is the moment where he's building so many Mutalisks right now. I actually would have been building nothing but Ling Bane here, because I feel like Ling Bane's the answer. One of the problems Rogue has is that often you build Mutas here because you've only got 3 hatchery production. It's the only way you can actually spend your money. But we can see he actually has a lot of lava. He's done a really good job of keeping his injects up in the fighting. 8 lava available. So I actually think pure Ling Bane instead of these extra 4 Mutalisks should be built here. And he needs to keep these Banelings alive for another 10, 20 seconds to buy time for more Lings to pop, to morph into more Banelings. Because as long as you have at least 5, preferably 10 Banelings running back and forwards, MARU can't just shove in and kill your mining. But the moment these Banes are gone, MARU can shove. And you can see, where's the Ling production? Where's the Baneling replacement? Why are we building 6 Mutalisks right now? The moment you don't have Banelings, you're screwed, especially with these turrets outside your base. And now he starts more Zerglings. But because he's taken so long to do that, he needs to buy another 20 seconds for these Zerglings to pop and to morph into Banes. So the moment these Banes roll in and just die, which admittedly, I get it, Terran's pretty deep on creep, you feel you have to. If you had more Banelings almost finished morphing, this might be playable. Because every time you make him stim, it's hard for him to heal, his Medevac's getting low on juice. Every time your Banes roll in, your Mutas can pick off a few units and then fly away. But it's this moment here where you suddenly have no Banelings, where the Terran can just stim in, and everything gets wiped. Keeping Banelings up at all times in these situations is of the utmost importance, and it's really hard to do when you've got MARU pushing into you. Hats off to MARU though. This is so classic MARU, just grabbing some SCVs, pushing, building turrets on the front. He is one of the most clutch Terran players at winning games from positions where almost every other Terran loses, and it's often with these desperately all-in pushes that he does. In this case, it wasn't even all-in. He just felt like, nah, you're committing way too much to Mutalisks. I gotta go right now. And he pulls it off. GG, well played. Great game 1 for MARU. Sorry for such a long-winded post-game analysis, guys. I was just like, what went on there? And it was just a bit too much continual Muta production. If MARU accepts sitting at home, having 21 Mutas that early pays off massively, because Rogue can just like poke around, pin him in his base, and he can't do shit. But it is what it is. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back in 3 minutes. We're going to play a very quick ad break. After this game, I'm going to do a world record at taking a pee and warming up some chicken and Mediterranean-style vegetables going for under 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Good luck, Anchorpun. We're going to take a quick ad break to help you out with that. Hope you're not too sick, mate. Sucks that your whole family's got the stomach flu right now. Flash vs. Snow was a pretty fun series. You should check it out. Big awesome, I will do. Thank you, Maestro, for the 19 months as well. We'll be back in 3 minutes. Has anyone asked if this is live yet? I think you're here to start the pattern, Joseph Rov. Thank you. We'll be back in 3 minutes. See you guys in a sec. Game 2, MARU Rogue, coming right up. It's going to do another zoning nuke. Oh, good storm. That was actually a big, juicy storm there. Morphing Archons on top of the nuke. Probably not the best. Classic! Classic! He didn't see it. He didn't see it. He hasn't seen it. He hasn't seen it. Oh, my God. That is the pressure of playing MARU right there. Against any other opponent, in any other situation, Classic notices that nuke. But MARU puts so much pressure on that you lose track of what's going on. Let's rewind that one. And he did not see that red dot at all. Next one's down there, is it? Die! Die! I thought it was dead, so I started going to the next one. Die! Stupid friggin' drop pods. You guys have no defenses in your entire spaceship. Literally everyone starts getting eaten alive and you guys do nothing about it. But that you decide to actually have good defense against? Jesus! You've got really tanky escape pods? You're a bunch of cowards! Didn't realize Protoss are just literally French people. Just retreat and surrender all the time. Jeez! You can leave if you want to. You can leave my game behind. And if you don't leave, then you're no friends of mine. NA ladder is very special today. NA ladder is very escape. So I figured, hey, let's look at the VODs of one of the most high-level PBTs we've seen recently. I'm sorry, Hero. I didn't mean to I didn't know that was going to happen. I literally just opened the VOD at a random point, and the most Hero thing ever is happening. I'm so sorry, Hero. I'm so sorry, bro. Oh my God. I just opened the VOD to a random point, okay? This is not me hating on Hero. I love Hero. This is something where you can go back to early Legacy and like Storm into Tempest and stuff was really big. Oh, that Ghost barely got out of Observer Vision. Snipes a High Templar. Oh, he's gonna get another one, is he? He doesn't have enough for Snipe. Clem just running forward, clicking with his absolutely huge canister rifle. My God, Clem, well endowed with a big canister rifle there. He's gonna take out another one. Oh my God. That Ghost just killed 3 High Templar. There's a Stalker though. He lost another Stalker there, trying to be a bit greedy there. He was trying to both focus fire and micro the Prism at the same time. In comes that Marine drop we talked about, guys. More Stalkers will warp in at home. One of the Stalkers has gone down, but look at that. He just blinks the other Stalkers in. These guys blink in as well, showing absolutely zero chill. And he's using this Warp Prism to try and pick up, keep these low hit point Stalkers alive. And he wants to micro at home at the same time. He's got to be careful with that Prism. He's putting on gas while who rallies workers to gas in the middle of picking up Stalkers to dodge Marauder projectiles? All right, the power of memes. The power of memes compels you. The power of memes compels you.
I got move command.
Lasers. Our main base is just run out.
My Falcons on my Krakens.
I don't think 2 on anti-air units are going to cut it.
Here come the Valks!
The Valks may cut the mustard. They might be able to do this? No, they can't do it. You need a lot more than that. The investment is just so different.
Yeah, it's 12,000 energy.
It's such a shame that the lasers are bugging out for me. Some of them were showing and then some weren't. But
That's
dude,
such a shame.
the mythical
The quad Kraken.
4 Kraken, the quad Kraken against an unranked player and a player with 3,500 rating. We are the GOATs. Shrine. I think it was in the qualifiers, wasn't it? Wasn't it like Mana vs Spirit? Dude, guys, do you know how rare that is? He just did the minute micro move. For those who don't know, that is insane. No one can pull that off in real games. Prince F is the only person in the world who can consistently do that. You have to be pixel perfect, frame perfect to land the grenade. You have to throw the grenade so it goes off the second the shade finishes before the Adept can attack. And it needs to land between the Reaper and the Adept so the Adept gets bounced away from the Reaper. Otherwise, when the bounce animation finishes, the Adept can still hit you and just kill you. Clem. That is like... Classic Clem. No fucks given. Sorry, Renji, you just made me laugh. I like to wear my lucky pants. I've had them for years, and I'm sticking to them. Amazing. A good dad joke makes me smile, guys. Remember, this is always a dad joke friendly zone. I might give you shit for them, but I'll love you for sharing the stupidity. That's great. Hope you guys are doing well. Got some good games today. Pig, do you have a schedule for the salt mines? I do not, but you know what? As you remind me of that, I will actually, I was just thinking yesterday, I am going to go through and find a whole bunch of salt mines this very afternoon to take a look. I also, let me just check my salt mines channel. I haven't looked in there in a little bit. I also should just check salt mines, Salt Vault as well. Check the Salt Vault channel in Discord. Okay, so I think, because I think we did the last ones. Yeah. No pressure, but let me know if you find any more reps. I'm gonna go through some this afternoon too. See if I find anything good. We'll see how we go. All right, you guys are awesome. Let's get after it. Let's not waste any more time, hey? We've got so many good series today. No one's ever mean to me in SC2. I never get to leave replays for the salt mines. Ah, Fainsky, you just gotta play more. Dot's been grinding a lot the last few weeks, and she's got two or three people so far that have been salty tickets to her out of like 50 plus games, I think, or 50. So it's not a high percentage, in Gold League for her anyway. It's pretty low there. Sometimes you just get a streak though, where you get a bunch of people, or if you proxy, yeah, if you generally play aggressive, people will get angry at you. All right, guys. Maru says, the mutas are killing my engineering base. Oh god, Rogue's gonna pin me at home while catching up on upgrades, taking a 4th and 5th base. Swarming over me later on with Massling Bay. Oh wait, how about I'm just gonna pull some SCVs, go to a 2-tank push with a bunch of Marines. I just want to stress, yeah, was it all in from our? No, but kind of yes. Let me explain. That sort of siege tank push, if it doesn't do a bunch of damage, like you don't retreat with that push. That Marine tank push, you don't have Widow Mines covering you as well, so if you lose the fight, you tend to just get jumped on. It's not like when you've got a rally of Marauder Widow Mine and you can always like pick up, fall back to your rally point where you've got extra Widow Mines and Marines and Marauders rallying through, and it's kind of like safer, you know? It's way more dangerous. If that didn't work out, you've pulled a few SCVs as well. Whoo, could have gone really, really hard in the other direction, but catches Rogue right at the point where Rogue was committing everything to Mutalisk, because if Maru didn't move out, Rogue would have kept him pinned in his base for the next 5 minutes and just had his way with him. Rogue's gone 15-15 this game, guys. So unlike the last game, he will be able to drone up his 2 bases much quicker because his pool is about, 11 seconds fast. It went down right on 1 minute. It's a very fast spawning pool. So he's going to have his 2 queens out really early, and he will be able to lava inject really early. Now, this is interesting. This is that 1-Rax wall-off that I talked about Maru is a fan of. Incredibly weak to Ravager busts, 2 base Roach pushes, and there's a plethora of builds that punish this, but if you don't get punished, my gosh, how efficient is it? You've got your whole natural walled off. You don't have to worry about Lings running in on your SCVs. It's like a very beautifully streamlined build. And he's going to go for a... Is this gas first? Oh, it's gas first. It's gas first. So no Marine, just Reaper into Factory, into Reactor with the wall off. Nice drone micro here. Oh my gosh, he delayed the Spore though a little bit. Queen wants to throw a Creep Tumor, which I think is a perfectly fine call. Oh gosh, too greedy though. Too greedy. Rogue is a very clever player. And I don't mean to say he's slow, because he's not, but he's definitely in these situations sometimes he tries to bite off more than he can chew, and cancelling the Spore. I think he needed the money to build the other Spore, but then of course Maru just quickly changes targets and gets after it. Now these Zerglings do run in here. The depot, was the depot down, guys? Sorry, I didn't actually... I guess he just left the depot down? That's sloppy, because if the depot was up, the whole point of this wall off is that Lings can't get in, because with a gas first, you don't want an SCV scout, and you don't have a Marine, which means, you know, if Lings come over, you're kind of screwed with this command center, unless you have a wall off. So Maru there with an unforced error, lets Rogue get a nice distraction, only gets one SCV, but it's the mining time, it's the delay, it's on the swap over of the factory, the command center, all those things add up. Now, it is Ling speed for Rogue. I think we're going to see a Lair and then a Roach Horn go down in just a moment. He's got 100 gas, so Lair should start up now. And the Ling speed into Roach Horn, it's a sort of meta play that Shin has popularized. It's very well disguised. I was talking to Solar about it a little bit. Ooh, Hellions going to dive. My god. Oh my god, no Lings, no Lings, no Rogue, 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 Rogue. Okay, the drones, a few of them are going to try and run away. I thought he should have turned to fight maybe with a few of those, but he didn't want to stack them. Oh, the Lings actually pop into a surround. Okay, that was kind of slick. I mean, it was lucky as all heck, but it was kind of slick. Those Lings, you could say he was unlucky. His Lings were 10 seconds late to stop the run by of the Hellions, the drive-by, burny, flamethrower timing, but they popped and surrounded two Hellions. Well, one was completely surrounded, one was blocked. Which is good enough. The Roach Horn does go down now. Still no third hatchery. Still a lot of mining time to lose on a 2-base build, as well as 5 drones. 3 Hellion drops going to come across. Liberator behind it. Okay, the problem for Maru right now, guys, is he's focusing on greedy harassment against the 2-base Zerg, who they very often just go Roach Ravager Ling off this. And that sort of bust is going to be very hard to stop. Oh, big overcommitment. Maru should have left already. This is so insane that he kept going in here. That's a Maru versus SOS 2018 BlizzCon moment right there, guys. The moment he saw the Zerglings, he could have picked up, flown away. Yes, the medevac would have been deep in the red, but that was a very, very big overcommitment. The moment you see the Zerglings, there is no way that Maru, in his pattern recognition, would normally keep committing to that. But I think he just messed up because he was probably macroing at home, glances back at it, and he's like, oh, I think I'm already too deep. And he kind of just, it's that slight gap in pattern recognition where I'm always so impressed with Clem, because he can glance at that situation for like 0.001 of a second and instantly realize, I need to move north. I need to fly away right now, or I need to commit deeper. He's going to focus the drones rather than the queens. So you see Rogue left his queen there, guys, because he was saying, look, this lib's so shut down. I'm okay to lose a queen here. I'd rather lose a queen than a drones, and I want to kill you as quickly as possible. If I move, I lose damage time, which means you might be able to kill 4 or 5 drones, right? Because I'm not shooting you as quickly. So it was actually a really cool call by Rogue, and Maru, who knew the queen could always either move out or get transfused, and damaging the queen achieves nothing, takes 3 shots. Focus 2 drones to at least get something out of value. But overall, massive advantage to Rogue. Maru scans, sees roaches coming, and he's got to swap to tank production. He's got a 3rd command center finish. He has a single armory, but he's in a very flaccid mech setup right now. So flaccid is another word for kind of floppy guys. Lacking the sort of solid and intimidating structure one would really want. These Widow Mines a bit far out there aren't really going to do too much either. Good Ling split there from Rogue. You're kind of stuck on 2-base for a while. I love that Rogue moves forward, gets a few Ravagers, a few Roaches. He's going to be able to deny these add-ons, and then he can just deny your 3rd for the next 3 or 4 minutes. No need to commit here, though. These Ravager morphs are kind of insane, and yet they're actually fine. So they got 100 hit points. Look at that. That's so cute. But both add-ons going down, this is 2/3 of your production is just being wrecked. You're screwed. I don't know what Maru could possibly do from here. He scans the 3rd. Like, honestly, he's going to SCV pull or something, I think. Files are coming down. I'm surprised Rogue's committing as hard as he is, but I guess he's still getting building damage here, even though he's macroing into his infestation. He's building Zerglings, which is odd. So he is still thinking about maybe killing Maru here. He's kind of like half macroing, half all-inning. Rogue is, as always, trying to trick Maru. Maru just scanned his third with lots of drones and gases. So he swaps back into army, looking for the potential win condition. But I don't think you're going to be able to get it here. We'll see. Maru knows he needs that third base desperately. Hellion goes down. Cyclone takes a boom boom as well. If Rogue drones up his 4 bases, he's going to be in a good spot. Oh, I love this Liberator. Oh, but Rogue's going to go for it. He's going to bile down 1 tank. A second tank takes a bile, but not enough. The Liberator on this side does get the Queen, takes out 2 drones. Very good distraction. Feels like Rogue could be miles ahead here. One thing I've noticed as a pattern between Rogue and Maru is Rogue has enough respect for Maru. He never wants to give him freedom. A lot of players would have picked off the add-ons and then just stayed out here and waited for Maru to move out and then picked at him and macroed really hard. Rogue was like, no, I got to do damage now. And there's like this very fine line between that being a fantastic way of pressing your advantage against the best Terran in the world and you getting overly aggressive and throwing away units unnecessarily and missing a ton of worker production. This 4th could be fully saturated by now because you're so intimidated by your opponent. And I don't think it's easy for me as a commentator on the sidelines to say, oh, this one's always right and this one's always wrong. I think he overcommitted a little to the aggression, but he's still got a great overall situation and gonna hunt down these Hellions. He just really wants to deny Maru's map control completely, but I think Maru did a good job of at least getting some value out of these Hellions. And the Swarm Hosts are going to be the real kicker. He's already got creep outside the base. The Swarm Hosts coming in on this left side, and that third base is so good for Terran against everything except Swarm Hosts, of which it's terrible against. If you've got a planetary here as a 4th, it's a bit easier to defend, I would say. But as a 3rd with an orbital, when you've only really got tanks and a couple of Hellbats, he wants the Hellbats to be where the Locusts land. But the Locusts go behind. Beautiful spready on the Locusts. The Biles come forward, taking out a Liberator and a tank. The Locusts take out every single siege tank, and that is a beautiful game there for Rogue. As I said, I think Maru just went a bit too deep on his harassment in this game. Yeah, the Hellion drop wasn't great, but it wasn't just the Hellion drop. It was the Hellion drop got shut down, then the Lib got shut down, and he was committing so much to all of these kind of like fancy different things that there was no Banshee, first of all. If a single Banshee means you can't do this Roach Ravager pressure on the 3rd. But because there's no Banshee in this game, no add-on on the starport, you kind of rely on Tank Cyclone, Widowmine, and Mech in general really feels like against Zerg it needs a 3rd base to get going. If you don't have the 3rd base up, it's really hard. And securing a 3rd base with like 1 or 2 tanks, 1 or 2 Cyclones, and a few Hellions against a guy who's already got Ravagers and Roach Speed outside your base is really tough. Normally it's not difficult because in a normal Terran versus Zerg, Terran's way ahead on tech. But against a 15-15 build where the Zerg massively delays this 3rd, you can see it's just coming up now. Only a few drones on it, 6 minutes, but a really fast Roach Speed, fast +1. So you've got a pack of very mobile, scary Roaches and Ravagers on the map, like minutes earlier than it normally happens. And Mech hates playing against this. 15-15 in general is so good against Mech because you've got that Roach Speed early. Cyclones are so good because normally Roaches are just waddling across the map. Cyclones can pick them off. They can't really get on top of tanks very easily. The moment Roach Speed kicks in, Zerg tech feels perfectly fine against Mech for quite some time. And this put Maru with his failed harassment as well, so he's a little behind and in an almost impossible situation. Great game 2 for Rogue. Maru needed emergency Viagra. What do we call like, what is that for Terran though? Like, if we're following that analogy, like what? You know, I can't get it up. I can't get it up. Like, what is the emergency Viagra? Because like, there's hidden Viagra where you get it up, but like sneakily in a situation you're not meant to. That's like where Florencio goes and builds a command center in the corner of the map and then slowly erects his planetary there. That's a sneaky stiffy. You know what I mean? But like what? Yeah, like mules, I guess. Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure. Like what slowly, what's surprise? Yeah. You guys say weird shit. I will analyze it. That's how we go. Can I be a Reddit that forgets the rest of the game and just says Swarmhost OP? Does anyone say that? I guess a few mech players. Terran literally has a lift button. Yeah, it doesn't help you win though, does it? But I guess it does make it it makes it look bigger. Like lifting a command center doesn't help you win the game, but like it is kind of like It's I guess it's like having good lighting for a dick pic, right? It allows you to, like, for a moment imagine you're doing something better than you actually are. You're like, yeah, maybe a little bit of photo editing, maybe like just add a little girth or something like that. Yeah, I don't know. It helps me make the game last longer, and that's the real win. You started this flaccid combo. Dude, it was a flaccid position. It was a position that lacked firm structure. Like, it lacked any sort of, yeah. Flaccid describes something that is soft, limp, flabby, or lacking firmness and muscle tone. Dude, the situation when once the Hellion drop failed, it was like looking a little soft, a little flabby, but then once the lib got shut down for only 2 drones, it was full flaccid. It was the correct word for the situation. Yeah. I used a word correctly. You know what I'm saying? You guys made it weird. Viagra is talking about making wieners big. What was Viagra originally for? Like heart medicine or something? But then they realized it gave you bonus? It was something like that. I don't know. Girlies figured out long ago it's all about camera angles and positioning. Yeah, we'll just use a good filter. One or the other. Is that a thing, guys? As someone who's not as terminally online as I should be. Well, I am just in the gaming spaces. I'm not in those dick pic spaces. Are there filters to make your dingle dangle look different? There must be, right? Like, people use so many filters. There must be, like... there must be a ton. Oh my god, I have to go do a deep dive on research on what's available out there, because this sounds like the funniest. Like, you know, we thought we'd have hoverboards in 2026. We weren't thinking about the dick filters. I don't want to actually look at the pictures. I just want to find out, like, what's possible out there. Oh my god, that sounds so funny. I always put cat hair filters on my... Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, guys. Because it's funny, sure. I mean, yes. When Dot sees your search history one day. I'm not interested, I'm just interested. I mean, it just sounds amazing. We thought we'd have hoverboards, guys. We don't, but we have some things that are greater. All right, guys. Maru, loving his low ground wall off. Okay. It's going to be Old Republic. This is a big map. Great map for Mutalisks. Early on in this map pool... Oh, this is a 15-15, it looks like, for Rogue. Early on in this map pool, guys, we saw a lot of Zergs go greedy Mutas. They play like a normal 3-base opening. They'd get their lair maybe 30 seconds faster, get a quick second, maybe third gas, and they try to get to Mutas off 3-base and, like, just skip 1 or 2 queens, maybe do a little Ling run by to distract the Terran, and they kind of would get away with a bit of murder, but because Terrans knew that, they started doing Hellbat timings, like Stim Hellbat timings, or 2-1-1s off 3cc that would hit right when the Mutas were popping and force the Mutas to stay at home. And then you saw Zergs, or they'd do like an 8-Rax all in, so then you'd see Zergs actually just play safety roaches on this map and be like, well, Terrans are doing gimmicky timings and, like, trying to stop us doing greedy Mutas, so we're just going to do the safest roach builds. And there's kind of this, like, back and forth where it was like, okay, Zergs being greedy into Mutas because it's a big map where Mutas are amazing and it's hard to punish it. So then Terrans are just blind committing to really good timings to punish Muta builds, and then it went full circle. And it's like, well, Zerg's just playing really safe openings to counter the Terran aggressive builds and relying on the fact it's a big map. It's hard for Terran to kill you. But then sometimes the Zerg would then struggle with, like, multi-prong in the mid to late game where, like, they're on roaches, but, like, this 4th base up here keeps getting sniped and then drops keep hitting here. And if they're not really good with, like, either split infestors, which is something almost every pro's gotten much better at, by the way, guys. You guys know I was very critical if players would go infestors and they'd leave them all on this side, and there'd just be, like, units running in on this side and never having any fear of fungal, because they just realize, like, this Zerg player puts all their infestors only with one of their 2 armies, and once I know where those infestors are, I know they're nowhere else on the map. Guys like Clem would just keep, like, running in willy-nilly on the other side, assuming there was no infestors anywhere else. Players have stopped making that mistake. Pretty much every Zerg splits their infestors now, and that's made it much harder for Terran to out-multitask if infestors are on the field. But if you don't have infestors for potential punish, if you don't have... Ooh, nice drone snipe from Maru. And he'll get out. Nicely done. If you don't have infestors, you know, if you're not in the late game where you've got corruptors, a lot of players skipping hydras as well, it can be tough. So 4 queens on the way, guys. Pretty standard, but losing a drone is rough, especially when you've built 2 Zerglings. Normally, you don't need to build any Zerglings with a 15-15 because your queens are so early. So I'd say Rogue having a rough start. Also, continuing to mine gas. non-stop. And he's had 3 on gas since very early. So this is a very bad mineral opening for Rogue. He also loses another drone here. I think this is a good example of a game where Rogue is just mis-executing. I don't know what he's possibly mining this much gas for. Like, I guess he has to go 2-base muta now, but he doesn't want to show the lair, so he makes it on the natural. The advantage of a 15-15 is getting your mineral count up. He loses another drone. There's 4 drones in total. This is a disaster. The whole point is to have these 2 mineral lines saturated super early. I don't know if he's going to play Mutalisks or Roaches or what, but this feels like an amazing start for MARU, who gets his 3rd command center 2/3, 3/4 of the way done. He's got double marine production, triple marine production, stim, factory on the way. I think he might just go straight for a double marine drop. Reaper's good. Does he get the block? No. Oh, luckily Rogue does get the base down, but it's a bad start for Rogue here in game 3. This is what's frustrating about being a Rogue fan, is he's such a genius, but he's so human on the basics. And sometimes you will see him. Another drone. You're kidding me. There's no reason that drone should have died. He could have pulled that drone away. Just being a bit lazy. And this is really bad. You should not be losing 5 drones off of 15-15. The whole point of a 15-15 is that you don't lose, maybe lose 1. If the Reapers dive, maybe 2. 5 drones, especially when you built 2 Zerglings, not good. It's an advantage start for Terran. And it's going to be a Hydra build. Okay, so Rogue's going to try and play Hydras, Carapace. He's going to be... No, he cancels the Evo and puts on gas. I think Rogue's going to do a Hydraling all in. No, he does start the Evo just on the natural. Okay, fair call, fair call. I don't know, man. It's as long as if he can find a timing before tanks, maybe. I think he goes... Okay, he goes Groove Spines first for the defensive power. Outrange the Marines. Brings the Hydras up to 6 range against the Marines 5. It's also the faster and, I believe, cheaper upgrade. Only 50 seconds to upgrade. 64 seconds, I think, for the movement speed. 15-15 openings are all about a tight opening and kind of making up for your delayed 3rd by having a really fast 2-base full minerals and then a really fast tech as well. It's a very alternate style of Zerg, where often you'll see people play 15-15 and they'll out-trade the Terran all game long. Serral, if you see him play this build, out-trading the Terran. You guys remember my 2024 game against Clem on his birthday in the Weekly Cup, which I always reference, where I was out-trading Clem off of 15-15 for the first 21, 22 minutes of that game before he overran me with being the best player in the world. To be fair, if I actually kept lava injecting and didn't float a ton of money and run out of lava, I still think that would have been a very, very, very close late game. But that's just the power of 2-base tech. The problem is if you play 2-base tech where you're down on income and you're down in trading, that's bad. So this fight is very important for Rogue. Very, very important. 8 Hydras there. It's going to be 12. He can't fight unless he has a concave. As long as Rogue sets up a concave, he's fine. 1 Hydra for 2 Marines. It's a better trade for the Terran. Remember, a Hydra costs 150 resources. So you need to trade 1 Hydra for 3 Marines. And obviously, raw fighting power, the Marines are going to be way better than the Hydras, which is why you rely on concaves, creep, defensive angles, banelings, or infestors. So, like, if you can fungal, the Marines actually get stuck out of range of the Hydras, and the Hydras really show their efficiency. Hydra Infestor is one of the coolest comps against Marines because of that. But obviously, tanks outrange the Hydra Infestor, which is where that goes the other way. Oh, MARU gets 2 Hydras. That's a good trade. That's a really good trade. This is what I'm talking about. MARU realizes how dangerous it is, but he kind of catches Rogue not looking for a second, snipes it, gets in, gets out. Carapace is really well timed, so this is going really well for Rogue. The Carapace is not far behind the 1-1, but can he get to the next step? And what does MARU do? MARU's going 8 barracks. I thought he was going to play second factory, but I think because it's such a big map, he doesn't want to play 2 defensive. I love the 4 Infestors. Rogue's going Hydra Infestor. Now, Hydra Infestor, it's all about map control. You want to get out on the map, and you want to fight the Terran on the map. If you let the tank siege up in range of your base, and you fight into an entrenched tank position, Hydra Infestor is not good. But if you catch him on the move out, if you catch him in the middle, if you ambush him from the high grounds here or behind these site blockers, that's where Hydra Infestor really thrives. He's got enough Hydras to defend this. You see, he wants to set up the concave so all of his Hydras shoot at once, because it's a glass cannon battle. Hydras and Marines, both very fragile, high damage units. You've got that 1 range advantage we talked about, but here's the fungal. If you can land the fungal, it's it. Oh, that's it. That's what he was looking for. Oh, he gets the double as well. He tries to get the medevacs, but he couldn't focus all of them because he knew. Oh, Maru sets up an ambush. Very cute. Good pullback for Rogue, though. And he's going to actually try and push this. Wow. And Rogue just droned. Against any other player, this is so dangerous. Maru is pushing with like 10 Marines and 3 siege tanks right now, but Rogue got greedy and he's droning. And this is actually a genius move. If you can fungal the Marines out front, maybe. But as it is, Rogue doesn't have the numbers to break this tank position. I don't think Infestor's doing a bit of a spready. They do get a fungal on a few of these Marines and medevacs, but there's just not that many Hydras. And there's so few units coming in behind it. He's got no reinforce. His army supply is just weaker than Terran's. And this is the weakness of, even though he killed all those Marines and it was great, he's droning a bit too hard. He's teching to Hive. He's not quite there just yet. And remember, he was behind early on, so he just didn't have that many units. Hydras are so expensive. You need to be more efficient than your opponent. And he has not been more efficient. Those 16 Marines E-Core was huge, but it wasn't enough to sway everything else that had happened in this game. The tank's moving forward. Maru realizes he's got Rogue on the ropes. This is a genius push for Maru. So many Terrans would have cowered after losing those first Marines to the fungal, but he pushed through the site blockers, used the tank siege, and this is an excellent engagement. Rogue forced to stand and fight. Remember what I said about Hydras and Infestors? Amazing for ambushing on the map, terrible at fighting into siege tanks, unless you have absolutely overwhelming numbers, and Maru senses the weak spot and gets him. This is so interesting because we saw here Maru just outplaying Rogue massively in the early game, right? 5 drones for 3 Reapers, way too much damage. Huge mistake there for Rogue. But then Rogue gets that clutch moment, and you think, oh, you're back in control of the game. But Maru knows Rogue so well. These guys were teammates on Jin Air for so long. And by the way, this wasn't even just 16 Marines. I think this is 12 plus 4, 16 plus 3. Wow, is that... Guys, was that 20 Marines? I'm not imagining things, right? It's 12 per row. 12 plus 7. Yeah, this is 19 Marines he killed. And what's he lose? A few Zerglings and like 1 Hydra? I think he only loses 1 Hydra, right? Yeah, he only loses 1 Hydra, gets a medevac as well. What a trade! But this tank ambush behind the site blocker is just so clever. And remember, he's got 8 barracks up. And right now, 7 more drones. Hive. Hatchery there. Like, you're building 2 hatcheries. You're going 8 gas. You're about to get Vipers to deal with the tanks with Blinding Cloud. But your army is just so small. And Maru does a really good job of taking advantage of it. I love that Rogue pulled back so quickly, realizing a lot of players would have lost a bunch more units there. But look how quickly Maru moves forward with such a small army. That game sense to realize how low Rogue was on units is just crazy. Also, credit to Maru because he'd picked off, what, 3, 4, 5 Hydras in this, like, 5-6 minute stage where he just kept running in and picking off individual Hydras. Like, if we look at the trade, actually, we can just see it on the units lost tab. After the early game trades, he'd got... looks like 3 Hydras for 6 Marines, which is a very good trade. Not as amazing as I thought, but still pretty darn good. And he was delaying this creep a lot. You can see the way, even though he cops the fungal here, he'd done such a good job keeping the creep back. Whereas if the Hydra Infest is able to ambush these tanks out here, they can buy so much more time. This was really, really sick play by Maru. Well played. GG's. What's up, guys? Pig's job is to entertain us like Russell Crowe, or whatever his name is. Russell Crowe? You spelt Russell like rustling in the bushes. I like that. Russell. Is Russell a rare name in America? Perp and Perp? Or maybe you're from Europe? I guess I don't really hear Russell too much these days. It's a pretty rare name. Yeah. Russell. I know a few, never met a Russell. I feel like it was more common, you know, 30, 40, 50 years ago, whatever, when Russell was younger. Look up Russell fighting around the world. Russell fighting around the world? Russell Crowe Fighting Around the World is a legendary fictional television show from South Park that parodies the actor's aggressive real-life persona. Oh, okay. Travels the globe beating up civilians and directors alongside his trusty offensive sidekick, Tugger. Nice.
Nothing wrong with a good punch on. What are you guys, fucking soft or something? What, you don't like having a bit of a fucking punch on, you fucking pussies? Yeah. Was it Russell Crowe who threw a phone at a guy back in the day, or was that someone else? Yeah, we're talking about, Gladiator, probably his most famous movie. He's been in a lot of good movies, though. Russell Crowe punched a director as well. Nice. Mel Gibson, wasn't it? Was it Mel Gibson with the phone? I thought it was Russell Crowe threw a phone at someone. Australian and New Zealand people, they like to, actors, they like to attack people when they get drunk. Hey Pig, so England and USA have different spelling for certain words. Does Aussie have its own spelling for certain words as well? Probably a few, but not as many, obviously. Most of our words would just be either on the Australian or the American or the British side. Usually British. Occasionally we have our own spelling, I think, but it would be more rare. Obviously, with the U. Same with armor, you know, armor, color. Like, we would always do armor, color with the U. But, you know, mostly the words we have to spell our own way because no one else has spelling for them is all of our abbreviations for things. Yeah. The ASL finale is determined now. It happens a week. No worries, Technior. Yeah, I haven't watched the Flash game yet, so another day we'll watch that. Don't Australians speak Australian? Yes. I mean, so I think the best dialect of any country you go to is what I call like the deep, whatever country it is, dialect, right? So if you go to get like deep country dialect, deep bush dialect, if you go far enough from a major city in any country, you unlock like very interesting speech patterns. You go far enough up like a mountain or enough hundreds or even thousands of kilometers away from a big city, you get some fucking cool ass ways of speaking. Like, I remember as a kid, my parents made us drive all the way to fucking Brisbane, and I was like, Jesus Christ, this is the worst road trip ever. You're stuck in the car forever. And when we would stop in some country town, and I'd get out and I'd be like, oh, this is interesting. And people were like, meh, 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 meh. And I was like, what the fuck are they saying? You know, I hadn't been exposed to it as much. I also remember distinctly that I was always like kind of shocked a little bit because all the women in the country town kind of like dressed like normal, like they presented themselves quite nicely and stuff. I was like, yeah, like these are like normal, like looking human women. But then like every man in these like small country towns would just wear like the tiniest shorts you've ever seen. Stubbies, we call them. You guys know stubbies? So basically these bad boys here. So it looks like they're just wearing underwear, essentially. Every guy would be wearing these, often even shorter than these. Basically, they'd just be wearing stubbies. Not a single man was wearing shoes. Half would wear no shoes, and half would wear thongs, flip-flops, as you guys call them in America. And they'd always just be wearing either a singlet as well. And they'd be like unshaven, unkempt. Like every man in a country town was just like, I want to have my balls like dangerously close to popping out of my shorts, and otherwise like I'm just walking around with no shoes. And it's cool. I appreciate it now, but I was just surprised because it was like, oh, you guys like look like, you know, you just walked out in your pajamas or something, but like even more, like it was just kind of interesting. But then like all the women would like still be dressed quite nicely, wearing makeup, etc. And I was like, oh, this is interesting. Like the female dress standard in a country town is very similar to a city. And the male one is just like, they're like, we don't give a fuck. You know, and it's just great. And the stubbies are, yeah, I don't know why. It used to be very popular in Australia, the stubbies. The other thing that I like better than stubbies even, there was a guy in my suburb growing up who wore, do you guys know those 70s running shorts? These things. Yeah. There was this guy. And so whenever you'd be coming home from drinking at like 4 a.m., this old dude who had the same pair of shorts from the 70s, and they're so short. Like, you know, these pictures, they're much shorter than these. Much shorter. Like much shorter than these ones even. Yeah, probably about this, where it looks almost like a mini skirt. Probably like that. And essentially, you'd just be walking home from the train station drunk, and you'd see this guy running towards you in the middle of the road, and you'd be like, the fuck? Is that guy in his underwear? And then you'd realize he's got the tiny 70s running shorts, and he was just up at 4 a.m. running every day, right? He'd go run probably, I imagine, for hours or something. But yeah, it was always weird, you know? I was always like, what the fuck? Is this dude just running around in his underwear? And I was like, oh, those are running shorts? Like, back in the day, because as time went on, we got more and more uncomfortable with our thighs and knees as men, and we wanted to cover them up more. You know, we've become very coy. A lot of men these days, swimming shorts even past the knee. You got your board shorts past the knee. You got to wear long pants even when it's uncomfortably hot, because shorts are for little schoolboys or whatever. You know, we're like, we're very repressed about our kneecaps and our thighs. Back in the 70s, free love, sexual emancipation, you know, drugs, experimentation, psychedelics. People were just letting their knees hang out. But the modern man, we're afraid of our kneecaps. We're afraid of our kneecaps. We're like, no, can't show you my kneecaps. Yeah, it's wild, you know? Stubbies are making a huge comeback, says Jam Jim. Yeah, they are. It makes sense, actually, because mullets are back massively. So I think it's kind of time for like mullets, stubbies, like all the classics, I think, are making a return in Australia. And they're not, and it feels like they're not even ironic. It felt like some of these things were like kind of coming back in like inner city hipster things, but only as a super ironic one. Whereas now I think they're actually like mullets are super back in Australia. I think mullets are probably back overseas as well. But yeah, sometimes I'll be going around and I'm like, fuck, are we in the late 80s? Like, this is crazy. Stubbies are coming back in the USA. They're becoming very popular now. Not sure why. I think just getting our kneecaps out. Yeah, when I moved to Australia, a colleague wanted to have a meeting in the Arvo. I spent half an hour looking for the meeting room called Arvo until I found out it's a time, not a place. Yeah, Arvo is afternoon, guys. That does confuse people. Yes. Try talking to a Newfie, says Dynamite Chili. A Newfie, oh, like a Newfoundlander? Newfoundlander. The people for those who don't know, there's this island off Canada, guys. It's called Newfoundland. Shockingly, no one there nearly as good at StarCraft as Serral. I thought from the name, because I heard people say it to me, I thought there'd be a bunch of Serrals there. But even like better, because it's Newfoundland. Apparently no. Apparently they just can't, yeah. It's wild. It's wild. I was like, damn, this is Newfoundland? Like, who's Russia in this scenario constantly trying to invade? Is that Canada? Is that America? Is it Greenland? Like, I don't even understand. It's a crazy thing to name a place. They're like, it is also frozen here all of the time. I don't even think it's that frozen in Newfoundland, is it? It was discovered by a Viking in the 1000s, hence the name. After Greenland and Canada, will Australia join the USA? Join the USA. Yes, for sure. Everyone's a big fan of the USA right now. We really want to start down that topic. No, we don't. It's okay. I appreciate you guys. I won't hold you responsible for the fuck knuckle over there. Yeah. We'll move on from politics. We'll move on. MARU Classic up next. MARU versus Classic. Everyone gets kicked out of Ireland. Goes really? There's Irish people in Newfoundland? What's the population of Newfoundland? I'm gonna guess 300,000. Fuck AI is stupid. Guys, 18.45 million. I'm like, wait. It's like, oh, Netherlands. The fuck? You guys are stupid. I was close. 550,000 for Newfoundland and Labrador. It tried to show me Netherlands. Fucking stupid thing. Has there ever been a top foreign SC2 player from Canada, USA? Yeah, for sure. There's been a few. Scarlet was super top for quite some time. Neeb was the first player to win a tournament on Korean soil in 15 years since Gur. Was it Gur? Won one in 2001 was the last time someone had done it. Those are the two biggest, but we also had Huck and Jinro. Huck's Canadian, Jinro's American. I think Jinro's American, right? And they both did really good in the very early days, the first year. Idra did pretty good in the first. He won I Am Guangzhou in 2011. He was pretty good in the first year or two. Polt was NA, yes. Captain America was Polt's nickname. Definitely not a Korean man who the StarCraft scene decided to jokingly call Captain America, and it stuck because he kept winning all the American tournaments. Don't forget Mr. Wan. Yeah, Juanito was like, made it to a finals against Cyril in 2019 and made it to a few other semis, I believe, around that sort of 2017, 2019 period. So Special was quite good. Obviously, Triggers made his first world championship last year, which is really cool. He's like the most recent to get to the higher levels. I'm sure there's a few other names I'm forgetting, but mostly in the very early days, there was a bit more, yeah. Generally speaking, America only really does well in games that are obscenely popular. America has more of a culture, and Canada as well, and Australia, and a lot of the English-speaking world. Like, I think we all kind of follow America a little bit in that we have a lot more players who do okay at games that are like the zeitgeist, the most popular thing. Whereas there are guys in Poland who are still competitively playing Heroes of Might and Magic 3, and they will never move on. And there's something about that like European obsession with like a strategy game that they like, where they can just build hardcore little scenes and people will dedicate them to things. There's also obviously more of a social safety network, less of a dog-eat-dog world. Get out there and pay off your $400,000 student loan, get out there and work, or you'll be on the street sort of mentality in Europe, I guess, as well. Lower living costs if you're in Eastern Europe especially, and that sort of thing. So that people say is part of it. I think a lot of it's just cultural though, where Australia is very similar to America in that like the moment a game isn't the most popular thing, everyone's like, this game's dead. No one cares. Let's go play the new thing. It's like there's a very transient like relationship with esports where if it's not seen as the big new best thing with like status behind it, a lot of people in the English speaking world will say, oh, this is not worth doing. And you'll see most of them will be like, Fortnite is big now. Like say 2019, whenever it was about 2019 when Fortnite was really huge, right? Whenever it was. And there will be people who go, no, I'm going to be the 40 millionth Fortnite pro gamer / streamer content creator, even though every other English speaking person is doing it. And it's like a terrible decision. And they're like, no, I'm going to be like, they because it's got status and attention and hype, you will see that like the 43rd millionth person be like, I'm going to just stream my gameplay and people will watch it in this thing that's like so oversaturated and everyone wants to be a part of. So I don't know. It's like a cultural thing. English speaking countries partially. It's a whole bunch of factors. Yeah. Koreans work the hardest. So the moment Korea chooses to and has the biggest esports competitive gaming like culture built in terms of like within their gaming scene, they know how to grind like motherfuckers and work together to improve and strategize because of the history of StarCraft 1. So the moment Korea cares about a game, they will be the best at it. But the only question is, do they care about it enough? Because there are a lot of games where people go, oh, well, Koreans aren't as good at this game. Like, yeah, they've got a few pros in the top 10, but they're not like dominant. And I'm like, no one plays that game in Korea. The 4 dudes that play that game in Korea are in your top 10 in the world. Do you realize like how no one gives a fuck about that game? Like this is just a testament to like Korean players' work ethic. And if they do like something, how obsessed they are. I'm like, you guys would be fucking dominated if anyone else in Korea actually cared about your game. Like, like I've had this conversation a few times where they're like, well, yeah, it's like, there's one good Korean player, but like not that many. They're not really that good. And I'm like, yeah, because there's like 36 Koreans that play your game. Like, trust me, if they gave a fuck, you guys would be in real trouble. Like, Koreans are scary for a reason. Like, yeah. And you'll see periods where a game gets really popular in Korea and they dominate, but then like it falls off completely and the whole Korean scene turns against it because of like decisions the company makes and they kind of all just go somewhere else. The Korean esports war machine is insane. Yeah. Oh my god, Techie. Yeah, Techie, yeah, you get that. They just stay at the PC bang all night. Does the Korean government help support and incentivize that? I doubt it. I'm pretty sure Korean culture, people are like, oh, Koreans accept being a gamer. No. It's still like your parents will hate you for gaming. Like, do you know how, like Korea, I think part of it works because it's kind of escapism. Korea is so incredibly brutal as like a hardworking culture for getting into like one of the big, what do they call the big megacorps and stuff? there's like a Korean word for them. I can't remember. I've watched like documentaries on this where basically like a chaebol, where it's like you need to like study your ass off. It's basically like a human pyramid scrap heap of like you need to like study 10 hours after school every day for your entire childhood, doing non-stop tutoring so that you can get into the best universities, so that then you can grind and get the best marks, and then you can maybe get hired by a chaebol, one of these megacorps, and then you can like work, you say 60-hour work weeks? It's officially probably 60 hours. They probably all work 80, 90 hours. No one leaves until the boss leaves. So it's like a bit of luck of the draw. If you've got a boss who doesn't leave and works till 10 p.m., you're all working till 10 p.m. You know, you're working 80, 90-hour weeks to try and climb up this like corporate ladder. It's insanely brutal and competitive. So the dream of becoming an idol or a StarCraft player or something like that, and just grinding and hiding in a PC bang away from your family, where you're not being judged for not studying or not doing this or that, it's kind of this thing where players are like, okay, well, like I can escape into this, but also I need to try to make it into a thing, because otherwise I am worthless to society. So I'm going to grind like 18 hours a day to try and make this possible. Like there is so much pressure on them to be the best player in the world, because otherwise it's like you really kind of have failed your family. It's I don't know, it's a brutal culture, man. Like Korea is really, really very, like they work so hard, man. But it's a very brutal culture. It's insane. Anyways, this is why Korean players are so good at StarCraft, for those who don't know. So, okay, guys, we're doing Kung Fu Cup, right? What are we doing now? I think it was Kung Fu Cup before we get on to MARU Classic, wasn't it? Sorry, I did MARU Classic. We're not doing MARU Classic. We're going to do Beyond Hero first. Kung Fu Cup 6 finals. My bad. MARU Classic next. Finals, game 1. Some parents in the 2000s gave their sons a 2-year window to train brood war. If they didn't win Courage Tournament, become pro, they were told they had to quit. Yeah. Chaebol is a family-owned big business, whereas Daejog is more of a big corporation. Right. But the Chaebols are massive, because there's massive privately owned family businesses, right? Like in Korea that are... But I guess like Samsung's probably publicly owned, right? And like a few of them. So those would be Daegyups. I don't know how to say that, Tekinor. And then the other ones, yeah. They have like very, yeah. For those who don't know, Courage was a tournament to get a pro gamer license, which was required to play tournaments. Yeah, which was kind of ridiculous, in my opinion. What you're saying is my life is too easy to ever be good at StarCraft? Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. If you're going to ruin your normal education career, might as well really commit to pro gaming. Yeah, I don't like the Korean system in StarCraft 1, though, and StarCraft 2, like back in the day with team houses. I think it's a pretty shit system. I think you can commit really hard to pro gaming, and it's good to get some support and stuff, but I also think there was way too much of like a kind of power structure where it was like, well, you're lower on the rung, so you're just like washing dishes and being a punching bag for the pro players, where you just have to like play certain builds against them repetitively to practice rather than actually focus on improving yourself. Obviously, you're still going to get some good practice and you will improve yourself, but I don't know. You hear all the stuff about their idol culture as well, and I kind of feel like it's like this ladder system where it's like, well, if you win the tournaments, you'll be rich. You just need to get to the very, very top of the ladder, and I don't know. I think the system, I prefer a much more free, open system where you just let people compete, and I think it's also better when pro gamers develop other skills. Like you see a lot of foreigners who kind of become pro players, but also develop streaming and content creating and how to commentate and all this sort of stuff, kind of my path in gaming. And I just think that's kind of a slightly better path in general for most people. And yeah, I don't know. I just think it's good for some people, the Korean system. They thrive in that system. And for other people, it's way too restrictive. So I think it's got to be hard, especially if you're like neurodivergent in Korea. I imagine it's very difficult to work within these like very strictly controlled systems. I just imagine it'd be really fucking tough. For someone like me who can't work while subordinate, I can't do things being subordinated to other people's whims. Like it's just not going to work for me. Like I probably have ADHD or something like this. I should go do diagnostic tests and shit. But like I couldn't fucking do shit in school. Like I abhor being under other people's power systems. So for me, the thought of like these Korean team house systems, I'm like, this is terrible. I think this is the worst. But some people thrived in it. Some people like TY, the moment the team house system went away, he won $400,000 in like a year once he was let out of his team house when Kesper fell apart for Pro League StarCraft 2. And I'm like, I don't know. Feel like TY maybe would have won a lot more money if he was let out of that team house, you know, years earlier. But who knows? All right, guys. Beyond the top left side of the map, it's the grand finals of the Kung Fu Cup, weekly number 6, Hero in the bottom right. And I am looking forward to these two because it's been a knife fight the last few times these two have fought. Now, one thing Beyond struggled with against Clem recently, where he was beating the heck out of Clem and then started losing to him, was Clem was really picking Beyond apart with triple prong, the twister we call it. You know, the prism in the back, stalkers on the front, zealots run in here. And he was really finding these like weak spots where Beyond was playing perfect games against Clem. And then just, it's always the prism somehow weaves through. And suddenly there's things microing in 3 places at once and he couldn't quite keep up. Now, Hero is more of a frontal puncher rather than a twister. Obviously, he'll do the twister as well, but Clem was a bit more like, you know, safe, picking away, and then he suddenly explodes into that multi-prong. Hero, of course, is scarier for Beyond to play against because he could just go at any moment. His storm timings are brutal. You never know when he's going to do a storm timing. The SCVs all get pulled off. This is already a bad opening for Beyond. Hero's probe really annoying Beyond to start this finals, and he's lost so much mining time, and his barracks was delayed about 5 seconds. You could see because he didn't pull an SCV early enough. He needed to pull 2 SCVs when the probe first came in, didn't pull 2 early enough. So when he'd swapped the SCV off, it was a bit late to start the next one. So nice opening for Hero. That being said, Hero goes core before Nexus. Not as greedy as he could have been with this harassment. If he'd gone Nexus before core, Hero would be, I think, in an even better position. As it is, though, he can rally an early Adept across and just kind of get some vision and harass him. I'll never forget the French guys years and years ago in Heart of the Swarm telling me they thought most Protoss players were stupid because they were all big Terran players and fanboys. I think Funker was a big Terran player, and he's like, I'm pretty sure it was Funker. He was telling me, he's like, Protoss players are so stupid. He's like, look at Hero. Look at this guy. And I'm like, what? He's like, every game he sends the probe across, and it's the most annoying thing ever. And it just regens its shields, and it keeps running around, and it messes your build up, and it just annoys the opponent. He's like, every Protoss should do this. He's like, Hero's the only one. And I was like, you know, Funky, you're not wrong. That is like really annoying. I know at pro level they should be able to handle this without getting too flustered, but I've seen enough players get flustered. He's forgetting SCVs right now. Speaking of which, Beyond's missing SCV production while swapping his add-ons. And the barracks was already delayed. Like, yeah, he's got a Cyclone coming out now, but it does feel like his build's already a little flustered right from the beginning. When you've got, you know, Beyond sometimes struggling with wrist pain and stuff. Every time you force him to react to you, you disrupt him a little bit. You make it that little bit harder for him. So I always love how adamant, like Funker was like angry watching Hero's probe harassment every game. You could feel him as a guy who on the ladder at the time would like struggle so much from the really annoying Protoss probe harass. And he was like, they should all do this. And I was like, I love you, Funker. Funker's like actually he was the one of the OG best observers we had for many years in StarCraft 2, and he's also just a great commentator. Even in English, his commentary is fantastic. In French, I've heard it's obviously even better as his native tongue, but so much passion. And those guys are actually doing, I believe they've announced a new Maestros of the Game. For those who didn't watch, in about, I think it was September, October last year, they did a Maestros of the Game, a tournament in Paris, where they crowdfunded. They got a big bar venue, which they packed with like 300 people paid to go there and watch there was an online tournament leading into it, and then the top 4 players came to Paris and played live in the venue. There was so much cheering. The opening show for the show was it was like literally them rapping. I think it was Funker rapping. Was it Coca? They're actually like really musically talented. They've done some amazing covers and stuff. There was literally like a StarCraft rap show at the start. Like it was really well produced. And then the players were so close, surrounded by these like chanting fans. It was such a fun event. And I can't wait for the next one. And they let us all remote cast in other languages since they're doing the main broadcast in French as well. So it's so awesome of them to share the love with that. Can't wait for the next one. Hero, unfortunately, went out in the top 4 there. But he said, it's okay. My wife's come with me. So she said, I want you to win. Obviously, you know, I support you. I love you. But if you lose, we get to go explore Paris a day early and get an extra day of touring around the city. So it's a win-win. And he did lose in the semifinals. So his wife was very happy, and he said, Obviously, I'm upset, but you know what? It's it's all right. We get a bit more time exploring Paris. Now, this is a very greedy third, guys. We've got 2-gate Twilight Charge coming in. It's not going to be ready in time. Forge as well. Bit too defensive, and he misses the move out. He misses the move out, but it's not that many Marines. Shield battery is not quite ready, but it is building. That battery coming up might save the day. He's got a lot of Stalkers, but there's 4 in the main base. He sees the move out now, and he realizes, uh-oh, I've let you slip by. But does he know where the army is? No, he does not. And Beyond here shoving quite hard. He's got 3 barracks coming up, but of course he hasn't started stim or shields because he's been committing to this push right here. The Stalker Sentry in trouble. Hero getting pushed back right now. Beyond with the Tanks Marine Cyclone there pushing on the north side. We've got a gateway coming in behind the Nexus, but that Nexus is already taking massive damage. He's going to go forward and try to engage this. The Stalkers will blink in. The Widowmine does pretty big damage here. The Marines in the Cyclone focusing down a lot of these Stalkers. That Cyclone, unfortunately, hitting a sentry and not really killing it for a long time, but I still think this is pretty good damage, right? I mean, you just killed a lot of Stalker Sentry, and the Cyclones and the Marine there will push back these units. He could keep going with the Siege Tank, but with Charge about to finish, Beyond needs to make a decision. He either goes hard right now or he goes home. He's kind of umming and ahhing. I don't really like it. I kind of wish he pushed this ramp as well, as this is a much more awkward rally point where these Stalkers are just going to find pickoffs, but Hero not watching, does let those Stalkers go. No, he doesn't. Same time, Beyond gets forward on this side. Another sentry does go down. No, it doesn't. It barely survives. These Stalkers picking off those Marines. He's getting ready to flank on that Siege Tank, but the third Nexus will fall. He needed to take this Nexus out. Having a third fully saturated for Hero this early was going to be a massive, massive problem. Stim is on the way. 5 barracks building. Third command center is almost halfway done. Stalkers and probes coming. He's going to try and fight this. The tank gets a big shot on the probes. And that Siege Tank absolutely hammering those units. The Stalkers do blink on top. He's going to pick up the Marines and try to fly forwards with 4 Marines and a Cyclone. I think his best bet is probably to just hide in the dead space and boost away a bit later on. That's going to force some units to stay at home, which means the counterattack of 6 Stalkers not too scary, especially if you siege another stank. Another stank. Gosh, look at my Protoss bias, calling this a stank. Stanky Siege Tank. I guess Siege Tank? Stank? Actually kind of makes sense. Anyways, if he puts another tank on the high ground, he's got Marauders coming out. Stim and Shields is almost done. Stalkers are going to lose map control very soon, and the lack of mining on that third is very problematic for Hero. That being said, this is Hero, and he's worked his way back from much worse situations in the past. This medevac could drop up here, but I think just boosting north to the corner and escaping is probably the best method. I think he's just going to wait until Hero's distracted elsewhere on the map before he does that, though. Bunker does come up, worried about charge timings. Tech Lab and a second reactor goes up, so 3 Tech Labs, 2 reactors on the barracks, a turret to just kind of limit the mobility of a Warp Prism's potential. Pig stank as a Zerg unit. Is it, though? They're stanky. Colossus does start. Hero, he's only on 3 gas. Can't afford the extended thermal ats. It's like the Observer just died there, did it? Yeah. 4th Nexus goes down for Hero. But he's leaning into the mineral focus here. He does start extended thermal ats. Stalker's trying to harass. He desperately needs to get to 8 gateways. He's only going to 7 right now. Like, he needs to probably go 9 gateways if he's getting a 4th mineral line up. And his main is about to half mine out. These mineral patches all disappear at 8.5 minutes. Watch Hero pull 2 probes at a time, even though these mineral patches are about to run out. You guys know my thoughts on that. Very inefficient. It's a really bad habit that Hero has. He should have just pulled all the probes immediately to the 4th, because now he's going to probably forget to transfer the rest of them for several minutes. Now, Beyond's playing a bit more passive than I thought he would. I thought we'd be seeing a push already from Beyond, guys. He does scan, takes out an Observer, does claim map control, but I feel like he could maybe be actually pushing here. And he's thinking about it, but no, he's moving back defensive. Beyond kind of turtling here. Seeing that 4th base has got to make you want to go. Come on, man. I feel like grab your whole army and push. Honestly, I feel like the Natural's the best target. But it looks like Beyond's going to play a bit cautiously. And caution has been the name of the game of his TVP lately. And that can be good. It can also be bad. +2 attack starts, which means there's no money for a Colossus, no gas. So he starts a Warp Prism there. Only 7 gateways of Zealots being able to warp in here. Army is up here in the north. Hero's Zealot counter comes in, but the Marauders will easily deal with that. Only going to catch 2 or 3 of the Zealots, though. And this army's kind of small. Feels like Beyond took so long to get this army across the map. His reinforcements really far behind. The tanks are not targeting the Colossus. No scans there. Awkward fight for Beyond. I think this was a very awkward fight for Beyond. It's not too terrible for him, but mostly Zealots is what he killed. And he's given up his tanks. It to me feels like it was just a little lackluster. Extended Thermal Lance now kicks in. +1 armor kicks in for Terran as well as a second starport. Feels like Hero's being given a little bit too much time to recover after the early damage. This drop's going to try and go in. Ooh, he baits the blink and then doubles back. Nice move. And this time, gets in, gets the 4th base. Got to pull away though. Doesn't get all the probes, so it's a little annoying, but still a good trade here for Terran. He's going to spread his units out. Just doesn't want the Marines to go into the Colossus. He goes forward. Oh, good hot pickups though. Oh, standing and fighting in front of a Prism and Colossus is always awkward, but I think 8 probe kills overall. You've killed the 4th as well. Your own 4th command center is on the way. As long as Beyond can find the time to make 2-2 upgrades, it's going to be okay. Cyclone and the Marines try to drop there, just keeping Hero distracted, but that will be going down. Of course, +2 armor starts first. Classic Beyond. Please remember to start +2 attack, my man. I think Beyond's got this one looking very confident for him so far. And I always like that after seeing the probe tilt him in the early game. I always think, oh, please don't break. Beyond has these inflection points where sometimes he crumbles under pressure and sometimes he steps up big. It looks like one of these series where he could be stepping up big. +2 kicking in right now. It's a nice little +2 timing. I don't think he's got energy for Guardian Shield just yet. About 10 seconds from it. Colossus taking big damage to the EMP Viking. The Marauder's pulling back between the choke points. I think he's got to lift the command centers and just fight in the open. Does Beyond, but his Vikings are a little far back, and he doesn't have that many Vikings to begin with. The Prism's very exposed. Marines redrop there. He's trying to distract Hero as best he can. Trying to bait some mistakes out of the Protoss. Only 7 medevacs, and they're dry on juice right now. The Colossus poking forward is crazy, man. But the Vikings were a little bit delayed. Medevac finally goes down on the other side. Hero does have a 4th base rebuilt in the south. I'd like to see Beyond just spread his units and go, honestly. I think, yeah, I don't know. The Viking micro needs to be good here. All those Colossus taking big damage. Good hot pickups, though, for Hero. Hero doesn't have any Zealots here. Just why his army is just looking so vulnerable. He's down 55 supply. Marauder's overstimmed, though. Beyond's kind of getting chipped at. That's why I'm saying he might need to just force a big engagement. The Vikings should be good against these Colossus, but if the Stalkers can focus a few of them down, you can see their Hero gets one of the Vikings. All 4 Colossus somehow still alive. Trades another Stalker for another Viking. The Prism Micro has been absolutely delectable, and Hero is doing so much with so little right now, but 2-2 upgrades are getting closer for the Terran. Medevac gets taken down by the Blink forwards. The Disruptor's there, ready to shoot a ball at the retreat, or at least to cover the retreat, I should say. Colossus going down now, though, and I think Beyond taking care of the Colossus should be able to finish the rest of this army off. Great patience for Beyond, man. I thought he was going to get frustrated by the way he was getting chipped away at. But he gets the Prism, does lose a few Vikings. He's going to pull back here once again. He's so respectful of Hero. Doesn't want to overextend. He gets Planetary up on the 4th. 2-2 is now finishing for him, which means he'll retake the upgrade advantage that he had much earlier in this game. The Disruptor gets caught in the open. Nice play. Hero's just got dregs. He just doesn't have any real army. That's going to be GG. As just the numbers that Beyond has built up over the course of this game and the 5,000 resource advantage in the trading will really let themselves be known. Looks like he spotted these Zealots, I think, with the floating factory, perhaps. It's interesting. Splits his army nicely. I think the way those Stalkers were leading him south, he just kind of knew. He knows how Hero works, and indeed, he does take him down. Let's just double check. Did he see something up there? Was it just incredible game sense for Beyond? That was good game sense, wasn't it? So look at this, guys. So he comes down here, and he's kind of like, wait, you're running away. And it's like his instincts kick in. And he kind of no, he saw it. He just saw the Prism. Oh, he saw the Zealot there. He just saw the Zealots. He did see the red dot on the minimap and immediately responded. Really good vision awareness for Beyond to deal with that. GG, well played. Nice game 1 for Beyond in this grand finals. Prism juggling is one of my favorite micro aspects of SC2. Yeah, they added that specifically to try and allow top Protoss players to really differentiate themselves and show cool plays. I think it's kind of cool. I think it's obviously very powerful. Some would say too powerful, but it is just such a good skill differentiator. So I really like that aspect of it a lot. All right, guys, we're going to go into game 2. Let me just play a quick ad break because it's giving me the yellow alert saying it's going to play soon, and I don't know how long these games go. We'll be back in 3 minutes. If you guys are enjoying the day, please consider subbing, tipping, or cheering. Big thanks to Saltylicious, OrcForce4, and the Maestro for the subs, as well as Saltylicious for the $16.90 tip. We really appreciate you. We'll be back with more Best Games Beyond vs. Hero Game 2 coming up in just a moment. So many times it almost never is timed correctly in an actual competitive match. Okay. So he's decided he needs Tempest to pick up Protoss from afar. Baneling's going to go for the clumped up cannon battery. Bit of an Artosis pylon does get taken out. And the Baneling's going to go after that very stacked mineral line. And what I really want is StarCraft to be like this again, guys. I got to say, I don't want this to be balanced for more than a few months. But I want a new patch every 6 months that puts stupid stuff like this in the game. And then 5 months in, we're really sick of it. It's overpowered. It's dumb. And then they remove it. They put new dumb stuff in the game. I mean, wouldn't this just be the dream? I love it. I don't know. At this point, I'm like, screw making it a sport that never changes and never evolves. I'm all on board with this. I used to be like, give us a stable game that never changes for 20 years. These days, I've completely changed camps to just give me fun toilet button, because that is friggin' hilarious. He's going to just try and hold his natural. He might have to pull out of his main. Ling's going into the main. Mass, Ling, Queen, all in. If these bunkers get up, it's game over. Oh, the wall off. The wall off's so sick. MARU. 300 IQ MARU. Double eBay wall off. He knows if he gets these bunkers up, he's fine. Raise the depot as well. Anything you can do to survive. Pull every SCV. Pull every SCV right now, MARU. MARU's pulling every single SCV. The Marines are going to get inside one bunker. The other bunker, they will not be able to get inside. The Queens are unloading. They transfuse. Nice transfuses going down. The Lings doing great damage. There's not enough damage for MARU. The Lings are going to work. It's going to work. Even with that, because he broke the wall off. There's no firepower left. He's into the main. The depot doesn't go up. Oh my god, the gamble. The crazy gamble from Raynor pays off. Oh my lord. What? Wow. GG, well played. The underlying racism that threatens, or worse, to creep into the SC2 GOAT discussion is not cool. Come on, Glackavan. Guys, don't even... Can we just be honest and stop being so politically correct? We all know what people are just fucking... They don't have emotions. They look different to us. They don't speak our language. They're impossible to understand when they try to speak English. They don't speak our language. They don't have emotions. And they're called Finnish people. And we love them anyway. We fucking love them anyway, okay? We love Cyril. We loved Elfie back in the day. We loved Wellmu. They're a bit weird. They're a bit different, but they're fucking great, okay? And they're very good at StarCraft, and we're okay with them, okay? We love our Finnish people. Forward, the medevacs do not get out of there, trying to evacuate, and Clem's out of income. He's just got this little army here. He's going to find the last Protoss base with the last 8 probes on it. There's not enough money to rebuild probes or Nexi right now. He loses every probe, which means... No way! Clem just forced to draw. Clem just forced to draw. There are no probes on this. Oh, no, he has enough money to rebuild. He can rebuild probes. There's still 2 Nexi. If he gets rid of the Nexus, if he gets rid of both Nexus, it's a draw. If it gets rid of both Nexus, he can float his buildings and it's a draw. He needs to get rid of both Nexus though. No, don't get distracted by the army. Clem, this is your only condition. Your army is so much weaker, but he doesn't get the Nexus. If Max keeps the Nexus alive, he can rebuild probes and long distance mine. But if he can't keep the Nexus alive, then he will be dead. Clem knows that. He's only got 1 medevac, and Clem not able to get the draw condition there, and he'll have to tap out now. The off yourself comment, very nice, very high IQ, very original. Abort yourself. Now that's actually impressive. If you could abort yourself, that's impressive. Like, because abort yourself means you need to like go back in time and convince your mom to have an abortion, which is honestly so difficult, messed up, and impressive if you can manage to pull that off. Yeah, that's one that gets you thinking. You should abort yourself for the people, says Tempo Storm. I love how when turn players rage, I immediately just hear their voice kind of become more Artosis-y. Will you abort yourself? They're asking. Days, like, dude, I just methodically wrecked you up. I'll forfeit if you agree to off yourself. I don't know if that's a great offer. I feel like... And read a book. They're like, look. Oh, you have to read the book. I was going to say, how are they going to read their book if they off themselves? Like, what? Oh, look at that. It was a Stargate. It's just hidden. So this is... What? Oh my gosh, jump scare. Sorry guys, I didn't realize once again we'd be looking into the dead eyes of a Terran player up here. He's got bubbles coming out of his head. Is that because he's breathing? Do they think sharks have a blowhole, guys? Why are there bubbles around his... Is it a whale? It's not a whale, it's a shark, right? Wait. Either way. Anyways, let's go back down here, shall we? That was a very committed blink timing. I did not find it. Shin is way up in supply. Max needs to make a heroic effort to survive to Colossus. And the first step is give up the 4th base, pull back, and look for extreme late game efficiency, which is going to be very hard to do. Banelings do get blocked. Wait, do they? Do they? Do they? Banelings! Massive hits in the mineral line. Remember, that was about 20 Banelings, guys. It was a big sacrifice, but it opens things up, and now the Hydras are on top of the base, finishing everything. You need to have a strong elastic in the undies. If you're wearing an older pair of undies, and you're gonna put it on the side, on the hip, obviously you don't put it in the front, or your phone's gonna get dicked, literally, and then you're gonna be like, why does my phone smell like balls? You know, not a cool move, right? Go straight down the back. Problem is then, if you twist suddenly, it could turn on its side and then slide into the crack, which does look like it's one of those like wireless charging ports or something where you just place it into like a crevice. But unfortunately, my asshole does not actually have the power to wirelessly charge my phone yet. I'm working on it, but I haven't quite evolved that ability, so we're still trying to develop that. Remember when Protoss late game was actually 20 Tempest with a few Stormers? Oh, I remember, No Pret. Dude, that's when I loved playing Protoss. And then the Terran would pick up 4 drops and go in your main. And do you remember what we'd do, No Pret? Do you remember? You select your mothership hotkey, you double tap it, and you fucking turn on 8 pylons and turn them into cannons, and all 4 medevacs get shot down, and you go, ooh, how's it feel, Terran player? Eat my fucking balls, you idiot. My 2 supply hero unit just killed 40 supply. Eat a dick. You weren't looking for 2 seconds because my Tempests are fucking giving you 50 attack alerts, making you walk into my storm. Oh, the good old days. They were so fun, man. Being in dire straits, because if Dark can mine the middle bases, which he's mining that left side, he might be able to win. If he keeps denying this, he's been very slow to take the right side base. He still hasn't fully saturated the left and taken the gases. These are both big mistakes, I would argue. But you know what? He's just everywhere. He is everywhere. Shades of Dark versus Maru on Neo Humanity from Masters Coliseum. I know that's an online tournament, not a big LAN. A lot of people forgot it happened. Go back and watch Dark versus Maru on Neo Humanity and watch Dark hit Maru in 17 angles simultaneously and Maru just unable to keep up. This is that game. This is that game again. This is exactly what Dark's specialty is. You give Dark momentum, he has a fat smile on his face. He is flowing into every single opening. And look at this, burrowed Banelings. Oh, please resaturate this mineral line. Thank you very much. Get ranked. And then he reburrows them again. He's going to do it again on the mules that just dropped. Clem watches. He drops 5 mules and the Banelings instantly kill them. I mean, don't... Dark's so fun when he's having fun. Dark put out a tweet a few days ago saying, I think 6 months till his service is done, guys. So just before the very end of the year is when he'll be back. Sorry for the long wait, guys. My bandage is coming off on my leg, and I was like, it's like there's like a little gap in the middle of it where one of the 2 bandages that we've got on top of each other is coming off, but I can't be fucked fixing it now, so I'll just fix it after the stream. But is okay. Is okay. All right, guys, behind the top right side of the map, Hero in the bottom left is going to go for a proxy. This is 1 gate proxy or 2 gate proxy? It's 1 gate into going home. Okay, so this is like going to be like a max packs, right? Like 2, like this is one where you build a gas and then like a second pylon and a cybercore at home, and you build like 2 zealots and a stalker from here, probably. Beyond is not going to be going command center on the low ground just yet. And double gas build probably matches up pretty well against this. It depends on a bunch of variables, of course. Of course, the Max Packs idea here is to build a cybercore. You don't have any units building at home, so you may need to recall a stalker home if the if the Reaper goes straight across the map. But there's a big question. Big question around that. Oh, I don't know, man. I'm so curious to see what happens. Yeah, Zealot starts. You don't really need to chrono just yet, but he will. I guess he wants to chrono 2 Zealots out here. And looking around here with the probe, checking that he's not getting proxied himself. That's interesting. Respecting the fear of the proxy. Pig, what did you do to your leg? Oh, I stacked it. I've been running. I've been doing my big running challenge at the moment, and I was really tired. Didn't eat enough the other day, and was not picking up my feet very much, and I snagged my toe on something, and went head over heels and scraped up both of my palms and my right knee pretty badly. Took the skin off them completely. Not quite a de-gloving. It's not like the muscle came off, but definitely the skin completely came off. Good amount of blood spray, lots of dirt and grass ground into my flesh, which was fun to pick off with tweezers. It's not great. They're healing at the moment, but it has been a pain in the butt, especially like if I game too long as well. You know, I can't really put too much pressure on my palm, but Command Center does get cancelled. That's why you pick your feet up when you're running, guys. I was so close to catching the fall as well, but I was just a bit too far forward by the time I got to there. Oh, dude, he had to cancel the bunker. Oh, was that the right call? I mean, I guess he's got a Cyclone building anyway. Did he Reaper Grenade the Zealot across the wall? Whoops. Whoopsie daisies. Oh, gosh. At least he's done a good job with his SCV micro so far. I think he can pull all these SCVs back. The Marines are trying to fight the Stalker. The Stalker's taking a lot of damage. Meanwhile, the Zealot gets one SCV. Only one? Could have been a lot worse, honestly. Dude, Beyond's microed this really well. The SCVs will go back to repair. Ooh, the Stalker's trapped. The hero recalls the trapped Stalker. That this Cyclone's still going to get the red hit point one. The Zealot will go down as well. You can block with the healthy SCVs because they can tank 2 hits. It's only the 3rd hit that kills them. That was actually really cool. The Beyond handled that very well. That being said, his command center's not started, and there is a Nexus finished for Hero, and he's going to do an all-in. The second barracks tells you he is not going to macro, guys. He's going to make tanks. He's going to make Marines. 3 barracks of Marines. Oh, he's going to make a starport. Okay, so he might just make, like, a medevac out of it. Maybe swap over for a Banshee, but probably just make that. Now, these Stalkers coming in is very dangerous. Beyond is like, where is the gateway? Because he knows the gateway's somewhere out on the map, and he's expecting it to be a little bit closer than that. But, oh, the Cyclone gets caught. Does it? No, it doesn't. Really good micro here by Beyond. Hero as well, splitting his units up. He knows if he can kill the Cyclone, he can run away from the other units, but Cyclone, oh, wow. Beyond gets 2 Stalkers down. Excellent play. Dude, I love how he checked almost everywhere for the gateway, but hats off to Hero putting it so far back. Now Hero's going charge first, not blink, because he knows how urgent the situation is. And it looks like tanks, 3 Marines, and a medevac building. Usually just 1 medevac into Lib is a good way to do it. SCVs are going to come out to repair the Cyclone. Now, the reason Beyond's out here is he wants to deny vision. So Hero, he doesn't know it's 1 base all in. He might suspect, but it's kind of a crazy choice that Beyond's gone for that here. Oof, this is really interesting. What could Hero have done to win that last game? Ooh, I'll analyze that after this one. It's a tough one. He was pretty behind once his third, when his third base got ransacked as bad as it did. I think it comes down to the early game more than anything. Very hard to get back in games like that. Could have gone heavily into disruptors and a 4th gas maybe. Big push here for Beyond, guys. Only 1 tank so far though. Oh, there's the other tank inside that medevac. And charge is not ready, which means he gets a beautiful position on the front. Yes, your gateways are coming out. You got 4 gateway charge coming in. But now you can't warp in because of the pylon going down. And he's going to force the fight already. These units are trapped behind the natural. The probes are forced to pull. Stalkers do come down. Charge does kick in. The SCV is repairing that tank, though, very nicely. The Marines doing okay. The Zealots are doing all right, though. And actually, dude, is this going to be a hold? I think it is. At what cost, though? This is such a weird spot because it's a 1 base all in from Terran. So if you hold, you're meant to win. But you just lost 13 probes. So there is a real possibility right now that you die to the next wave. Because Hero kind of has to probe up. He's not. He's just building Stalkers right now. He doesn't even have blink on the Stalkers. The single Marine drop goes to the back door to distract. Tank on the outside is a real problem. You do not want to lose that siege tank. But I think as Hero, you squeeze a few probes out, right? But Hero's going to try and attack right now. You got 2 base versus 1. He's going to YOLO it. The tanks are on the front. Oh my gosh. He drops the Zealots on the high ground. This is a crazy, crazy choice. This is the sort of choice that makes Hero our favorite Protoss player to watch. He's so unpredictable, so dangerous. He does get both tanks. Viking's going to hunt the Prism down. Don't think he could recall that. Even if he did it now, I think the Viking would clear it. Was it a good trade? Well, he killed the tanks, but I don't know if overall it was a good trade. The good thing for Hero is you can transfer probes and just go full mineral zealot only now, right? This Liberator is kind of an annoying unit though, because you can't really afford many Stalkers, right? You got to leave a Stalker or two at home. I think the dropship with the Marine inside maybe got F2'd back and died. The Observer sees it's a one base all in. Beyond's going to start a command center now. Very delayed, but I think he realizes how crappy the position is for Hero as well. Now, Hero's chronoed a bunch of probes out. He's going to have to go full zealots from here now. He sees the army moving out. I mean, he's got a cut. I'm surprised he probed as much as he did. Lib comes in, gets one probe in a bit of mining time. Stalkers will push it away. He's got to make zealots, and he's got to make them now. Hero sees the move out. It's a pack of Marines, a tank, and a landed Viking. Charge zealots should be good against this, and the Stalker pushes that Lib away, gets massive damage on it. That is excellent. I think Beyond will scan the Observer. He knows he's being watched. He scans it. He's got more tanks, more Marines coming in. The problem is without stim, without shields, and with such a small Marine count, zealots are really good. Pulling back is the right call here for Beyond. Similar worker counts on both sides. What an absolute poop shoot of a game this is. Bit of a shit show. Third Nexus. Interesting. So Hero is realizing, well, can't really go gas. Let's actually take a third, because the main's going to mine out soon. You have a third mineral lineup. You can maintain this zealot production, but you don't have upgrades. Like, you don't have +1. You don't have Blink. Terran doesn't even have stim yet. But the problem now is if you get stuck on zealots, because Beyond's been pushing forward and posturing as if he's about to attack for the last few minutes, Hero doesn't know if he can probe, doesn't know if he can take gases, doesn't know if he can go storm, and shields is done. The Marine count is legitimately scary, because now they can volley down the zealots pretty quickly, especially if they're not in Guardian Shield. When stim kicks in, that's going to get even scarier. This nation does go down to the Viking and the Lib. Prism's going to come in. Nice zealot drop. And I really like Hero trying to go... He's trying to go Robo Bay, interestingly, as well. Zealots trying to fight the SCVs. The SCVs are going to do a bit of micro. Trying to engage this. Beyond, I think, feels like as long as he doesn't die here, it's fine. He's kind of all in on the front anyway. That Lib just shot his own siege tank. Unnecessary, mate. That siege tank massively damaged from his own Lib shot. The Zealots and Stalkers finish it off. Oh, no! Beyond loses all of his units except one siege tank. He still has the Marines and the Vikings, though, which are a very real problem here for Hero. But that was kind of crazy, man. Zealots coming in right now. Zealots are going to try and deal with it. Stalkers from behind as well. But the Zealots just not high enough number to deal with the Marine and the landed Viking down there. The tank is repairing. It finally does die. The Prism does pick up there. Remember, the Viking already went down, so the Prism can kind of dance away from this. Stim is almost ready. The Marines, though, gathering their forces. The single medevac with its healing, very valuable. And I think when Stim comes in, if he gets on this mineral line, that's huge. Not to mention, tank sieging up here is massive. The tank moves right in. And he says, mate, I am in control of your natural. Hero cancelled his third already to try to desperately get some more money. But Beyond doing an excellent job of making this. Oh, he gets the Prism. Yes, the tank goes down, but he gets the Prism. The Immortals taking big damage, as are the Zealots, and those probes coming in a bit too late to the party. Beautiful play here for Beyond, turning a chaotic early game into a 2-0 advantage. I gotta say, just mad props to Beyond for his early game defense at the wall off. The SCVs pulling back one at a time. Reaper Grenades a Zealot inside, but it actually kind of split the damage up for Hero, and it allowed him, that early defense was impeccable. He lost so few SCVs, didn't lose any of his buildings. I was really impressed. GG, well played. Why would he put the tanks on the depots rather than behind them? I think he might... I mean, you could argue it's to bait him in. I think the real reason is probably because he panic sieged one of them. And then he's like, well, I might as well... I don't want to unsiege it in case he jumps on me right now, so I'm just going to leave them here. And they are pretty tanky. It's weird. It looked cool. It did look very cool having the tank sieged and the wall off. But yeah, it was kind of interesting. Should have pulled probes. Yeah, he could have tried to pull probes a bit earlier. It's always hard because they're not very mobile. Usually it's like you kind of wait for Terran to get in your mineral line and then you can do that stuff, but It's tough to pick the moment, isn't it? All right, guys. Beyond in the top left side of the map, Hero in the bottom right. Twitch chat has, I think, nailed that last game. They said, that Liberator shot on the tank baited Hero to overcommit. It was a 300 IQ play. Beyond definitely did it on purpose. I agree, Twitch chat, YouTube chat. You guys are geniuses. You see, I didn't realize. I thought it was a mistake. Beyond, though, much smarter than me, working on an entirely different level. You can see Hero here is trying to speed mine, guys. He's trying to use shift clicks so those workers don't decelerate as much. Obviously, whenever he's doing something else, he doesn't do it as much. His clicks aren't the most accurate with these. I think he could actually shift-click the probe a little bit better, but it's especially these two mineral patches in the middle. You can see because they're further away, it's trying to make the probes be a bit quicker so they don't spend as much time running back and forwards. Whereas on these closer patches, it doesn't really do much because you can see there's like no crossover on this patch anyway. They got to wait. Like they kind of perfectly kind of trade places almost as it is. These middle patches, you can get a little bit of extra minerals from that. This is something I wouldn't advise most players do. Cyril doesn't do it. Greatest player of all time says, if the game ever gets to the point where you have to do that every game, I'm probably quitting. He says, like, if I feel I need to do that to get like 3 extra minerals in the early, I don't know what the number is, right? I don't know if anyone really knows exactly because it kind of depends how well you execute it. But it's a couple of minerals and feels it's a bit silly. Reactor first here. I kind of love it because it's got that kind of old man energy. Like, I ain't gonna do this dumb thing to get 3 extra minerals. This is stupid. This is stupid. Obviously, you only do it in the early game. No one does it past the very beginnings of the game. But Clem, Hero, Max Pax, Rainer, all big fans are doing it to get a little boost. A little boosty boost. All right, so he's going to go reactor into factory. The factory is not even hidden. If that probe moves to the left, he can confirm there's a factory. But since I think he already saw 2 gases, maybe? I don't know. I mean, I think he's probably just assuming it's double gas anyway. It is double Reaper out of that factory with the reactor. I'm actually going to use someone else's observing, guys, since my hand is a little bit sore. I'll swap back to my own camera if needed. Good thing about casting replays of tournament games is there's a bunch of different casters who were casting live and observing, and I can go to any of their camera views. See what they were looking at in the moment. So Beyond goes for the expansion on location, guys. About 2.5 minutes, not the earliest expansion. Building 2 Reapers at a time is, of course, very expensive. With that early reactor first. Twilight Council has started up. Shield battery on the natural as well. It's going to send that early hallucination out to see what Beyond's up to. 2 Reapers are going to come in. Stalker Sentry easily push this back. Widow Mine to open up for Beyond. So a couple Reapers, Alien, and interestingly, you know what Beyond's doing, guys? Look at this. I just immediately go back to my own observing, don't I? Beyond just checking all the corners. He knows he's playing Hero. Hero's a trickster. Hero's a cheeky guy. He just wants to check everything. So he's kind of really making sure there's not some sneakiness going on. Second gateway is nice and early. Blink does start. If you guys really struggle with early pushes in PvT and you play Blink, especially, but any opening, but especially Blink, I would really focus on your second gateway timing. So I actually, with my Oracle build, try to get my second gateway down by 2 minutes 50. But most pros, it'll be more about 3:10, 3 minutes, somewhere around there. Any later than 3:10 on that second gateway, there's a lot of early, like 1 tank, 1 cyclone pushes, bunch of Marines that are very hard to deal with. All right, third next is super early. I mean, it's good for Beyond to see though, right? You know what you're up against. You're like, okay, he's being a greedy D-bag. He's going to try and just take a third, use hallucinations to see if I'm doing an all-in. So do you go super aggressive? Ooh, he fakes the cloak here. Makes interference matrix. He'll cancel that before it finishes, guys. It's actually a Liberator. So Mind Drop, Liberator, Marine Tank Push, classic build. With no Stalkers in position. Wow, so far out of position. Hero finds himself in a little bit of trouble. Beyond should save at least one of these Widow Mines. Thinks about saving both, but realizes he'll take too many hits on the medevac, so he's just going to save the one Widow Mine in the back. Thinks about going back in, but that Widow Mine's already fired, so he realizes he can't. And he's already pushing down the left side. I think setting up an ambush on this ledge is good. It's a little dangerous, though. 2 probes, mining time, distraction is fine. Widow Mine drops are so mid to me. Widow Mine drops are terrible for most players. It's a really good tool for a pro. because they cost a lot of APM, which pros have in abundance, and it's a minimal resource investment that can do big distraction, big scouting. You know, it forces a response, forces the opponent to deal with it for a minimal investment, because APM doesn't cost too much. The reason Widow Mines suck for average Joes so much is it costs a lot of APM, and non-pro gamers are starving for APM, right? We're too slow, so usually when average Joes do Widow Mine drops, if they don't catch the opponent not looking and they don't do big damage, they've wasted a ton of APM while messing their macro up, and they got very limited gains. But look at this, guys. Liberator's going to hit the main. Widow Mine drop will hit the natural. He'll come around this side and probably drop it on the ledge. And this Marine tank army has snuck across the map completely. Hero completely blind here. Army comes out of the fog. Charge is not ready. He's trying to go up to 5 or 6 gateways, but he's not there just yet. Good Stalker micro. Picks off 3 Marines already. But that pylon is exposed. These Zealots are getting hammered right now. Widow Mine drop goes in the natural. There's a Liberator in the main. He blinks in the main to get the Liberator. The Widow Mine goes off, kills 4 probes there. He goes back to mining here as well, but at the third base at the same time. You can see the battery's gone down. He's lost all the Zealots. It's just 4 Stalkers and a Sentry. Beyond's going to push in range, realizing, look, I got to get sieged up before you do this. Interestingly, he didn't rally across the map at all, so he's got nothing guarding his tanks, and that allows the Stalkers to just blink on top, take care of both siege tanks. Hero might be fine here. That Hellion, though, could be a real problem for him. Those Marines are doing nothing. They're damaging units, but nothing else. Unupgraded Marines, not the best. Also, did he just get another Widow Mine shot? Looks like he's about to, getting at least some lost mining time there. 15 probes end up going down. The Hellion felt like killed like 6 of those on its own, which really made that okay for Beyond. Got a 3rd command center and stim on the way as well. And no gas mining for a long time here for Heroes. So Heroes build massively disrupted, but he's on 3 bases and he insta-chronos probes. My instincts tell me Protoss is ahead here. On the other hand, I look at the work account and I'm like, I don't know, Beyond's macro was pretty smooth. Hard to read this situation. He's going 2nd Engineering Bay Armory, but hasn't actually started the +1 attack on the 1st Engineering Bay yet. Beyond's macro is far from perfect. There's all these like little inefficiencies, but compared to most players, when you're handling that sort of 3-pronged pressure for the last minute and a half, I'd say his macro is pretty damn clean. And 1-1 upgrades start at the same time. 3rd command center is finished. He scans an observer. There's another observer directly behind it, almost taunting him, saying, I know you can see me. Come and scan me, big boy. I feel like Hero's trying to bait him here. Yeah, he's 100% trying to bait him. Hero is such a D-bag, man. I love it. He's like, he purposely moves it through the scan and then starts putting it in and out of surveillance mode. Obviously here he wanted to check. Wait, oh, you're moving out? And that time Beyond does get him. And this might be a fake push for Beyond. Shows himself moving towards him. So the last thing Hero sees is an army coming out. And he's like, oh god, okay, Stalkers go out on the left to slow down the push. Zealots go down the right. Little does he know, Beyond's just chilling. Beyond's floating his 3rd out in a moment. He's got 2 tech labs, a reactor, another tech lab and a reactor there. And it's just a very solid play. Scan comes down, sees a 3rd. Doesn't really see too much, just a Zealot. And it is going to be Colossus, Zealot, Stalker, Sentry. Up against Bio. Does Beyond spot this sneaky boy? It's hard to see there. Obviously, he's going to be on lower graphics settings than me, and often players will zoom in and out where it becomes a bit easier to see where that is. Marine gets cleaned up on the left. Another observer goes down. It's costing you a lot of scans, but Beyond does not like being watched. I think Beyond is probably the biggest anti-pervert in this matchup out of all the Terran pros. So good at spotting the observers and gunning them down. He's truly got his own TVP to catch a pervert show. This is a weird push. It's 1 tank and 6 Marauders, guys. I guess there's a few more Marauders and Marines behind. But he catches him so out of position, and these Stalkers are in the open with Bio stimming from behind! Yes, the tank goes down, but he's going to catch a bunch of Stalkers. The Prism's going to fly over the army. This is a mess right now. And I think that's a good mess for Beyond. I think. Hold on. I may have spoken too soon. A lot of Stalkers died. They're very expensive units, which is why if he had Stalkers blinking after this, maybe this would be better for Hero. As it is, he's trying to warp in more Stalkers and Zealots on the front. The Colossus pairs up with those Zealots very well on the charge, but it seems like Beyond still has just a bit too much meat and potatoes behind. A lot of Marauders there. Marauders are the meat and potatoes of this matchup. Good Colossus pickups, but the Immortal gets volleyed down. I thought he'd save that. No, he almost loses the Colossus as well. He's got to juggle these Colossus back, man. Nice Colossus micro. We can dodge a lot of these Marauder projectiles, but with no more Zealots, it's tough. Colossus are there for range chip power. And you know what they need for that? 9 range, plus 2 range only now kicking in after all those fights. They also struggle really hard against Marauders. They do way more damage against Ghosts, Marines, Widow Mines, light units. Against Marauders, they are very much, it's like poking someone in the face. Like, you know, someone pokes you in the forehead, you're like, ah. Doesn't really do real damage, but it's annoying. And that's how Marauders feel when a Colossus is hitting them. If the Colossus has a few attack upgrade advantages over the armor, it's a different story. But that was +1 versus +1 armor, so no real advantage there. Similar work account as the Zealot drop gets inside the main. There's a Viking. It's ledge on the right side, famously annoying. The players always dropping on the high ground and the low ground. But I think Beyond cleans that up pretty well. Sends a few Marine Marauders to the natural as well. Zealot's not shift clicking on those. Does a supply drop and builds 4 depots right now. Beyond haphazard macro, but good enough, I think, considering the distractions he's dealing with and the fact that he killed a Prism. The Colossus are in the open, man. Those Colossus are in the open. This is a mostly Marauder force. The Marauders will struggle to deal with those Zealots. One Colossus goes down. If he could click that Reddit point Colossus, that's going to be worth it for Beyond. He does. The Prism's nowhere to be seen because the Prism just flew into his base and got killed by Vikings. And I think that's a good trade for Beyond because Beyond's got the numbers. He's also got a potential EMP here. Beautiful EMP. The Colossus lose their shields. They retreat to a Widow Mine. Oh, and that is massive. The Ghost pulls back from the Zealots around as well. Beautiful micro for Beyond, babysitting his most valuable unit. And guys, is this going to be Beyond clean sweeping Hero 3-0? You almost never see this. And this was not even Hero playing bad. I didn't look at this and go, look at Hero. He's made so many bad decisions in this series. This was good, solid play for Hero. This is the rare case where you see Hero getting 3-0'd because Beyond is just on fire and just playing more solid and more tight StarCraft than I was expecting. That's just really good play. And like I said, Beyond has been beating Clem a bunch. Recently, he's been getting ahead against Clem, and then Clem hits him in 3 places at once and like out multitasks him and just breaks him down. And then like just when Beyond finally stabilizes and you're like, okay, he's gonna get to the position where he's good, and then DTs come in and another Prism hits his main and another Disruptor hits him from the front. And you can kind of see like the mechanical difference between Beyond's Terran and Clem's Protoss. But he still has been getting ahead against Clem, and before Clem figured out that multitasking, it felt like Beyond was kind of bullying him. Now Beyond bullying Hero as well. I'm very impressed with Beyond's TVP right now. This is awesome to see. All right, guys, I hope you enjoyed that series. If you do want to go the extra mile to support the channel, don't forget to check out my Patreon. Links up on screen as well as down below in the description. We appreciate you guys so very much. A special thanks to Neverless, the Leviathan of the channel, and of course our conductors of the D-Town Express, Peden N, Dragosar, Oko H, and everybody else here on the Wall of Bacon, past, present, and future. Appreciate you all very much from the bottom of my heart. Have a great weekend. Have a great day. We'll catch you next time. Goodbye and good night. Throw a little Patreon outro in there. Don't know why I did it on that series. That's the series where all the Protoss players are like, fucking unfair. Fuck you, pig. People get really angry sometimes when I cast these series, but I think a series like that is very worthwhile casting. I couldn't remember why I'd put that on my list, but I think Beyond 3-0ing Hero is so rare. That must have been why I put it there. I'm quite sure. In hindsight, I'm like, okay, that must have been why I put that. Really good. Was there any really interesting strategy in that series, guys? I'm trying to remember what happened in each game. That was because game 1 was Ruby Rock, where he kind of snuck the Marine. I guess it was a bit of a map control fail for Hero, wasn't it? I think it was a little bit of a map control fail for Hero in a few of those games where the pushers were kind of sneaking across the map. And then White Rabbit was like the really good one base all-in counterattack. Like, that was actually really cool where he kind of did the one base and it was back and forth. Beyond's desperate one base all in versus Hero. Maybe something like that. Yeah. Thank you, Maestro. What's up, big? Impressive multitasking by Beyond. Your crypto donation page is not working. Oh, really? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, let me take a look. Sorry, we haven't used that in a while. Let me take a look. Cryptocurrency tip. Let's take a look. Does 1UP coin still exist? Does it still work? Okay, we might need to swap that out. Okay. says, with recent changes, many users, both new and existing, may no longer receive alerts for their tips. Deposit still made, still goes directly to the Coinbase wallet, but without the notification to us, we're unable to trigger your alerts. As much as I'd love to continue improving, donating, supporting the site, it's become clear things are too one-sided right now. I need to prioritize other projects to generate revenue and a potential for growth. If you'd like to show support, click here. This is a strong wave of demand or support. One Upcoin will remain in its current semi-maintained state for the foreseeable future. Okay. All right. Thank you for the heads up. I did not know that. Because no one's really been crypto donating or trying to, as far as I knew. So I will put down a thing. Look for new crypto donation service. Okay. Thank you very much for the heads up, mate. I didn't know that was a thing. So, is the stream over? No, sorry guys. That's just an outro for the YouTube video. Because today we cast the best games of StarCraft. These all end up on YouTube, so I just like to do little outros here and there occasionally, just to throw in if it, you know, sometimes I'll go like dozen plus casts without doing one. And I'm like, oh, I should mention Patreon exists. Because AdSense is not amazing. I think we're doing MARU Classic next, guys. Let me just check the bracket command. How did I schedule this? Yep. MARU Classic. Okay, another TVP in a row, but don't worry, we've got a whole bunch of Zergs and whatnot coming up. I just want to do more MARU because I like MARU. I'm what we call a simp. Don't know if you guys have heard. Simp, short for simpleton. Someone who sees MARU and goes, ooh, MARU. Get excited. Yeah, no, the stream is not over. We've got many more games today, guys. Foster coin. A Foster's coin, a beer coin? Yeah. US dollars can buy beers here as well, guys. If you wanna support, that's fine, yeah. Curious, roughly what percentage of your tips come in crypto form? Almost none. One time someone gave me an Ethereum back when crypto was going crazy many years ago. We really appreciate that. Like, I don't know, 2021 or something. Was it COVID or something? Whenever, I don't know, at some point, someone gave us a whole Ethereum, which was like fucking insane, right? Other than that, there's been like a few dollars here and there, 50 bucks here. But it's very, very, very rare. It was during a Bronze to GM. Yeah, it was during a Bronze to GM, wasn't it? That person probably just made like 1,000 Ethereum. But usually not many at all. It's very infrequent. You saw Maru nuke an entire Viking army and he just had a somber chuckle. What a boss. Yeah. Dude, he's such a freak. I love Maru. Pig, do you have a rat patoati about what your opponents say when you battle? What? Do you give a rat patatoti? What's a patatoti? So basically saying, do you give a rat's ass? Like, do you give a shit what your opponents say when you battle? Not really. Super Invader said then, you should scroll Goose. Do it for Goose. Okay, maybe that was during the game and I'm not understanding the context of those earlier messages. Oh, it was meant to be Patootie. Right, I getcha. Yeah, makes sense. That makes sense. How you doing, Avex, Vile, Starzerg? Maru vs. Classics coming up in a sec. Excuse me. How's everyone doing? You got way better than my Aussie mate. He tore both of his ACLs while drunk. What? He did both ACLs while drunk? What, did he fall down steps or something? You have to twist. Oh my god, to do your ACLs. Was he trying to do sport or something? I saw a bus recently with destination salt mines in Salzburg. Oh, that's amazing. Evil Blonde. Heading to the salt mines. Have you guys seen the pink salt mine? You guys seen that pink salt mine stuff? Is that real, guys? That they're actually like this big? You see some of these like bits of like, there's like a pillar that's like friggin' pink salt pillar. Like, there's just like gigantic pieces. It's so insane, man. I always love the idea of like there being actual salt mine. Like how crazy is this stuff, right? Just like, this is all just salt. All that pink salt. Does look tasty as. I don't know why. It's just so aesthetically pleasing, right? They go through and they just like dig out these giant salt rocks. It's crazy. Yeah, they make salt lamps out of it. And some of it, I guess they just wash and then we eat it. Comes with some extra nutrients. My friend's dad went skiing and broke both of his wrists. Ooh, that hurts. SBC Monk. Sergio, you know, I was hoping you'd hit the running goal. Oh, no, I'm still running Serenity. We're at 257. Yeah, the knee doesn't matter. It's literally just scraped skin off. It's bad skin scrapes. Like, it's like a fucking open wound on both of my palms, basically. It's pretty gross. I'm still running. I ran 16.8 Ks yesterday. We've got 3 days. Today, tomorrow, the day after. As long as I still get... what do we have? 44, 43, right? It's 43. 43 kilometers divided by 3. 14.3 a day, easy. So we're gonna hit it. I'm fucking done. I want to finish really bad. It's too much time, but it does feel good to hit it. And like I'm feeling really good. Like energy wise and stuff, fitness wise, it is great. As soon as I'm done, I'm gonna go and fucking work out like a mother trucker. I'm just hoping. I don't know what I can do. I can probably do push-ups on my knuckles. I think I'm just going to do a shitload of push-ups on my knuckles. I can do also like 3 or 4 finger pull-ups. I just can't, I don't know if I can full grip it without, actually I can probably still do pull-ups. Just like not the tightest grip. I can do like, I'll still be able to do pull-ups. I definitely can't do dips for a while, so I think I'll be doing pull-ups, probably push-ups. I don't know. Maybe I'll go to the gym. I think I could probably fit a bar without it getting onto the palm too much. We'll see how we go. But yeah, we can still, just because I've definitely been doing a bit less calisthenics than I normally do, so I should try to up that a lot once we're done the 30-day challenge to make sure I don't, you know, do the thing where you just become a long distance runner and your body just basically adapts and you just become zero muscle, pure skinny. I mean, it's not zero muscle, but like, you know, your body basically becomes as small as possible because it's like you're sending your body signals when you run an insane amount and you don't like lift much, where your body's like, okay, we need to like, this muscle is wasting, like it's actually fucking useless weight that's pissing us off. Wait, when did Maru start? No, even Maru's given into the dark side. Far out. Ah, what is this? GG's. Alright, guys. We've got Maru in the bottom right side of the map. Classic in the top left. It's the GSL Round of 8 Group A. Classic in the top left. Maru in the bottom right, guys. I'm not going to lie. I just watched a few seconds of this replay before we started recording, and I'm upset. I'm really upset because Maru Classic's a fantastic match. What I love about Maru, he's an old man. He's a strategy master. He's a player who surely would not devolve into speed mining. Oh, no. He's joined the young Zoomers. Okay, on the positive side, as much as I hate watching people spam individual shift clicks to make their workers mine like 2% faster here in the middle, like he was just doing, the fact that he's doing something like that, that's quite APM intensive in the early game for very marginal gains, does indicate that his wrists are better than ever. We've already talked about how he's at a clinic at the moment, physio sort of clinic, doing exercises and therapy and all sorts of things, and treatments that a whole bunch of professional athletes use, and apparently it's been giving him the best results he's ever had after years of floundering with his shoulder injury. So his, yeah, maybe he's, I mean, the fact that he was speed mining a little bit at the start there, something Cyril even refuses to do because he can't be bothered. Kind of awesome to see Maru with a new attention to detail and the speed to keep it up as well. Chat says speed mining is really good for the 2-1-1. I mean, it just gets you a couple more minerals. Any build order, it just makes that a little bit tighter. I think as a Terran, honestly, I feel like I'd care the most. It does help no matter what, especially if you're doing like a 15-15 with Zerg. Any of these builds where you just need every mineral you can get at the start for it to really pop off, which is kind of most StarCraft builds, but especially certain ones like 15-15 for Zerg, 2-1-1. For a Protoss player, if you're doing like one of these no scout gas first builds, it just allows your opening to be insanely greedy. Tapped over there as well. Reaper's going to be moving across this map, guys. It is a factory, so 1-max expand, no SCV scout. Kind of risky opening against some of the modern Protoss players. Classic, though, is famous for being very defensive, and what I'm looking for in this series is, can Classic play against his image? Because Maru and Clem have both been punishing Classic They're basically saying, you are not scary with Blink Stalkers. You are way too defensive, and I can be greedy as heck against you. And I wonder if he's got some way of going against that image, because so many Terrans are just getting away with murder when they're playing against Classic, and they just don't build tanks. They sometimes skip the bunker as well. They get 3 barracks out with stim and shields so early after whatever their opening harassment is. And if he just sits at home, he gets punished. So I think Classic is kind of being pushed here to broaden his playstyle. I have seen him mix in 1 or 2 4-gate blinks. But, you know, it's so funny to see the way people play against Hero, very safe, and against Classic, so risky. And you kind of see how you can optimize for a certain playstyle, but I think staying unpredictable is the best. And that's why Hero's ability to swap between extreme greed and aggression is what makes him so hard to play against. Good micro here for Classic. Just getting a few hits off without taking too much damage. Shades away, no damage in fact for now. Trying to escape the Reaper. Reaper's going to try to hunt him down, but misses him. Classic gladly escapes here. Should have already shaded though. A little slow on the shade. And he will take a bit of damage, but shouldn't die. Oh, famous last words. Banshee cloak on the way behind this. No sentry as far as I know. Yeah, no sentry. And it's going to be a 3-gate blink robo with a wall off. 1 Stalker ventures forward. But the Reaper skips and slips by. Second Stalker moves out to the left. We'll get a few hits on the Reaper. Reaper should turn around and run away. Now, Maru sees no third Nexus just yet. Doesn't tell him too much. And he's going third gas. Ooh, he wants to be building tanks non-stop from here, as well as Banshees. And then still have a bit of gas extra going to stim and shields a bit later. Why would you build the Templar at the Twilight in the wall? To get the wall off as quickly as possible. Doesn't care about hiding it. It's a very standard tech structure. So Classics, quite a few people have been doing this recently, and I think they just like having that really early wall off so they can plug it with a single unit against, say, 2 Reapers and a Hellion or anything like that. He did Probe Scout, so he knew it was a 1-Rex expand early, so feels completely unnecessary if you ask me. I don't like it. I don't like it, but I'm not going to hate on it. I'm not going to be like, oh, he's so dumb for doing this. I would not do it. I don't really like having wall-offs against Terran in general. I really feel like they can backfire. Oh, the Prism barely missed the Banshee up there. Cloak's done, guys. Banshee's going to come in. There is an Observer, but it's moving out right now. The Stalkers are moving out as well. Classic has to react quickly. This Banshee... Ooh, it's going to do some big damage, man. 5 minutes and 15 seconds. It's a very early Banshee. A lot of players hit a little bit later than this, but Maru went straight for it. I think he studied Classic's openings and kind of knew, hey, this is something he's not always prepared for. Going to grab 2 or 3 more probes before getting to the corner. Could grab even more. 8 probes? 9? Ooh, he stays too long. And he will lose the Banshee. Probably could have just hid that in the corner 1 or 2 probes earlier. 9 probes is still excellent for the first Banshee. Prism's coming in right now with a Stalker drop. Stalker drop's very low impact. Tanks are incredibly safe here. So Maru respecting that Classic has been switching his playstyle up. And it's kind of cool to see this shift. Classic knows he's got to be more aggressive. He goes 3-gate blink this time, which is a more aggressive build order. Not as safe as his 2-gate builds that he tends to do. But Maru knows about it. He's prepared as well, and you can see how quickly these players adapt. There's these mini metas that develop between top pros. Now, Classic should probably be chronoing probes, in my opinion. After taking that economic damage, the fact that he's down on workers or barely even is not good for him. Trying to micro his Stalker drop in, wanted to drop it on the tank, but has to pull away. Doesn't lose many hit points on the Prism itself. Now, remember, a Banshee died, and yet there's still 2 available. A lot of players will not rebuild 2 Banshees. But good positioning. 2 Stalkers and Knobs in the main. 4 Stalkers, 2 Sentries here. And I think this should be good for Classic if he responds quickly. And the Banshees fly into him. So very nice response. Ooh, he tries to siege up the Observer to get that Banshee. Not quite able to. He's got a soft Stalker contained. Third Command Center goes down for Maru. Stim Shields +1. All almost finished. Medevacs are coming in. I would not be surprised if that bunker gets sold and the bio gathers up and pushes out here in the next few seconds. Forge and Robobay, as well as extra gateways on the way for Protoss, as Protoss goes up to 8 gateways here, 2 transforms, that's 6 warp gates, 7th and 8th building. Ooh, he's going to blink in. It's a cute move. 2 Marauders pop out immediately. Stalkers can only pick off 1 Marauder. Prison needs to get out, and he will lose 1 before having to head home. Charge is ready, but there's no Colossus just yet, and this is such a scary Terran army. He doesn't end up recalling the Stalkers. The Stalkers, I feel like, should be home by now. Classic's going to try and micro this. Good pullback with the Marauder. Oh, the Classic Stalker's going down, and oh, he completely missed the army. He completely missed the army. The Robo in the wall-off goes down. I absolutely hate Robos in the natural. I've always talked about it. I much prefer the Robo in the main. A lot of pros like it in the natural because then the Colossus gets to the fight quicker. But just as often, I feel like it does end up getting sniped down. The Zealots jump on top. The Widow Mines do massive damage. Yes, the tanks are gone, but that cost the entire Zealot army. Banshee's coming in with Cloak as well. And Maru is going to trounce Classic here in the winners match of GSL round of 8 Group A. Really stunningly decisive damage. I would have liked to see Classic Chrono Probes a little bit earlier after the initial damage. But if you skip the sentry and someone rushes Cloak that early, you're always going to struggle to defend it. It is what it is. Maru has been using so much Cloak Banshee over the last year, and he continues to find success with it. All easy. How you doing, Feastamix? Getting some French in the chat. I love it. I like to read that as all easy when you guys type it. I know that's not how you say it, but it kind of fits. You're like, that was so easy. That was all easy. Easy, bro. Easy. All easy. Protoss players, all easy. Such noobs. Shift SCV Imba Re, says Loud Taser. What's Shift SCV? Which bit was Shift SCV Imba? You mean like repair? Hey Pig, I just watched a video from yesterday. I think I watched your live stream. Is this match after your video? The Pigcast video from yesterday? Is this match after your video? You're talking about the Pigcasts match. Maru versus Classic. That's from RSL. The TVP late game madness match came out 1 day ago. Late game madness TVP. That was from RSL season 5, guys. This match here. So I'm not sure when RSL season 5 was, but if I click the description there, I can click the Wikipedia for that. Spoil myself on the rest of RSL in the process, which is fine. Are they doing more RSL tonight, by the way? Yes, they are. So there's going to be more RSL tonight. And then it's going to continue. Spread out over like the next two weeks. Okay, it's going to be 2 more weeks until RSL finishes. Yeah, so that would have been group stage. That would have been on the May the 2nd. That would have been 2 weeks ago that game was played between Classic and Maru. Whereas this game today, what we're casting right now is Kung Fu Cup 6, which is... Almost always I'm casting things chronologically. This is actually an older one I've been sitting on. No, so we're not casting Kung Fu Cup 6, we're casting GSL right now. Sorry, the previous match was an older one that I've been sitting on and hadn't cast, where Beyond 3-0. That was the rare case. That was actually from the very end of last month, which was 2.5 weeks ago. GSL, this was Group A. This was 10 days ago. So this was 4 days after that RSL group, this particular match. Yeah. Sorry, it took me a while to get around to casting this one. We just had a bunch of other cool games to cast last week. So I was like, oh, we'll just get to it. Appreciate you watching on the YouTube as well, dude. Hey, thank you. Thank you, RSA with the sub, as well as Maestro. Guys, oh, sorry, I do need to pause the content just for one moment, guys. This is what we call a enforced sellout segment. This happens when I look at our support and we see that in the last 2 hours of commentary, we've had 1 Prime Gaming sub from Aris. We have to say thank you to Aris. Thank you to the people who did sub earlier in the stream. We also need to say, please give me money if you want to watch more StarCraft streams, guys. We will get to the content momentarily. Let's say we want to watch some. Oh, let's watch some Sour Sweet, one of my favorite DayZ content creators. Let's say we wanted to give him a sub, guys. We can click here, subscribe, and we're gonna go. Ooh, $9 Australian. That's too much. Oh, fuck that. Let's click this button here. What's this? Get a monthly free sub with Prime. Click sign up. And if you already have Amazon Prime, you can link your account here. I can't. Like, I've linked it, but mine doesn't actually have Amazon Prime right now. And you get a free sub. So what you can do after you do that is you can just click subscribe with Prime Gaming. You have to use it every month. It will give you the same subs, same sub perks as a normal one, which means ad-free experience, instant rewind. There is instant rewind on Twitch now, access to replay packs, access to emotes, and I get the same money as a normal stream. You can do this for Sire as well if you like watching Protoss players rage, which we all do. You know, you could sub to whoever you want. You don't have to give it to me. I would appreciate it if you do, but please make sure you're using those. If you don't have Amazon Prime, maybe you can drop a few dollars. You can sub, you can tip, you can share. Usually the best way you can support the channel is being like Anchor there and dropping $10. Thank you very much, Anchor. Bring us up to $26 today. We really appreciate it. $26.90, I should say. Does ruin the 69, but honestly, I like to think there's a multiplication symbol. 2 times 69 is beautiful because then you got two 69s interacting. And if you think about a 6 and a 9, a 6 is a 9, but upside down, and they're kind of just going at each other. But what if you took 2 6s and 2 9s? That's what I call a double team bonanza. So thank you very much, Anchor. Guys, slap your bacon down and say a big thank you to Anchor, who is part of the reason we are able to continue this stream. Big thank you to Anchor for allowing these sponsorships to go by throwing out some dollary dues. Thank you, Zenyatta, as well with the 4-month resub. Did you name that account after Overwatch or before? Would love to know. We'll be back in a second, but I have to turn my camera off because Twitch said they'll ban me if I pull my bacon out on stream ever again. Let me just unzip it 1 second. Hot diddly damn! Thank you very much, Anka. For those who don't know, Anka Pinainen lives near Pornainen, Finland, where Sarah lives, and has a last name that is almost that, which is incredible. That's Lies Pig. 6 isn't an upside down 9. 9 is an upside down 6, mate. Is chicken or an egg situation, mate. And if you're from Australia, everything here is upside down. So, you know, get wrecked. It's upside down, down is up. Like, no matter what, you can't win that argument, right? Because oh, no, it's opposite day. Oh, man, be this. That's oral torture, says Hotfix. Oh, really? Torture? What's torturous about it? Just hearing the sweet sound of salty bacon? You got a problem with bacon, brother? What's wrong with you, man? Thank you, Anchor. Appreciate you hanging out in the YouTube chat. Appreciate you. Alright, guys, Maru in the top left side of the map. In the bottom right side, we got Classic, who's doing a very unclassic strategy. He's going to go forward with the first probe, build a pylon, send it to harass, and then send another probe out to build a gateway. Meanwhile, Maru is doing a Macarax. He's going to hide a barracks, pretending he's proxying it. Is he doing a 1-1-1? This looks like a 1-1-1 all-in. I think Maru wants to build a reactor here, factory here, and then go for a marine tank all-in. Oh my. I think. I don't know for sure, but it feels that way. Second gateway proxy against this. I think this is a build order win for Classic, guys. Because assuming Maru does what I think he does, these Marines are just separated from the base, and I just don't think you can ever join them up with your tanks and cyclones unless the barracks goes unscouted. But then how do you ever get Marines back to the high? I think you're just dead. I think you're just dead as Maru. Now, he might go Marine or Reaper first to kill the probe and then do whatever he's planning to. He's going to proxy the factory as well, is he? Well, that's not good. Ooh. Remember, he has an all-in where he proxies them down here and he pushes from the ledge and kills your Cybercore and Gateway there. He's done this to a few people recently. And he is going to build the factory over here. Well, he's dead. 2 Gate Zealot Stalker's just going to push up his ramp and kill him. Unfortunate matchup of builds for Maru. Good matchup of builds for Classic. And like I said, Classic's been way too defensive recently. It is good to see him be a bit more aggressive. It didn't work out in game 1. It was kind of like a conservative 3-gate wall-off blink, you know, into that. But now in this game, he gets right up in Maru's face. Stalker number 1 on the way. Starts another Zealot. He did not mine enough gas. Oh, you're meant to put guys on gas much earlier. He messed up his build. Classic is really not a cheeser at heart these days, is he? He used to be like a bit of a cheeser. He'd mix it up. These days, you could tell he was waiting for the gas. He realized, wait, I don't have any gas. Just queues up another Zealot. He should have put 3 workers on this gas the moment it was up with this build. I know it's kind of tough to do that with how much minerals you need for the 2-gate, but you need a lot of gas off of one geyser to get multiple Stalkers out. You can see he's only building 1 at a time. Finally gets that 3rd Stalker started. But it's a Widow Mine and nothing else. Maru has 1 Reaper and no other fighting units. He scouts no natural. He sees some Zealots and Stalkers walk up his ramp, and he very well might just tap out, because this is absolutely game over. He took a blind gamble with his build, as did Classic. Classic followed up with his scout, of course, after committing to the pylon. And now Maru is pretty dead. Starts a tech lab over there. He's got 1 Marine, 1 Reaper, and he's about to be supply blocked. Stalker Zealot goes in the worker line. The Marine, which is 50% of his firepower, gets 1 shot by the Stalkers. Well, 2 shot, I should say. The SCVs are going to try to surround. Zealots do fight pretty well against SCVs. And yeah, the SCVs do surround, which is kind of cute. Does need to take care of the Reaper. That's the vast majority of the damage output here for Maru. The Stalker gets bounced, but you can always go hide behind the minerals here. And the SCVs can't really surround you there very well. Already, this is so much damage, so little mining going on right now. You got to realize 900 minerals a minute, every second this continues, is a disaster for Maru. You can't have all your SCVs off the line for this long. It's so bad. The Stalkers do get surrounded and they suck at kind of killing things here, which is hilarious. And this Stalker's going to die to the Widow Mine. At least he gets revenge with that Stalker. But the Cyclone will manage to salvage. Dude, if Maru brings this game back, the Marine kills that Stalker, the Cyclone's going to kill this one. What in the world? Did we just lose 6 Stalkers? We did. Oh my god. I mean, he's lost so much mining. He's got 18 workers. Surely Maru's still dead. He's going to go Cloaked Banshee? He's thinking about it. And he's like, nah, I need to build more units. He's got so little gas, though. It's a Robo and another Gateway. There's still no Nexus for Classic, so it's a one-base war. He scouts the proxy over here with the single Marine drop. I am shocked that Maru didn't just GG. I can almost guarantee you Beyond just taps out. But Maru's like, yeah, people screw up against me, man. I hang in there. Like Beyond, not Beyond. Maru just makes people work for it. There's no such thing as an easy victory against guys like Maru, and it's part of what builds their image, makes them so effective. Classic realizes, okay, if I get rid of this factory over here, that's going to be huge. Medevac in the open. Maru does boost away at the last second. He's got a Cyclone. It is damaged, and a bunker with 1 Marine inside. Nicely done. Single Marine over here is going to, I guess, scout the proxy. I think he's checking for Dark Shrine, is he? I can't afford to build detection. Like, he has to kind of know there's a Dark Templar coming if he wants to actually make detection. 23 workers against 24. Classic starts the Nexus. Maru's just going to see if he can work his way back into this game. He will do a 1-base all-in. You can see no command center. Says, you know what? Maybe Classic gets a bit too greedy here. It's possible. Dude, if he wins with a 1-base all-in in this game, I'll be so upset for Classic. As good as Maru is, if you're as good as Classic, you're not meant to lose this matchup of build orders. You're just not meant to. And that's something that, this is how pro gamers talk. They will absolutely, he would say the same thing. If he loses it, he will be devastated. Dude, I love this little mushroom grove down here next to this big bit of metal sticking out of the ground. 4 Stalker drops excellent. It's really nice. He sees extra barracks, doesn't see extra command center. Could pick up that Stalker at any moment. Of course, he didn't want to at first because you need 4 Stalkers to 1-shot. Good medevac pick up on the Cyclone. Does get pushed away. 2 SCVs, bit of chip damage, not too bad. Command center does start for Maru. Only after pumping these units for a while. Charge and Mortals on the way for Classic. And Dark Shrine starts. Dark Shrine cancels. So why did he cancel that? Did he see the Raven, guys? Well, he definitely sees it now, so it was a good call. Might have already seen it. Another barracks goes down, hey? Okay. Wait, didn't he already have a third barracks building? Am I crazy? Ooh, medevac goes down. Nice move there for Classic. I thought he already had a third barracks building, but I guess it was just the 2. Now he's got the engineering bay there. And the command center. Does Classic feel confident getting a third nexus? Looks like the answer is yes. This probe moves over. The big advantage is both your main bases are going to mine out in very soon. In fact, Classic, even at 7.5 minutes, has already lost this mineral patch. These ones are about to run out. This one's getting low. So that third base opens up new mineral patches to mine from. Maru, of course, in a similar situation. For him, it's just going to be getting to the natural. She's still not mining from. He's just now transferred. He should be dropping a mule in the main on that patch before lifting, but he lifts straight away. It's fine. There is a shield battery building for Classic. Seems kind of unnecessary, but I guess he's a bit traumatized from Banshees, isn't he? The Banshees. Good little mini wall off. Might buy him a second here. 3 tanks going to put out a lot of firepower, but not much answer to the Zealots. Siege tanks need to focus the units that aren't Zealots. The Marines here struggling. They're trying to pull back. They're worried about the Archon, but it's a fake. And the Immortal's going to take care of those siege tanks. Classic with an excellent push here. Charge Zealots against those Marines just before Stim and +1 comes in. Well, not just before, but well before +1 comes in. A little before Stim comes in. And that's going to be a really nice timing. Classic can probe behind this, add splash damage, or just continue to commit to Zealots and finish him off. And indeed, being the safe player that he is, Classic will add Templar Archives and transfer onwards. Maru is hibachi, says chat. What's a hibachi? Is it an anime thing? Hibachi. Maru just coping, some would say. I think for Maru, this is annoying as opponent, though. It's just like, you haven't killed me. Is he going to get force fielded? If he doesn't watch out, Classic will trap those Marines. He'll have to quickly pick them up. I like that he scares him back and then goes for the drop. Classic does not see that drop going over there. How do you not GG from now? Well, what does it cost Maru to stay in the game? He could already be thinking about the next game, his strategy. And there's a lot of players who get way too tense when they play StarCraft. But if you can effortlessly just play from behind and make your opponent work to finish you off, it can give you a good oomph. It builds your aura as well. And when you've made as many epic comebacks as Maru have over the years, worth always trying for it. That Templar's looking exposed. Maru gets a few probes. The probe's trying to fight. He gets the High Templar. Nice. Very cute. Raven's going to come in as well for some auto turret harassment. Of course, mining only on one base, guys, at 10 minutes. Not the best. It's kind of like in 2026 having your country have an economy based off of, like, I don't know, harvesting mud. You know, it's like we are the world's #1 exporter of mud and mud-related mineral deposits or something. Like, you're like, what technology do you use to excavate them? You're like, our people have very strong hands that they use to scoop the mud. And you're like, okay, I don't know if this is going to work against the guy who's got all of these upgrades in tech, 3 bases. This mud scooping Terran against Storm is now in there. Blink is coming in. Forge to fill these gaps in the defenses. Mad respect for that Mud Wizard. We all know the Mud Wizard clip, guys. But I don't know if you can base an economy on such foul magics. Good Storm. Good second Storm. Maru, gotta pull out of those storms. Gotta leave. You gotta leave, bro. He's trying to get damage. He's just gonna GG, isn't he? Yeah, okay, I'm like, Maru at this point is like, I am so dead. What am I doing? Classic does win game 2. Bukak P. Blue Pakak P? Are you trying to say Bukaki, Super Invader? Blue Pakak P? What are you talking about? It's just the way the guy says it in the meme, but sure. From a mad cow? Emotional damage. What are we talking about? I'm so confused. Twitch chat's just saying words right now. They're all I'm an airport here. They're just fucking planes, ideas, jokes flying over my head right now. I'm like, wow, what the fuck's happening, man? We'll be back in a sec, guys. Quick outbreak. I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. Brought to you by the U.S. Air Force. Bombing harder than MARU in an international land. Yeah, there could be some good opportunities for promo if there are. Oh god, with that infestor, he's got to be so careful, mate. Don't follow the army, Rainer! Rainer! Oh, he does pop up. Fungal parasitic bomb! Oh, that's big! That's big! The medevacs are getting blasted, but the bio pulls behind the mineral line pretty effectively. Is it enough to keep it all alive? 2 medevacs save a few of the ghosts. A bunch of SCVs and bio do go down. Liberators coming in to try to save the day. The Hydras do take out one of those Liberators, but I think they should pull back now, as I think this push is probably over. Oh, he's continuing. Rainer's horny right now. He wants to get in there. He wants to rip this Terran apart. I think maybe chasing a bit further than he needed to, though. A lot more Hydras did go down there. That cost him a lot of money. And fight him they will. Oh my god, 5, 4, 3, storms everywhere, 2, 1, the shade finishes, the storms are there, and Ilias with the storm adept shade combo steals the point. Nick teleports in after the fight's over. Nick teleports after the fight's over. He's like, guys, are we fighting for the point? Are we fighting for the point? Dude, I mean, you defended your economy. You're still on 83 probes. I feel like Jizzard's way ahead. Oh, Hungry Ultras. Hungry Ultras is playing his favorite game called punching children in the face as they walk past him on their way to school. Oh, my lord. Guys, and this just tells... Okay, the Protoss government finally sends some people to intervene. You just imagine now this makes sense. And how do we not win the game with this attack? How do we not just win the game right now? Did we just build around it? We just built around of drones. We're waiting for Hydra upgrades. And we're attacking around a corner. No. Oh my god. This looks like you're the AI in the tower defense. That just goes, you know, when a tower defense where they like maze around the lane, or like a maze tower defense. What are we doing? If you're gonna do this attack, move down and then move in together. Not around. This is like the most extreme corner I've ever seen an army attack move around. Oh, no. And then we clicked our whole army on the tank. No. No. We were lucky the roaches came in from behind and got a tank kill. We just A-move. Just A-move. Just A-move. Stop microing. No. 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 Shout out, guys. Look at this. Oh, look, I'm watching Twitch. Maybe I want to go watch Comeback TV because I'm like, Pig's commentary is stupid. Petite penis commentary. Petite penis, pig, couchon, ugly, petite penis, fromage penis, so tiny. So maybe we want to support these guys, right? Because that's how they commentate all the games. You click the resub button there, but you're like, I don't want to pay $9 Australian for a subscription. That's messed up. But wait a second. I have Amazon Prime. I can click this button, get a monthly free sub with Prime Gaming. Click the sign up button right there, and it takes you, so you can connect your Amazon account. Once you've done that once, it's always connected. I don't have a Prime membership, so it doesn't work. And then you can just subscribe with, it'll give you the option to subscribe with Prime. You can use it once a month. It will not auto renew. People go, oh, why doesn't it auto renew? If I come over from YouTube, map controllers, whoever holds the leash of the intern that rotates maps once a year. And we are back. What's up? Pig, 1v1 this 2013 Plat-Unk. 2013 Plat-Unk. You mean you haven't been laddered? You haven't laddered since 2013, Chewbacca? Get back on the ladder, brother. Get back on the ladder. Unfortunately, we're doing the best games of StarCraft today. Or fortunately. So, not going to disrespect the 500 people watching by randomly hopping off in the middle of a series to play you. Though I appreciate the offer. If you guys do want to play me, throw money at my way when I'm not doing scheduled stream content like this, and you never know. We might be able to hook you up with a brutal murdering. We might you know, garrote you a little, maybe impale you on a spike, hang you on the city walls, that sort of thing. Should be fun. Thanks for hanging, guys. Is Chewbacca your uncle? I think Chewbacca is everyone's uncle. We all have a little bit of Wookiee in us, don't we? In Star Wars, it's a lot like Neanderthals today, where like there's quite a lot of people who have like a few % Neanderthal DNA. So like a lot of us actually have a few percent Wookiee DNA in the Star Wars universe, you know. Someone got freaky with it. Someone had a furry thing going on. All right, guys. Classic in the bottom right. He's gone for an immediate probe yet again. This is so odd to see Classic playing like hero and sending an immediate probe across the map. I think he's kind of like, look, Maru's got some cheeky proxies, some tricks up his sleeve. I'm going to go for this. Now, I wonder if Classic ever does this into a Nexus before Cybercore, because I love that opening. I think if you're going to do this, you always delay the barracks. You can see it's already placed a bit differently. Sometimes they lift it off before even building the Reaper. Usually not. Usually it's still an early Reaper. But you're distracting their build, disrupting them a little bit. And I feel like the extra layer of greed of going Nexus before Cybercore afterwards just adds a very foul and frustrating sort of level to it, which Terran players really do find very annoying. And if they don't go Reaper, you don't get punished at all. Even if they do go Reaper with a bit of probe micro, usually you're fine. But he forgot to go... No, he just went Cybercore before Nexus. Yeah, it is what it is. Probe rotating around. Trying to see what he can do. Command Center only now has minerals, but notice the probe still got a good amount of hit points, so he's actually going to delay this a good 5 seconds, maybe longer. Hey, Classic doing his best hero impersonation. Very well done. Second gas goes down, Cybercore's on the way. Of course, this was a single gas opening. Barracks will most likely lift off after this Reaper and then build a reactor. Or does he go Marine first? Okay, I'll build the Marine first. Just keeping it standard. No real adjustments from a normal build. He's already building the factory here, so factory and starport can create a wall off. The tank behind it later against any blinks into the main. People in chat are talking about Tides of Darkness. We were listening to the Warcraft 2 soundtrack the other day. It's one of my favorites to just jam a ladder session to, you know? Get in there and just have that nostalgic soundtrack. Beyond the Dark Portal, though, that's when Blizzard started going downhill. Adding heroes to my strategy game, how dare they? How dare they? Simping for Ilaria broke RTS. We didn't know it at the time. That was the beginning of what would become Warcraft 3 and then Dota. Silly MOBA games. Yucky, yucky, yucky. Obviously, I am kidding, guys. Big thank you to Chewbacca, by the way. Appreciate your tip watching live. Thank you so much. So far, pretty conservative, guys. Twilight Council in the wall off again. Reaper will come in and see it. There is an opening on the right side of that Twilight Council. I don't think that was intended. Dep's going to come forward. He really is doing a hero impersonation. Because a Stalker can't fit through that, but like Reapers and Adepts and stuff, like very small units can. So I don't think Hellions can fit through there either. So he's probably going to want to build a pylon or something, or a gateway later to make that walled off. Not that wall offs are the most important thing against Terran. The Adept does go in, does end up falling. Didn't get the SCV. It's going to be a Robo and a third gate. Very conservative for Classic and Maru. Are we going to go Banshee again? No, we are not. Going to be a Raven and a second barracks. Now, how greedy does he feel he can get away with? This game's a bit more standard. Does he think after game one, can he skimp on the siege tanks this game? Maybe just build one tank and then swap the barracks over? Does he still build 2 or 3 siege tanks and really respect Classic's ability to go aggressive? It is game 3 here in the GSL. It's the winner's match as well, so very important match. Touch me again and you'll pull back a stump. That was an actual Ilaria voice line if you spam clicked it. There was a lot of funny voice lines. Was it the grunt in Warcraft 3? He's like, stop touching me! Stop touching me there! I'm not that... Me not that kind of orc! I'm just like, oh my. I do miss the kinky RTS lines. Third Nexus and a pylon does go down. Raven's going to go towards the main base. This is not a crazy fast third, but it's pretty well timed. I see a Viking, 4 Marines building. Oh, Classic! All over it, man. Classic looking good right now. And there's a second tank building, guys. So pretty safe play here for Maru. He's not cutting any corners, and yet this is the defensive Classic. This is the sort of Classic who's probing, making forge, making charge, and Maru's not taking advantage of it. So what we were talking about at the start of this series where players have started taking advantage of Classic for this sort of defensive nature where he gets out 4 or 5 Blink Stalkers and then just sits at home macroing like a beast. Well, guess what? Classic played much more aggressive game 1 and game 2. And now in game 3, he gets away with this. And not only that, look at this. Oh, that sucks for Maru. He's going to lose it. I mean, it's at least trapped there. The Stalker could have picked it off, but he's kind of stuck here. You can leave a Stalker patrolling on both sides. He's never getting out of there. The Observer's even hunting for it. Like, Classic shutting down the Raven. Very well played. Colossus has started up. A few more gateways coming in, so it's going to be 8-gate Colossus charge. Maru, Stim's almost done. Shields is on the way. He hasn't started the 3rd command center, so he's going to be pushing forward. Extended Thermal Lance will not be ready when he gets to the other side of the map, but it won't be far away. Especially if Maru is just now unsieging. Can Classic buy time for that extended Thermal Lance? Not to mention his 2nd Colossus will probably be starting up soon, so... And Maru's... Oh, he's SCV pulling? Oh, he's going all in! The Observer sees it, though! The Observer sees it! Oh, this is not the most elegant of all-ins for Maru. The Observer sees it, and Classic, he immediately plonks down 2 batteries there on the 3rd. I think the Natural might actually be the target, though. But he can always retreat to those shield batteries. He's got to get out here and slow this push down. But his army's in the wrong position. Classic, you're meant to be down here, buddy! Or is he purposely going to hit him from the side and then try and cut off the reinforce? It's kind of a cute way of doing it. The Zealots do go way too far forward, but he's trying to make him siege really far away. And look at that. Gets a bunch of SCVs, forces the siege. He rotates back. I'd love to see Zealots go cut off the counterattack, but he wants to win the fight right here. If he could cut off the rally, though. Dude, the Colossus are murdering! Absolutely massive damage, but the auto turret's actually tanking a few Colossus hits. The Colossus need to clear these Marines. Oh no, the Colossus in the open, but the shield batteries are there. One more Zealot warping could change everything. That Colossus in the south is going to go down. This is an incredibly close game. Maru, I always feel like things aren't going his way, and then he just finds these ways to clutch it. But the Bio's pretty heavily damaged. It is starting to heal up. The Stalker Zealot finally gets on that rally of Terran units, but he saves a few of them, gets back. Here comes the probe pull. The tanks are in the open. The Widow Mines! Watch out for the Widow Mines. All the probes go down, but Classic does successfully snipe the tanks. Maru, of course, dives, though, clears the Colossus, and says, I think that's okay. As long as I get rid of the Colossus, you don't really have much going on. It's a few Stalkers, a few Zealots. I got to pack a medevac Stimbo. He stims again. He doesn't want to let the Robo survive. These probes are going to recall to the 3rd base. That's an incredibly cute move for Classic. Is there hope here for Classic against this amount of bio? I don't think so. I feel like Maru is so good at just... It's the game state does not matter when Maru always knows how and where to find victory. And it feels like you've got the best, most experienced players in the world who need to have such a detailed understanding of an extremely rare situation to actually get him out of the game. He always puts you in a situation, where the Widow Mines just killed every probe. He puts you in a situation where it's a very awkward and unfamiliar chaotic situation, and just nobody knows exactly how to adapt. They don't fumble a lot. They fumble a little, and that's all you need. The slightest fumble, and Maru's back in the game, all over you. It was a vicious SCV pull. It got spotted moving out of the base. Classic had all the time in the world to prepare. And it just did not matter. Maru is an absolute monster. Takes the series 2-1. Hell. Well, if you guys enjoy Maru just not caring about, how normal Terran players lose StarCraft games, and you want to see more of that action, you could support the Patreon if you feel like it. You don't need to. You could just watch the games for free anyway. But if you feel like you could support the Patreon, click the button on the screen to check out the unique perks you can get a handle of. And of course, a big thanks to everyone who is watching who's already part of the Patreon and is listed here on the Wall of Bacon. And massive thanks to Neverless, our Leviathan, as well as our 3 conductors of the D-Town Express, Pete and N, Dragosar, Oko H, as well as everybody else here on the Wall of Bacon. Thank you so much for your support. We'll see you guys in the next video. Goodbye and good night. You can't click the screen. That's only going to happen in post. That's a YouTube outro, that is. We've got more games coming up, of course, guys, for anyone who's wondering. That was my Classic. Now we have... Oh, do we have Town? I think we're doing Shin versus Zaun now, guys. Got some more Zerg after a few TVPs in a row. Sorry about that. I know you guys, the Zergs are frothing. Where my Zerg? Thingy, on my Zerg. And I know, I feel the same. I cast 2 series without Zerg. I also get very frustrated. I need Zerg in my life. Where's me fucking Zerg at? Shin's just been awesome in every tournament over the last like month. JSL. It's so sick. Shin always goes quiet, like, is Shin washed? And then he's like, no, I win everything now. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. Yeah, GSL, I think his RSL run has also been pretty good. I'm trying to remember. He's in the playoffs, right? Scrolls down, bracket, RSL. Yes, though his last match not so good, but overall, Shin looking pretty good. Yeah. And to be fair, to not spoil it, but the player he was playing against, you're not understandable. I like the smell of probe in the morning. Wait, what? That's not how that. No. It's burnt probe in the morning, isn't it? You're just like, I like the smell of probe in the morning. And I'm like, what? Guy just likes machinery. Thank you so much, Chewbacca. Says 1v1. I owe you. Kick my ass in front of 500 people sometime. Nice. Will do, mate. Appreciate you, Chewbacca. Doesn't the human peasant say, help, help, I'm being repressed? Something like that. Yeah, there's some good lines. The old lines are so good. Yes, me lord. More work? It's great. They're just, stop poking me. Yeah, there's some good lines in there. Work. The best one I always love is the work Warcraft song. Yeah, this made me really happy. I don't know. Song Rihanna Warcraft.
Work. See me do me da.
I already get copyrighted if I play any more of that. But if you guys want to listen to the whole thing, the whole 20-second remix there, one of my favorite remixes, the Rihanna Warcraft 3 Peon remix, a fantastic piece of art from 9 years ago. Absolute art. Check it out. I love it. I love it. Oh yeah, you got to turn the audio off after that. Sorry, I should have just used Chrome for that rather than desktop to make sure I didn't leave it on. Thank you. Good catch. All right, guys. We are going into GSL Group B. Down in the bottom left side, Shin in the top right, and Shin says, oh, you're going to block my expansion. Okay, buddy. That's fine. I will go hatchery block you. Sends a drone across the map reactively after seeing this probe. Does it get there in time? I think it does. And does he go pool first? No, he's going to go hatchery first in the back. Hatchery block here. Nice. I like this decision. Is this the hatchery he wanted to take? Was it his first choice? No. But going to make the best of a bad situation. This is, of course, the round of 8 Group B. Zaun coming in as one of the Protoss players that is capable of some of the most amazing games you've ever seen. But consistency is always something that's a little touch and go with Zaun. I think it often comes down to his read on his opponent and his expectations. If he can kind of predict what you're going to do in a series, I think Zaun's one of the best in the world. But if you catch him off guard, sometimes a bit hard for him to do it. And look at that. He pulled 3 probes, changed his mind, decided, you know what, let's not. Let's just go 2 probes. Which tells me he's going to drop a second gate, a cyber core, and that second pylon. Ooh, maybe not, actually. He goes cyber core, second pylon, and he's just going to chrono 2 zealots out to clear it. Okay, and he goes second gas. Oh, right. Took a little while to make that decision, but not too bad. Second pylon being the first part allows him to immediately build a second zealot. Ooh, this is going to be really interesting to see how this plays. He's also continuing to deny entirely a mineral patch in the main of Shin. just off of his APM. Zaun, very good multitasking. To do that while adapting your build order at home is quite impressive. And Shin just drops a third hatchery at the front. His greed knows no bounds. 4 hatcheries before 2 minutes, guys. Including the one he starts with. Obviously, one of them blocking the Protoss. There's going to be a lot of pressure on Zaun with his Stargate, which is about to go down in this main. Or is he going to build it on the natural, maybe? Yeah. His Stargate goes down at a normal timing. And he's got Adepts a bit earlier than normal. But look at this. The drone cancels, rotates around. There's no minerals. Seeing the Stargate in the second gas, Shin's drone can run home through this mineral patch if he wants, or hang around. And he's just going to try and make sure he's solid against the 2 Zealot Adept counter pressure. So he does have to build a whole bunch of Zerglings here. He's actually mined a lot of gas. I think he should pull off gas right now, transfer to this base. And the advantage of this setup is because he's taking this base in the back, like you got to go through the main base creep to get to the natural. So the Adept Zealot pressure is nowhere near as scary as it normally is. Ooh, does miss the chance to get an attack off there, does Zaun. Shin's still getting a full scout to see if it's a Void Ray or an Oracle. Which is important because he's got 2 Overlords on this side of the map. So if it's a Void Ray, you want to run those away the moment you see a Void Ray start up. Queen's going to move down here. Second Queen is on the way as well. She's a little bit later, the second Queen. This Queen needs to run away. Can't stand and fight those Zealots. 14 Zerglings is a lot of Zerglings. And Shin is going to trap these Zealots up here. You can see the Zealots trying to free themselves from the clutches, but that's a really good move. Now, the Adepts are a little bit ahead, but with the Zerglings and 1 Queen there, committing to the Shade would be ludicrous. All right, first Oracle's on the way. Drone still hiding in the back, can go back for a scout whenever he feels like it. And these Adepts here, trying to hunt the Zerglings. They get 1. They do Shade away. Spores are already building here, and there's going to be Void Ray after Oracle, which is actually going to be really good with multiple Overlords on this side of the map. Second gateway finally comes down in the wall off. Nexus is almost there. It's a 5-worker advantage for Zerg. That's continuing to grow. With 3 hatcheries up, this feels like a big advantage for Shin. I say feels like because these games can get really scrappy. Evo Chamber would have been nice there. Zaun missing a drone in the open. He must have gone home to macro there because that was right underneath the Oracle. Must have just clicked it away, looked at home, dropped some chronos on his probes, built some more of those. Void Ray is going to come out, grab this Overlord, but I don't think he knows about the Overlord in his back door. You guys want to play the viewer tournament, by the way? Last weekend of the month, Saturday or Sunday morning if you're in Australia, Oceania, Asia. It's Sunday morning, otherwise it's the Saturday, last one of the month. If you guys want a link, it's always on Discord, as well as ! viewer tournament in my stream chat. Even when I'm offline, as long as you're on my Twitch chat, that will give you the link. Zerglings come in, do the drone still here. He checks, he sees no gases. The gases now go down, he's not able to get it, and he's like, what's going on? Little does he realize. Zaun's actually expanded to the front base, and then he can take the 4th behind. That's actually a really cute expansion pattern. Shin sees it now. Okay, so Shin sees it. Lair is on the way. Second gas there as well. Oracle comes in, gets 2 drones. We'll pull back. Sorry to plug a viewer tournament in the middle of a cast. We just like to do that. Let people know it's open at all skill levels, and it's a Swiss format, which means no one gets eliminated. You're just competing for score, and you'll always get matched with people with the same score as you, so naturally shuffles people towards equally skilled matches. We always have a bunch of brand new players playing those, so the more brand new players, the better, because it means there's more other brand new players for them to match up against. So brand new, old, returning players, players who haven't played in years, players who never made it past Silver League, all encouraged, as well as people even at really high level. Ooh, Fleet Beacon second Stargate. Wait, did the Overlord see it? Oh, he saw it! That Overlord came in from the back door, sees the 2 Stargate play. Oh, Zaun's in trouble, man. Well, that's pretty much GG. This is like a good surprise tactic sometimes. In this case, I think you're building carrier cannon here. I don't know what else you could build. Like, I guess Tempest can eventually pick off stuff. But yeah, Spire's already on the way. I don't know, man. Zaun has just committed to the most expensive tech in the game. Fleet Beacon second Stargate. He's in terrible position right now. Adepts shove forwards. Lings could immediately kill those very easily. Goes after the Shades. Nice cancel. Chance to escape here. Due to Shin just being a little slow to react. Stasis Trap only got 1 drone on this side. That's why he was distracted, of course. The Adept micro is good. Really good micro by Zaun. Gets these Adepts back. Has a Tempest building. Just 1, but like, you've got no good units as Zaun. Oracle, not good at fighting. Void Ray, not good at fighting anything except Corruptors. But there's going to be so many Corruptors, they're going to outnumber you. He's going to go Twilight, and he's going to go 6 gas. So I think his plan here is to just go Charge, Zealot, Storm, and like pivot into a more well-rounded army and not really commit too hard. Get like a couple Tempests to stop a Hydra push, but actually focus on the ground. And that's like, it's a decent idea, but like good luck getting there. Because these Banelings are going to roll in, blow up the Zealot, try and roll into that mineral line. There's no Bane speed. Drones are building. Only 67 workers. It's kind of odd, yeah, to send these Banes in alone. If he had 20 Zerglings behind it, maybe. With the cannon and the battery coming up and the Void Ray there, he's decided, you know what? Let's not bother. Let's get Corruptors right now, says Shin. Overseer goes in, does go down. Sees the Tempests, and the Corruptors with +1 air weapons will be very nice. Now, of course, Shin's going to start transferring some workers over to this 4th base. 5th base as well would be very nice. Templar Archives and those 4 more gateways coming in. Sounds like, just give me a minute, honey. Just give me a minute. Let me make Storm, Zealots, Archons, and then I'll just keep these Tempests hidden in the back. They'll be useful much later in the game, but not really too much now. Storm started. 4th Nexus would be great, but it's hard for Zaun to afford that right now. And yes, guys, Zaun does often call the Zerg he's playing against Honey. You know? So just give me a minute, honey. I'll get it done. The Zerg's job is basically to like nag the Protoss player and try to catch them not ready. You haven't unloaded your 4th base yet. The 4th base is the dishwasher in this scenario, in case you didn't know. So I was about to do it. Oh, it's a bit of a dangerous dive. It's not that many Corruptors. I don't know about this. That's not good. 2 Corruptors for nothing. Gets a bit of damage on the units, but the shield battery's a bit too good there with the cannon support. The worker count's still not that big for Shin, and he's looking to swap Hydras. I don't know. I feel like Shin should just be going Ultras. I think if you go straight Hive here and a 5th base, like you could go 85 drone Ultra Lingbane Corruptor, the easiest way of beating Skytoss. I don't think there's anything Zaun could do. As it is, the Tempests force him to break the stream. He's going to go for it. No Ling speed, though. Storms should be really good against these Lings and Banes. Some of the cannons get taken down. There's not many Storms left. The Corruptors eat a massive Storm. But there's just too much Zerg. It might not matter. It might not matter. The Archon gets a few good hits off. He clears the air army, and he swaps into Hydras. Hydras are decent. I don't think Hydras are terrible here. They're probably not the best. But with no Storms banked up, it looks like a desperate all-in counterattack. Hydras are exactly what you need here. Obviously, this was a mess of a game, guys. Zaun going for Fleet Beacon, having it immediately scouted is the worst case scenario. Banes. Hydras should be coming out. Where are they? They're coming out of that main and natural really far away from the front. Finally, they are getting there. The Lings get on top. One of the High Templars goes down. It was the only High Templar with a Storm available. Oh me, oh my. The Corruptors can go wee-wee at the same time as well. These Archons are running away. These guys all getting cleaned up. Corruptors fly through the main. There's a cannon and a few Stalkers there, so he might not be able to do the wee-wee on the Nexus that he was looking for, but keeping the Corruptors alive is good enough. It's a good defense. He loses 12 drones. Does Shin? Shin still... Oh, he does have a 5th base going up now. I was going to say, does he still not have a 5th? But he's into Hydra Bane, back up to 74 workers. He's re-droned. It feels like this is just unnecessarily competitive because of Shin's reticence to go Hive. Or to go all in. Like, I kind of wish he was like lower economy all in with the Ling Bane earlier. Or if he was committing harder to Hive Tech. That is a lot of Corruptors to trade for a Nexus. Because those Corruptors were so damaged. That was, he just threw away about 10 Corruptors there. Am I exaggerating, guys? At least 8, right? He just lost a lot of Corruptors for a Nexus. And it instantly rebuilds. Cost for cost, that's a really bad trade. And it means reinvesting in Tempests or Carriers is actually viable. Especially with +1 weapons done. Bane speed and +1 range only now making. I kind of feel like Shin is in a game state that he doesn't have a lot of experience in. And he's kind of not playing... Like, Shin's normally so assertive and aggressive. And it feels like he's going back to like the most middle-of-the-road Hydraling Bane style that I think numbers-wise should still work to overwhelm. But it's closer in supply than it should be. And this seems like the sort of situation where a Zerg is like, well, I'm winning, so let's just play safe. But like... There's such a thing as playing way too safe and way too conservative. Like, +1 range is not a big game changer. Bane speed is so late. And Protoss is on 4 base with a decent amount of Storm. I think Zaun really should have 2 more High Templar gathering energy. That's what I'd be most critical of right now. I think he needs a lot more Storms, because that's the only way you're going to hold off this avalanche of Zerg. Like, more Cannon Battery is also great, and I love that he's spreading them out, but Storms are kind of everything here. Stasis Trap on this space is a really good idea, by the way. So you can just, if Ling Bane runs in and gets frozen, it actually force fields your ramp without you even needing to look at it. Here comes the push, guys. Shin with a massive, massive surround. Baneling speed kicking in right now. +1, 5 seconds away. Shin clumps too much. He needs to respread. He's going to respread now. The stasis traps, though. Shin's going to go for it, guys. There is a Zealot counter distracting him, though, making it difficult. Oh, good Storms on that right side. The High Templar dropping some really nice juicies all over this Zerg army. 1 or 2 of the High Templar, I think, got sniped down, but dude, Zaun with a beautiful fighting retreat. And as I said, Shin gave him a lot of time to bank up Storms and prepare here. Still quite a few Hydras left, and massive Storm on his own army. Oh my lord, Zaun, calm down, bro. Eats a lot of Storm damage there unnecessarily, but a hold is a hold. And now you're in late game on 5 bases Protoss against a Zerg who just lost mining on his 5th. Shin here going to Hydras. A huge strategic mistake, and I think it's going to lose in this game. That's really unfortunate. To let that slip away after scouting the Stargate and the Fleet Beacon, Shin is going to be kicking himself. This is the sort of game where Zergs rage after this game. He had no business losing this game, but there was that massive window where it's like, he went for a Corruptiling Bane timing with no Bane speed. I don't know if he just forgot Bane speed or what. It felt really awkward when he went for that timing. Likewise, I think the Corruptors could have flown around this backside and actually peed on this Nexus earlier when the Tempests were defending up here at about the 9-minute mark. Like around the, just leading up to this Lingbane Corruptor timing he did. He does lose a ton of Corruptors to clear the Tempests and Void Rays. I still think that's an okay trade, but the 5th base was just so late. He was a little slow to drone during this whole period where he had map dominance anyway. And I don't know, it felt to me like it was like, you guys let me know if I'm wrong, but I feel like if you are ever ahead of a Protoss player who you know is going Skytoss, Ultra Corruptor is a very easy way to overwhelm it. If you're behind, if they've got a good setup and a good situation and they can add Immortals and Archons and lots of Storm, it's not great. To me, this felt like an easy pivot into Ultras. I think the initial Lingbane Corruptor timing is good, but Hydras feels like a completely illogical and nonsense choice. Obviously, well, if I overcommit to an attack and then they counter and I've only got Lingbane to defend and I don't have Ultras up yet, that's potentially problematic. But even then, I don't know, man. If we weren't throwing our army away so willy-nilly and not having Bane speed as well, like not having Bane speed either for the attack or for the defense of the counter felt very awkward. And it's like, if you're playing Massling Bane, that just pivots so well into Ultras. And I'm umming and ahhing here because I'm thinking about this in real time, guys. So I really want to hear your thoughts as well in your analyses, but it just feels like Shin here going for a Lingbane Corruptor timing with +1 air weapons. It's an odd build, and I would criticize him for his Corruptors being so clumped. I would spread the Corruptors out a bit more to come in with a bit more of a spread so they don't eat Storms quite as badly. But I do think Hydras are unnecessary to defend the counterattack. I think if you're heading high here, your Ultra Cavalry can come up soon. I do think you can defend the counter with pure Lingbane if you have Baneling speed and you actually surround the army. But this just felt like an awkward trade. A lot of the Zerglings were just chilling in the back for a while there. And then he lets these 3 Archons finish morphing. I don't know. It feels like you could have just had more Banelings to blow up the Adepts. And the Zerglings actually come in straight away. And you could have killed at least 1 Archon. And then these Archons would be already pretty much surrounded by the time they finish morphing. And it's like, it's game over here. This feels like this timing could have been done better. And then the follow-up to Hydras just didn't make a lot of sense. Felt a bit awkward to me. I've thrown thousands of games doing things that don't make sense against Skytoss plays and hybrid Skytoss ground plays. So it's not like I'm saying Shin is bad or he's stupid. I'm saying this is a weird game state where you've scouted Skytoss, but then Zaun's kind of pivoted straight back into ground, realizing, oh no, I've been scouted. You're going to hard counter the Skytoss. And he went for what was a Hail Mary play, but he pulled it off. So hats off to Zaun for pulling off a pivot back into ground. Great cannon battery. And I actually love this Nexus placement because this ramp is terrible to attack. And if he had to worry about getting attacked in 2 or 3 places, I think Zaun 100% dies. But the fact that he was able to just defend and pull back into this one little choke point was integral to him holding. So let's give mad props to Zaun. That was a very impressive comeback. Do you think Pig knows that the Holy Squid is there? The Holy Squid? These guys are the Holy Squid, are they? Oh, the Holy Hand Grenade, the Holy Squid? Yeah. Shin straight up fed into him. Shin's definitely stupid. Should have played like a smart person. He might have won that game. Nice. Armor unit's good against Airtos. Yep. You need Roach to meat shield for the Hydra or Infestors. No, not really. Not in these. This is too late in the game. Roaches are an early game unit, mid game unit. Hydraling Bane's an okay comp. It's just Hydras are like Roaches. It's way past the point where you want to be building Roaches, but it's also past the point where you want to be building Hydras. It's too late in the game. Storm's already up. Your opponent's on 4 base. You're not really going to get enough done with the Hydras. So yeah. Defensive tempers are for lames. Should play like hero instead. Heck yeah. Anka says, I got to try to convince my wife stacking beer and snacks and going to my brother's place to play SC2 all night is a good idea again. I was ready last time, but it got rescheduled. It's always a good idea. Yeah. Beer, snacks, and StarCraft all night. Friggin' do it, dude. No, I am the... Oh, you're the Holy Squid. What's up, Holy Squid? Oh, you just, like, talk about yourself in the third person? I hear cool people do that. I had lunch with a guy the other day and we had a good chat, and he also talked about himself in the third person. Well, I say we had like we didn't really have. He was having lunch. I was waiting at the traffic light, and he was eating lunch out of the garbage bin that was right there, and he was talking about himself in the third person as well. So maybe like a cousin of yours or something. Holy Squid, hey, just it's cool behavioral pattern. People talk about themselves in that third person. You know they're a cool guy. Drinking and playing StarCraft is a depressing experience. Oh, not when you're playing with your buddies. If you're both drinking, it's good. You don't want to be just getting drunk and queuing into ladder. You can have a beer. A little bit of tipsy ladder can be fun just for a few games where you hop on it, but you got to go in there like, I'm going to build battle cruisers every game. Like it's kind of like you got to have a bit of a challenge in mind. It's not about winning. If you're drinking and queuing ladder, purely trying to get wins, there is something very wrong with your mental. Like you need to sort your shit out. Bob says Bob finds that funny. Thank you, Bob guy. All right, guys. Shit in the bottom left side of the map with an extractor trick. Zaun in the top right. Zaun with an impressive comeback in that last game. Shin's going to be kicking himself, but Shin has been very good at StarCraft recently. He's here in the round of 8 of GSL. I do not expect him to just go down without a fight. And the fact that Zaun was in such a bad position is... You know, like you've got to take the wins and give yourself props. And Shin played 8 minutes of fantastic StarCraft, at least 6-7 minutes, before Zaun kind of, I think, tricked him a little bit. I think he got a bit confused. Like, what are you doing? I think he got a bit confused about what Zaun was doing, because Zaun wasn't really doing an optimal path. Zaun had been scouted and had to go off into this weird path. I'm going to do this very late Storm Zealot Archon transition and try to survive. And it didn't quite work out for Shin. Somehow worked out for Zaun. Hatchery into pool before gas. Hello. Who the heck goes pool before gas? This guy. He's Shin-tastic, as are his builds. For those who don't know, guys, Shin actually comes from the famous Shin family in Korea who created Shin Ramen. Probably the greatest, well, one of the, definitely top 3 in my instant noodles. My wife's a massive fan. I'm a little bit more of an Indomie mee goreng fan. You guys let me know in the comments what your favorite instant noodle is. I am trolling, by the way. His fam, I'm pretty sure Shin's a pretty common name in Korea. I don't think it's actually them. Sorry, I just realized I'm like, I sometimes do this thing where I just kind of make stuff up and then I, forget to actually clarify. And then later people are like telling other people in the community stuff. And I'm like, oh, I was doing a lie. I'm sorry. I thought it was, sometimes I think it's I didn't even have a joke for it. I just felt like making stuff up. I'm sorry, guys. I'm a habitual liar. Shin Ramen is really good though. But I do like my Indomie mee goreng. Shin Hee-byom is Shin's name. It's his human name, by the way. He was Ragnarok for many years But yeah, changed his name to Shin to reflect his human name. Probe's going to pull away. Stargate is there. Pig, is it true that you heard someone speaking in the third person and eating trash? Yes. Did it happen the other day? No. Has it happened before? At some point in my life? Yes. Not recently. Drone's going to move out. He's going to have to take the left hatchery, which is much further away. And oh, is Zhao going to block it? Run, drone. Run like your life depends on it. Place the hatchery. Oh, he's not placed the hatchery. Oh, he wants this one, actually. He goes down there with 4 zones, so he does get this hatchery up. That was a fake drone on the left. That drone was tricking him. It's a trickster drone. I don't know if pulling all the drones away is worth it. Oh, it's definitely not. Would have been way better to just spore crawl a trick the first drone, because once you pull them, guys, it's really hard to click the weak drone. So he loses 3 drones. Massive mistake for Shin. It's much easier to just click a drone here and pull it away. Once you click them all together, they all stack on top, and then you have to use the wireframe down the bottom to pick the yellow hit point one out and then quickly tell it to build a spore, which is just much harder because you have to kind of click down the bottom, then click over here to build a spore crawler to save it. 3 drones go down. An excellent start for Zaun. Disrupts the third base. Yes, it gets down in the position he wanted, but with a delay. Zaun's feeling really confident in his gameplay today, isn't he? Zergling's coming forward. Big, there's a new Shin ramen purple package with tom yum. That stuff is hot. Ooh, nice. It's funny because my wife doesn't like the little dehydrated vegetables they give in the packets. So she used to throw them out. And I was like, what are you doing? There's like dried mushrooms in there. Dried mushrooms, like pure MSG flavor. Hold on, Oracle. Oracle does clean up the Zerglings. Good moves by Zaun, but the first Oracle doesn't do damage on the other side. So I feel like Shin gets a bit more control now. Pushes that Oracle back. Anyway, I made her save them. And then there was like 15 packets of the vegetables left. And then I put them all in a single thing of Shin ramen. It was sick. It was awesome. It was a little ridiculous. It was 15 instant ramen packets worth of dried mushrooms and like spring onions and stuff. The dehydrated ones. And it was like the tastiest bowl of Shin ramen I've ever had. It was great. All right, battery does go up on the third. This Overlord's trying to hide. Pokes in for the gas scout. We'll go back to the dead space. Yeah, I think Shin's done a really good job of recovering after that kind of dodgy start to this game. He's got the Roach Warren almost finished, so very safe Roach Warren timing. The only problem is lately we've had a few players get stuck on Roach Baneling. And Roachling Bane's good if the Protoss attacks into you. Zaun's incredibly good in the late game. He does hit a lot of timing attacks, but he doesn't have to. Ooh, okay. Well, Probe's transferring right in front of that. These Lings are going to get in. Oracles are out on the map. This battery goes up a little bit late. And he lets the Zerglings in. Oh, that was... He put 2 buildings down that did not wall off that base. Uh-oh. Shin's Link counter getting in. These Adepts are going to derp in at the same time as he struggles to deal with the multitasking. Look at that hold position. Stalker's not very quick to deal with this. The Probe's getting massacred. He should have pulled the Probes away. Zaun! Don't fight with the Probes. Youchies. Then again, lots of drones going down on the other side as well. This is an absolute poop shoot of an early game where both sides are taking damage. If the Oracles could find a wave of damage now, it would be all worth it for Zaun. But if the Oracles are pushed back, which they are, then Shin comes out on top. Because Shin's got a few Roaches for follow-up safety. He's got Lings for map control. Zaun is trying to re-chrono Probes on his bases. This Probe should absolutely change its rally point back to this one. Nothing worse than transferring workers from your main to your third and then rallying them back from the third up to the main just a minute later because you've lost a bunch. Hydra then goes down. Roach Hydra, classic timing attack. In my opinion, one of the worst timing attacks. Only good if it catches a Protoss by surprise. And I guess it's decent on this map because there's wide open areas to spread your units out. And if you can catch him going for a 4th base, maybe you can spread your units out and just surround. But I always feel like the Roach Hydra timing these days, with how quickly people macro up, it hits a little too late. Especially against Psystorm. We'll see how it works out. Still obviously capable. Wow, these Zerglings getting real damage done here, man. 2 Stalkers for a couple Lings? That's insane. A few Roaches, no Ravagers, no Zerglings on the defense. Roaches suck against Stalkers, for those who don't know. Once you have Roach speed, it's a little bit better. But slow Roaches against Blink Stalkers is... It's a vast tech difference that the Stalkers with good control can just outrange them, out-starter step them, and blink back when they get in trouble. Alright, Oracle's trying to move away. Oracle's going to the left side. Storm is on the way right now. Charge as well. 6 gateways are up. Roaches and Lings moving to the right side of the map. So it's 3 base Storm off Stalkers. This is where Roach Hydra really struggles. Because if you don't have a lot of drones on this 4th, like you're just sitting at 70 workers making Roach Hydra, you kind of rely on Zaun moving into the open here and giving you an angle to fight. Now that being said, Zaun does not know this is an all-in. This kind of looks like a Muta build. Has he seen the Hydra Den? He saw the Evo chamber, which is a sign of kind of macro ground play, but he hasn't seen the actual Hydras. Really good job of hiding those in the back. I would be worried about mutas if I was Zaun. And you can see he's built a cannon in each mineral line. He's very worried about mutas. He's building a 4th Nexus. I like the way Shin's playing mind games on him right now. Shin's got his 2nd Hydra upgrade and +1 range about to come in. He's going to spring across this map. So, of course, Zaun's just like, okay, what is happening in this game? Trying to rotate around to defend this 4th. Your bases are very spread out here on White Rabbit. Infestation goes down. So, Roach Hydra should move across now. He's got to go. Shin needs to go. Shin needs to move. He's wasting time. Storm is done. He's got to go. He's wasting a lot of time right now, pretending he's playing mutas, but if he doesn't move out, I'm worried. He's going to let this base get established. The cannons and batteries are coming up. Only 4 High Templar. Zaun is one of these 4 High Templar guys. I love 6 personally myself. He's going to have a few less storms. Oh, the Hydra's get an Oracle. Do they get a second? No, they do not. But his whole army's going to come around. He's going to loop around. Oh, he's going to encircle this base. Oh my god, he's going to encircle him. He's going to encircle him, guys. He's going to hit him from 3 sides. It's going to be a 270. Oh my god, it's a 270. Oh, huge surround comes in. Good luck storming in 3 different directions. Massive angle, and he can bait the storms and then pull out of them. Huge angle here. I think you got to give up this 4th base, Zaun. Zaun trying to defend this 4th like his life depends on it, but he's going to get overwhelmed, man. He's used all of his storms, and like I said, 4 High Templar, not enough storms. He's going to blink to the south, but he's got no more storms to cover it. So, okay, 1 storm coming in. 1 storm comes in right now. Can he land a big one? He does land a decent storm, but the High Templar, the other one with energy, gets focused down. Only 1 Archon able to morph in time. The Stalker's getting overrun, and Shin. Dude, I thought he was wasting weight. I was like, you gotta go. Shin's like, no. Let's let him get fully committed to the 4th base, and then we're just gonna come around on all sides. That was really cool. Very well played. Ooh. If you add 1 egg yolk, a teaspoon of mayo, a flavor packet, mix it all a bit in the boiling water before adding the rest of the water. Delicious, creamy ramen soup. Oh, with the instant ramen, Mistborn? Oh, that's cool. A little bit of mayo, egg yolk, and then just the normal flavor pack. Wow, very cool. Stalker Blink onto the High Templar to body block the Zergin surround was cool. Yeah, he did a few good moves, did Zaun, but hard position. You kind of just got to go back to 3 base and defend the easier choke points, which feels bad, but is totally valid. 3 base against a 70 drone Protoss is totally fine. It's not even a problem, but often players feel like in the heat of the moment, it's just they can't do that, you know? Alright guys, game 3 to decide it all on 10,000 feet, the map of people that have a certain predilection towards the feet. What is this? What is this? What is this? Shin, what is this? Are you about to build are you doing a 14 gas, 14 pool? Oh, Shin is such a degenerate. I love it. Dude, this is the sort of build that I play against guys on the ladder and I immediately question their IQ. I'm like, this guy's so stupid. What is this dumb build? And then I see Shin do it and I'm like, my god, this guy's a genius. He's so smart. Look at this. He's pretending to expand so the probe doesn't come into scout. Oh my lord. It's a tricky build, man. And he's gonna go hatchery as well. Is this a Ling Flood drone? He's gonna build a hatchery and mine the minerals. This is the backdoor Ling Flood. It's the backdoor Ling Flood. Oh, I think this build on paper should totally suck. Because Protoss players should be... Oh, he doesn't even build a hatchery. He builds the gas. So it only takes 2 drones. Now, Zaun sees a finished pool with 100 gas already. And he's got to realize something. So, okay, so what's so cool about this, guys, is what you can do is you can trade minerals for gas. Now, just to explain, basically, normally if you mine minerals, you need to take them and return them somewhere. But if you hop into a gas geyser, it'll just delete the minerals off the map. You'll pop out with the gas, and then you can mine 5 more minerals. You're going to have to shift-click it manually. And Zaun is aware. He is aware of what's happening. But he's got to full wall the front of the base, and he's got to wall this side as well potentially. Oh, this is nasty. Look how you don't even have an adept this early. To be fair, Cybercore's a little late, but dude, he's gonna get it open. There's no way to stop him opening this. So Zaun's pulling probes right now. I think he needs to make more. You need to make gateways here or something, right? Yeah, and the Zealot at the front. Oh my gosh. I think he should full wall that side right now. I mean, you just need to overcommit. This guy built a gas on your side of the map. This is a massive commitment. You have to just full wall. He's going to go for... Oh my god, he's going to leave a choke point on both sides. Zaun! Why would you leave a choke point on both sides? Are you crazy? Wall off at least one. He's leaving 2 openings. What is this guy? Is he leaving like a wildlife corridor? Zaun! You guys know they're like, oh, the migratory wildlife is going to get stuck on one side of the highway. We need to build a tunnel for the koalas to crawl through. Mate, these are Zerglings, not koalas. This is crazy. The Zerglings get the Zealot. That was a bit of a mistake there. Multiple probes going down. It's an all-in, though. You can take this damage and be fine. You just need to wall the friggin' front of your base, mate. Or the Lings could flood in. To be fair, he's not even committing. He's actually just droning and expanding. This is crazy. It's just, he's made it so hard for himself by not just walling off with a gate. He could have just walled off with a gateway, moved in a depth there. He would have been fine. Pylon might have gone down. He could have built another pylon. Zaun here, way overcomplicating things. I mean, even if you want to have an opening on this side so you can take a third down there, then just full wall this side. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm really questioning Zaun not walling off on either side. That just seems like utter nonsense to me. Very critical of that. Zergling's really annoying micro here for Shin. He's going to get himself another probe. Does lose a Zergling for it, but I think that's okay. There is no Nexus up. I mean, you're on 3-gate Adept right now? You kind of need to get out there and do some damage. Shin's on 2 bases, and remember, he's had link speed since the early game. He's up 7 workers right now. I mean, I love the opening for Shin. It's so clever because it hits so early. But I think he's realized that with this build, if he forces them to do a wall off here, their Nexus is so late, he can transition into a macro game. And if they don't wall off there, then you just keep flooding. Oh my lord. This is crazy. All right, he's going to move out now. You got to counterattack. Okay, this is the weird thing, because Zaun has no vision. If he counterattacks, he just gets surrounded by Lings and dies, maybe. But if he doesn't counterattack, Shin could just be droning this whole time. So he energy recharges a sentry. This is the only scouting he has. Oh no. Twilight Council does start. Nexus is on the way. 7 worker advantage for Zerg. 3rd hatchery's up. Plenty of Zerglings on the map. And they get spotted. Kind of surprised Shin didn't try to hide those at all. Zergling's going to go for a bit of a wraparound. It will get a bit of damage. Adept's able to pull back to the safety of the shield battery on the left side. Sick build order for Shin, though. I love that early gas. There was a map where the minerals were like this, but it was like 200 minerals you had to mine to open up the back door. Instead of, in this case, it's just 4 5 mineral patches, so 20 minerals. So it was like 10 times as many minerals on an experimental map. We ran a show match on it, and Estrella literally sat there for like a minute and a half, 2 minutes, with a single probe, just shift-clicking it back and forth until he finally opened the entrance and then did like a giant charge lot attack into the Terran base. It was one of the funniest things. It's in one of my clip highlight reels because I'm just there like, is he actually just going to keep shift clicking this over and over? Like, you got to do so many trips. I was like, what the hell, man? He did like 40 individual trips to mine open the wall. I was like, this can't be effective. It won him the game though. It was fun. Adepts coming forward. Queen's going to do some hits. Ling's going after the Adepts. Robo starts up. Stuck on 2 bases. Zaun down 13 probes. It looks like Shin here may have just built himself an unlosable advantage in the matchup. The Adepts are going to cancel the Shade. Hide in the corner. Not a bad move. Of course, the Zerg rocks are decaying hit points over time. They will disappear in a few minutes. Oh, he goes forwards. Got to be careful about getting surrounded, man. Oh, Queen's Roaches and Lings. These Adepts are in for a bad time, man. Oh, they're taking so much damage. And he's not going to get anything. The Adepts all going down. A single one is there. The Urubu. Even the Urubu was chasing the Adept just then. It was flapping its wings, chasing after it. Oh, man. This is unfortunate. Zaun, I mean, Zaun is such a good StarCraft player. And I was saying earlier, if you can get a good read on what his opponent's doing, he's so good at like preparing for a series. And I think what Shin just did well here, it did some weird thing he hasn't played against before. And Zaun essentially panicked under fire and just overcomplicated. I thought the response was so good. And then he leaves an opening here and loses a bunch of probes in the main, letting the Lings in. And I was kind of just like, oh no. If he had those 4 extra probes, you can imagine 4 extra probes that don't go down. Like, he's only down 5 I mean, obviously he's behind in everything else, but like he could be miles, like he could actually have been competitive. Even if everything else went the same, his Nexus would have been so much earlier. It would have been a much more competitive game. A single Roach arrives. That's got to be a misclick for Shin. He meant to send a Changeling. Few Ravagers morphing. It looks like a Roach Ravager Zergling all in, looking to deny the 3rd base. And there is a small pack of Blink Stalkers, but with no Oracles, the massive ground army is going to be impossible to stop. Ooh, Stalker recall on the left side. Get behind, get behind. Oh god, the force field! Alright, he's trying to hold the entrance there. Bile will start to break the wall off down. Lings are cleansing the 3rd base. And this is where Shin is going to finish him off. Zaun with the GG. Let's go back and check this early game, guys. Let's go back and check this early game. Disaster. So, yeah, I was a little surprised he didn't full wall the front. Once he realized what was happening. At this point, he doesn't know what's happening. So it's totally fine to place the buildings like this. But it looks like maybe he did. No, it looks like maybe he already knew what was up. He immediately goes there with the pylon. And then at this point, I'm like, okay, surely you just like, maybe you don't wall off the left because then the Zerglings could kill your gateway. But you just full wall the right. I mean, this is like one of the best 3rds you can take right outside your natural wall off anyway. So it's better than this 3rd that's like way out in the open. Yeah. So I don't even think he needs to pull 4 probes here, honestly. I think just wall this off. You don't need to pull 4 probes. He also chronos the Zealot, not the Adept, which, I can understand that actually. But then the probes, he's like, you're trapped in here with me. And it's like, wait, is this good for you, trapping him in here? I don't know, man. You're up 7 workers now, but to go from up 7 workers to then losing the Zealot? Because he's trying to friggin' manage 2 wall-offs right now. You're a human player. You don't have the... So much mining time. He's not building probes. He's so distracted. He has to build extra buildings on both sides. Imagine if he was just building probes this whole time with a wall-off here with an Adept behind it. This is such a simple game. His Nexus could be going down by like 320 or something, maybe even earlier. You could be poking out with Adepts to threaten the counterattack, or at least threatening the Shades. I just think this is a much easier game with a few small changes in this early game. Unfortunate for Zaun, but hats off to Shin. If you gamble hard on crazy builds like this, sometimes you catch people off guard, and they kind of get a bit befuddled trying to figure out the correct response. Beautiful play by Shin. Comes back in this series after a very sloppy game 1. Amazing comeback for Zaun game 1. Unfortunately for him, game 3, Shin is just too clever. GG, well played. Wow. Wow. That was some decisions were made. That was a crazy series. Oh my. Oh my. What do you even call that rush, guys? It's like a mineral, Shin's backdoor cheese. Mines minerals out and then slides in the backdoor. Uses refinery to swap minerals and gas. Oh. Alright. Yeah, I don't know if he was worried about the third or what. I think having an opening on both sides is really dumb. Backdoor cheese sounds dirty. Yeah, it kind of does. Shin's gassy backdoor. That's true. Shin versus Zan. Okay, guys, do you want to watch Clem versus Max Pax or Shin versus Beyond? Up next, guys. We've got the Warty Mondays 84 Grand Finals from about 2 weeks ago. I had to keep harassing. I was like, Clem, replays. Actually, 2.5 weeks ago, I was like, Clem, replays. He's like, yeah, I get him to you. And I was like, Clem, replays. Clem, replays! And I just harassed him for like, I was like, I want to watch this series. But Shin Beyond is also from that same GSL group stage. Up to you guys, whichever one you want to see first. And I'll be back in 3 minutes. Very quick ad break. We'll be right back. Once again, guys, please, subs, tips, cheers. Sub count keeps on going lower. Please support the channel. Subs, tips, cheers. Help us out. Help us keep going with the best games of StarCraft. We'll be back in 3 minutes. No. You're not wrong. But remember, orbitals take forever to build. You got to build one, takes like 70 seconds. Then you have to upgrade it for another 35 seconds. It takes minutes of attention. Oh my god! The wombo combo! He just landed a fungal parasitic bomb combo. Got like 2 to 3 medevacs. The rest are in the deep red. And oh, I'm sorry. A bacon meal. I'm sorry. I don't... Slap your bacon down and say thank you. Shadow Drizzt just gifted 5 subs. Thank you! Slap your bacon, say thank you. I'll go back to the ad break. I'll see you guys in a minute. Mr. San Diego, Mr. Broccoli Pizza, Mr. Vegetarian Vegan Cooks. Take your social justice and get out of here, Mr. California. You coming in here for the bacon? You know I cause heart disease. You're gonna eat one strip, and you're gonna fucking fall over doing America's favorite pastime, heart attacks. That's right. You're going to join the statistic of how most people die in the United States of America from goddamn heart disease after eating one little fucking bite of my bacon strip, mate. You're going to put your tongue on that salty pizzazz and you're going to be like, ugh, fucking, ugh, and you're gone. You're out of here. You're out of here, Estrella. Estrella, more like Fear Estrella. You're fucking dead. So he's going to go for what we call the virgin harassment again, guys. This is what you do if you don't have a lot of things to spend your APM on. Spawning pool's delayed a few seconds there. Get wrecked, Max Fax. You suck, dog. Those lurkers getting very low. He's got to flank from more than one side, though. You can't be just coming in like this, I don't think. Can he do it? Can he do it? Those lurkers get stormed. They take a lot of damage. Man, there's just so many lurkers. Rogue is just massing lurkers on the front like a psycho. He's like, nah, man. Nah, mate. Immortal Storm only counters this if you have a sick flank. Good storms. Good storms. Massive engagement comes in right now from 2 sides. But the lurker count is wild. Can Raynor clear it up? The answer appears to be yes. But how many units will he lose in the process? Those last Immortals are getting hammered down. The Oracles and Zealots coming in from the left will just be barely enough, and he breaks it. Raynor with a stunning engagement to clear up the army. Okay, Viper's coming in. Let's see what he finds. Ling's coming in from the south. I like the Ling wraparound. There's a planetary in this engagement. Tanks exposed on that side. Baneling's going straight through the Hellbats and into the worker line, taking the planetary out as well. Oh my god. That was awful positioning for Maru. It was picture perfect for Shin. Come on. Let's go, lads. Let's go.
Warning. Class 10 Zerg flyer detected.
Yeah, class 10 dick in my butt.
Scanners show the largest Zerg biosignature I've ever seen, and it's headed your way.
Holy shit. No. So this guy's like, why do bugs always benefit Zerg? And he's forgotten about this. So what you could do is you could make a command center and load up to 5 bunkers inside. So this guy made 5 bunkers on one base, loaded them with Marines, loaded them in his command center, and is now sending a goddamn 25 Marine loaded command center to float across the map. Look at its damage output. It's got 25 Marines inside it. Clem in the top right invading the mothership. I'm not sure how he got through these shields you can see on the top right of the screen, but oh my gosh, is the mothership on fire? Okay, this mothership may actually be wounded, guys. Is this like a Battlestar Galactica situation or what's going? Actually, maybe are we like this kind of looks like an entry burn, right? Like kind of like on the shields. It kind of looks like, are we? Oh my God. Okay, guys, don't go to the edge. The planet bugs out. Pretend we didn't see this. What if the planet bugs out? You're not meant to see this edge of the planet. Oh no. Yeah, I was thinking maybe the mothership's plummeting through the atmosphere, guys. It does kind of look like an entry burn going on, right? That's kind of cool. Just don't go to the very edge and zoom the camera around. But especially if you pick up. Thank you so much, Shadow. I appreciate you. By the way, is that sub counter wrong? Let me update the sub counter because sometimes that's wrong. It says 10. We've had 11 subs today. Fuck you, sub counter. Fuck you, why you lie? Not a huge difference, to be fair. But 11. Haha. No more lying to me. No more lying to me, you inbred. You inbred sub girl. I don't know why. Don't know how a sub goal is inbred, but better be inbred than in lead, right? Because how are you going to get out of lead? Lead is like really, really hard and heavy and stuff. And bread is soft, usually, unless it's very old. Command center bug? Was it right as they left? I thought it was earlier than that, Avex. Also, I love Pig. No one else wants to help with a subs or bits. Oh, thank you, Shadow Drizzit. I appreciate you pimping us out. I mean, I don't want to beg too much, obviously. We just do our shoutouts periodically. There's been a few really generous people. Yourself, Chewbacca, Anka, Saltylicious, and 4 or 5 regular subs as well. We appreciate those people. You know, not everyone can afford to throw money at StarCraft all the time. But you know, the way free content works, I will just have to keep the more basically the more support, the less shoutouts I have to do, right? That's essentially it. The less support, I'm like, oh shit, I could stream for like 6-7 hours sometimes, like fully focused on the casting, and then have like no subs, tips, or cheers at the end. So it's just one of those things. You kind of just, it is the necessity of creating a free product as your job. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Shadow Drizit. Thank you, good sir. All right, guys. Max Packs in the bottom right side of the grand finals here. Clem in the top left. It is a best of 5 grand finals, and that SCV is dodging that probe. Are you an NG Bay boy? This seems way too late to be an NG Bay boy. Is he going for like the NG Bay just as the Nexus is about to go down? This is a very late SCV for an NG Bay block, and yet it looks like it is that off of a double gas. Oh, Clem. Tricky build order. Sometimes players will check down here at a minute 5, minute 10. Look at that. Max Pax just goes to take his third. He's so used to being blocked. This is, of course, the grand finals of the Warty Mondays 84, I want to say. Something like that. Best of 5, grand finals. These guys have had some bangers recently. Max Pax has added a good bit of variety to his play over the last few years. Clem is at an all-time level of frustrated with the matchup. He just feels like, I think for him, when a matchup's fresh, the maps are fresh, he can kind of find all these little openings in the Protoss defenses. And as time goes on, the percentages of that succeeding goes down, and he stops believing in his aggression and his multitasking, and starts to get a little bit more defensive or passive, and kind of feels like that's the best way to play. And he hates playing defensive. You know, it's clever. He loves to attack. He loves to attack. That's why he hated TVT so much. He feels like when he plays Protoss versus Terran, he can get on the map with Stalkers and Zealots and run around and keep making plays with his multitasking, which he was struggling with as a Terran player. In TVT specifically, the defensive power of Ravens and tanks. Command Center is going to go down about 230, guys. This is not a very quick Command Center. You can see it goes down now, as it is 2 Reapers and a Hellion, and now even a 3rd Reaper before going for it. So pretty big commitment to Reaper Hellion here. Max Pax is going to come across with the Adept. He's got a Twilight Council behind. The 3rd base is quite vulnerable. Okay, Adept shades towards the main base. Does run away. Twilight Council's almost finished. Ooh, Reaper Hellion goes after the Adept. Hello. That Adept taking some damage. Does go down. Hellion's happy to trade some hit points for that. There is a shield battery in the third, aka the natural, the very exposed natural on the normal third base location, and one going up in the main. With only one Stalker out, he'll have 2 Stalkers against this. I don't know, it still feels good for max packs. Especially with that Hellion not repairing. I think shield batteries are just so crucial. And if you skip on the shield batteries, this sort of pressure can be amazing. The Stalker moves away, though, at possibly the worst possible time. That Stalker's going to try and get to the safety of the battery, and it doesn't quite get there. It was so close. A grenade here would be excellent. I think he should probably use a grenade to zone the Stalker, but as it is, you can see the shield battery is going to be there. It's hard to heal, though, especially when you bounce them away from that. He's going to go back to that third base. Warp gate's ready. Stalker will warp in on the high ground. Going to try and damage the Stalker before it can start healing. Of course, it does have 1 armor, but the shields do not have that armor. And the Reaper Hellion will have to back away. Overall, some decent little scrap damage, I guess. Like chip damage, you know. Gets a couple probes, gets a Stalker, a bit of mining time. It's something. The economy, though, feels decent enough for max packs, as he's now going up to... Whoa, 4 gates. Okay, 2 more gateways, so 4 gates and a Robo. Hello. Double mine drops can have some heavy lifting to do. Of course, second barracks is now finished. Siege tanks building. No third barracks, no engineering bay, and no third gas just yet. But the SCV production is solid, as is the marine tank production. I think this probe or this pylon might spot this medevac. Does Max Pack see it? Not quite, and that medevac can easily steer around this pylon, which it does. So he's going to get into the main unscouted. Luckily for Max, he does have 2 Stalkers there. Does he pull probes to attack this? No. Okay, look at that. Widowmine goes for the burrow unburrow. Stalker gets targeted there. The blink to dodge. Oh, he keeps retargeting on this side. He's trying to get this to not waste its shot. Is Clem? The medevac goes down, as do the other 2 Widowmines. The Reaper Hellion's looking to deny the third. Not quite able to get it. He's not gonna get anything, is he? Oh, he even targeted the right side. Does get the probe, but the Widowmine goes down. The Reaper Hellion also gonna get blinked on to shut down that. And of course, with the Stalkers and the Warp Prism barreling across the map, it's all about the defensive side of things now. There's going to be a hole between the buildings there. I guess that add-on will seal it. Needs a tank up here. Got to be worried about the Prism ferrying units across that gap. This tank is also not sieged. Clem needs to knuckle down. That tank's slightly too far forward. That should be slightly further back in my opinion, but yeah, it's okay. This is so many Stalkers, he might just die. He might just die, guys. SCVs are being pulled here to repair. The Stalkers are going to blink in. 1 Stalker goes down. The Prism does get targeted. Does the auto turret get it? Yes, it does. The SCVs are repairing. Dude, he commits. Wow, the Marines are going to unload. The Raven will go down. The Stalker's blinking in deep. Gets the Raven as a result of that. Reaper on the other side skirmishing with the Stalker. So many SCVs are falling. Is this worthwhile damage for Max Packs? I'd say yes, but he is losing a lot of Stalkers and Prism at the same time. So Clem probably happy to, yeah, we're taking a big hit. It hurts. It's really bad. But at least he's got the Prism and a bunch of Stalkers. Units lost tab, though, tells us a story of Protoss dominance so far in this game. Bit of mining time, of course, from the Terran harassment isn't accounted for there, but still, an 8-worker lead. Third base is on the way. The Stalkers continuing to just get through here. I'm surprised the SCVs didn't pull to block that. I think they could have forced that blink out a little bit earlier. Clem's going to be quite frustrated dealing with this. The Marauder and the Marine taking big damage. At least a few more Stalkers do go down, but... Oh, there we go. Does blink away. Gets 1 more SCV as well. 6 more SCVs go down. That's a total of 15 workers dead. Problem. In this scenario, Protoss can squeeze in probes. Robo Bay, third base is coming up. Charge is coming up, so they're progressing. And yeah, you're trading expensive Stalkers for economic damage, but it's totally fine. You can do moves like that. Only loses shields for another SCV. The Observer sees everything. There's no third command center. There is a 13 worker lead that is growing with every second, and Terran is stuck in his base. This is a very good early game for Max Packs. Just doesn't care about the eBay block that much, takes the third, builds 2 batteries, deflects the Reaper Hellion with minimal losses, and takes control with Blink Stalkers. This is a textbook PvT opening for Max Packs in a... Well, it's a textbook handling, I would say, of an awkward position with that expansion being forced where it was. Stalkers looking for any drops sneaking out. Prism on the right side. Gonna get the Zealot drop ready. Clem's looking rather all in on 2 base. He scans, expecting an observer, does not find one. Where is that observer, guys? Oh, it's just outside of scan range. It's actually further north than he thought. Oh, that's really unfortunate for Clem. Zealot drop goes in, sees the move out. Uh-oh. It is a move out SCV pool, but Colossus is usually the best thing against an SCV pool. As long as it stutter steps back, it can shave off those SCVs so quickly from range. Stalkers stay a little bit far forward here for Max. Does lose one of them. The Zealot drop goes into the main base. The Prism's going to try and fly away. The Widowmans try to target it. They aren't quite able to connect. Bunkers are going down. Viking will deal with the Prism. He force fields there in panic. Max, calm down, buddy. You don't want to be force fielding like that, do you? The Zealots charge in. Not a big fan of that charge. I think Max going a bit too far forward here. I get he wanted to engage early rather than late, but I mean, this third base is going to have to be given up no matter what. I'm surprised he hasn't rebuilt pylons either. I guess he figures I'm about to lose a lot of units. We might as well just try and fight this out. There's not that much Marine Marauder here. There's no real rally coming across the map because the Zealots are killing everything on the other side. The probes will have to pull away. He's got to keep the Colossus alive. Extended thermal lats and the second Colossus are about to pop out. The Zealots and Prism on the other side of the map have been dealt with, or at least the Zealots have. The Prism, not so much. It's come back. It's warped in a Zealot flank. The Colossus goes forward and gets itself killed, but I think it's worth it because the Stalker Zealot comes from both sides, kills the tank. A new Colossus is out. Extended Thermal Lance is almost there. Clem is completely all in this game. Max just needs to calm down, make more Zealots, make a few more Stalkers, and hang on and survive. He's almost got enough gas for another Colossus to start as well, which would be legendary. So opening a few more Zealots. The Extended Thermal Lance is there. Clem is going to tap out of this game, and Max is going to take game 1. Ooh, action-packed. I did hear this series was like a very stabby, action-packed series. They're both kind of going at each other. What's everyone got planned for the weekend, guys? I'm just going to take a second. That game was like go, go, go. So I'm just going to take a minute here to chill. Oof, how are you guys doing? What's been happening? Is Beyond still streaming? Someone's saying Beyond's still streaming. Wing Zero. Icon for Extended Thermal Lance should be a blue pill. My man.
Lance should be a blue pill.
Oh, they are. They are blue. I didn't know they were blue. Because I don't need help extending my thermal lance. No. I mean, I probably use that prodigiously. What can I say, guys? I don't know if you've seen when I play Terran, but I like to jam my drops in from all sides, and I need all the help I can get keeping that bad boy excited. Anyways, thank you very much, Wing Zero Type, for the big $25. I appreciate the support, dude. My man. Beyond's still live? He's up to 7 hours live on his stream now, guys. And look at this, he's dodging balls. Is he still playing EU? Wait, he's still playing EU ladder? Surely he's swapped now. He's playing Grimmy Buttmax. Oh my god, he's playing Grimmy. Grimmy's fun. Is Grimmy streaming as well, guys? Can we see Grim Reaper Twitch? Let's see. That's Grims. We want Grimmy UK. That's it. Oh, he's not live? Okay, maybe he's just sniping him on the stream. Who knows? Or maybe it's just someone from Grimmy's clan. The name is Buttsmacks, which is a fantastic name, by the way. Ooh, Stalker Zealot actually breaking one of his planetaries. Protoss is playing a pretty good late game. Surely this is not Grimmy. I don't think Grimmy can play late game this good, can he? That's insane. Thank you very much, Week Zero. I hope you're having a lovely day. I'm going to be down on the lake in the sun in Toronto. Jim and Sun by the lake says Brendan J. Graham. Is that your name? Brendan J. Graham? I'm just going to call you Brendan J. Graham. Sounds nice, dude. It actually was quite warm yesterday, guys. It's kind of good. We had like this one day where it was really cold. There's like this Antarctic blast of weather came and hit Australia. Bunch of places in Victoria had snow and everything. And then it's been quite mild since then. It's been really quite nice. So, like, what is the weather at the moment? Like, today, the weather is 14 to 21 Celsius, which in your freedom numbers is 68 to 57 to 68, which is, you know, it's not bad. It's been very, like, middling like that. It's not bad at all. Yeah, yesterday it was quite warm. I was, like, running low on sugar, though, as I was playing and as I was running. And I ended up fueling myself. Guys, I've never had a baklava fueled run before. But I feel like this was actually fantastic fuel for my I was like, dude, I need some sugar or something, man. I feel fucking I grabbed some of this from a cafe. Oh, bloody syrup soaked friggin' pastry. Yum yum yum. Pistachios. Oh, it was good, dude. Yeah, the amount of baklava that I actually consumed when I was at EWC previous year, oh my god. Insane, dude. Yeah, because I realized for lunch, all I'd eaten was like sweet potato and chicken. And I was like, yeah, this is a good meal. I ate a bunch of sweet potato, that's good. And then I was like, wait, I actually need to get some fucking running fuel in here. The amount I'm running at the moment. Yeah, I was like 6Ks in or something, and I was like, I'm so tired already. What the fuck? I was like, all right. The cumulative effects of not having as many rest days definitely starts to stack up. Dude, Beyond's playing a really good game here. What's you guys' favorite ethnic desserts? Ethnic, I don't know. Not mainstream in the culture you grew up in, you know? I quite like the, what are those Indian sweet balls called? Like the little doughy, sweet, syrupy balls that'll have like fun spices on them and stuff. And because I like those things a lot. Gulab Jamun says wings are attacked. Probably that, yeah. I remember once one of the local Indian supermarket grocery stops we went past on a walk once, me and Dot, and I was like, oh look, they've got all the weird funky desserts. And I bought an entire box of like all the fucking different varieties. And Dot, I was like, yeah, you want to try them, right? And Dot's like, I don't want that shit. She's just like, she ate like half of one. She's like, that's weird. I don't like that. And I'm like, I guess I have to eat the whole thing again. And this is basically how I gain weight so easily whenever I'm not, you know, specifically trying to like lose weight or whatever. Cheesecake. Cheesecake's amazing, dude. I like a New York style cheesecake. Really cheesy, really cream cheesy one. Ooh, so good. Pfeffernuss. Oh, I love Pfeffernuss. My dad's side is full German, so grew up having that at Christmas every year. I'll still occasionally grab like some of those from Aldi or whatever at Christmas time for the nostalgia. It's a good, yeah, because that's literally just iced gingerbread, essentially, is what Pfeffernuss is. A good cannoli. Cannoli can be really nice. I've had a lot of really average cannolis where I'm like, yeah, it's okay. But a good cannoli is like very nice when the texture's just right. It's not like too soggy or anything. Oh yeah. I made a killer lemon blueberry cake. Ooh, very nice. Snowing in Saskatoon, says Brainless. Effing unbelievable. Really? Brainless, you live in the middle of buttfuck nowhere, eh? Finished blueberry pie is amazing. Yeah, dude, this game is a banger. Sorry for taking the quick aside from our cast. I wanted to rest my voice for a minute, guys, and just kind of relax for a sec. And I was like, oh, look, Beyond's still streaming. He's playing a crazy game here. This is a fun game, man. I wonder who this is, who he's playing against. Like, surely the real Grimmy couldn't go 22 minutes against Beyond. Maybe he could, honestly. If he got a lead early, doing some cannon rush or cheeky Grimmy bullshit. If I can take a map off Beyond, Grimmy probably can as well, right? And it does look like Beyond's winning this game, probably, but it's pretty competitive. I'm dying for some Lanjar noodles. Dude, I never eat them anymore because you guys never come over, Activillain. You guys got to get your asses over here and eat some noodles with us, man. You think you're going to go get some? Are you hungry? Oh, you're going to come over and... I'm going to be done in a bit. I guess I wouldn't mind eating some Lanjar. See if... Oh, shoot Dot a message. See if she wants to go. Is Wendy coming as well or just coming on your own? You might be over in 50 minutes. I don't know if I'll be done then because I'm probably doing one more series after. Actually, maybe I won't. Maybe I will do this as the last series because this is a best of 5 I'm about to cast. Those here bees! Yeah, just give me a call when you get here. Activillain, I might come join you for nudes because it's been a while since I had the Lanjar noodles, man. Oh, Colossus goes down as well. Oh my god. Oh my god, bruh. This is fully hectic game, bruh. Dude, Beyond like doesn't have that much money. So as good as that fight was, there's a big question mark about like how broke the Protoss is in this game, right? Does Protoss still have like 5,000 minerals in the bank? It feels like Protoss is about to tap. Okay. Wow. Beyond's so sexy, man. He's looking around. Then Protoss still had 5,000 resources. Oh no, sorry. This was he rewound 10 minutes. I thought he only rewound a minute. I was like, what? Yeah, so I think this Protoss must have got a pretty decent spot in this game, and Beyond was playing very turtily. Griffy Buttsmacks. What a name. All good. All right, guys. Very nice. What sub-level to be able to show up at your door for noodles? Well, if you need to provide a service to me similar to Activillain and basically paint all of my Zerg army with professional level painting skills. And also play board games with me and hang out for over a decade. Also be there live cheering for me at the first StarCraft 2 LAN at City Hunter that I ever won. So we've known each other for a long time, me and Activillain. So yeah, it's we are the real life friends. Yeah. But no, it should be. I'm not actually sure if I'll join Activillain for lunch because I've got to eat. Depends. I could. If I do that, I could go run right after. My other friend's coming over this evening to sleep over, so we'll probably go grab dinner later as well. I think I can eat out twice in one day if we're gonna run 15, 20Ks today. So why not? Why not? Oh, why not? All right, guys. Game 2. Bottom left side, MaxPax Hero White Rabbit. Top right is Clem. And we'll see if Clem takes some more defensive stats. He really took the fight to MaxPax in that last game, and MaxPax parried all of his blows. I like that Clem committed to it. I think it's good to put the Protoss on notice, test them. One or two little mistakes here or there, and that game starts to slide away into Clem's favor. MaxPax was just a bit too clean, and he already checks for a proxy barracks behind the natural. He's on his toes after game 1. Double gas here again for Clem. I'm really thinking about the matchup between these two and where Clem's head is. Because it's so funny. It's very hard for me to figure out what exactly it is that Clem gets so frustrated about. Because all the things that most Terrans get angry about, it really feels like Clem has the ability to get through those situations without it causing as much trouble. But it's the fact that it's almost like if he gets forced into a style of gameplay that he doesn't enjoy over a long enough period of time, he just cracks it, gets mad. Is he trying to build a command center? Oh, he wanted to block him. You're trapped in here with me! Okay, so he traps him inside. That SCV, of course, has to go back. The factory is now building. SCV is going to go build that second depot. Red point SCV. Most players would just repair the Red point SCV to 10, 15 hit points and then mine. Clem will never do that. Instead, he will micro that SCV away from the probe like his life depends on it. Recall on the probe. I think the recall should have waited a few seconds. What you do, guys, is if you move the probe up behind here and then recall 2 seconds later, the Reaper runs to here before seeing the recall, delays the Reaper getting to your base by about 3 or 4 seconds. Why is that a good move? Because it allows you to send this probe to the natural without exposing getting it killed by the Reaper. Get out of there, bro. Get out of there. These probes out in the open. Oh, he does react quickly, but okay, it does save them. Good micro for MaxPax. Think at what pace are you running 15 to 20Ks at the moment? Nothing crazy. I mean, I'm not really race running. I'm just trying to get my 300 kilometers in 30 days. So there are times where I'm early on in the running challenge where I was like, bam, there was a few sub 4 minute kilometers, which I was like, heck yeah, damn, I'm so fast. And I'm realizing that maintaining that the higher edge of pace while doing just so much quantity without enough rest days is very hard. And it's a lot more about just slow, constant quality. I'd say there's often runs where I'm stopping to walk for a little bit if I'm not feeling 100%. There's been a lot of runs while I'm sick. There's been a lot of runs. Thankfully I've not had the runs, though I did almost poop my pants one time. But I made it to the the public restroom. And a very clean, brand new public restroom, which I was very happy about. But that was yeah, overall, probably 5.5 for the faster paces. Oh, actually, a lot of them are about low 5s. Like a low 5-minute pace. Like sometimes about, I'd say 5 minutes, 5 seconds, up to about 5:30 for the majority of them. But then there'll be like 1 or 2 kilometers either walking or jogging real slow at 6:30. And some days my legs are dead, I've got no energy, and it's like a 6.5-minute pace. Maybe with a few kilometers closer to 5.5. But it's very up and down because I've never run this distance in such a compressed period before. Stalker goes down, does get the Reaper kill, but this is already bad, losing one of your first gateway units. The sentry does not want to die here. Oh, Clem's gonna get it. I thought he would break the vision by getting to the high ground, but that Cyclone got to the ramp just in time to keep the lock-on vision. And this is a really nice opening pressure for Clem. He'll pick it up and leave soon. Obviously, he should stop rallying these Marines to the front now. I think that's a slight mistake there. You're talking kilometers, not miles, guys. I'm not sure you guys can... times by 1.6 for the mile conversion. I am not... what's that guy's name who got the sub-2 marathon? I'm not that guy. Swahe? Is Swahe? Robo's on the way. Blink as well. Extra gateway. I also saw that there was a woman who broke the record for a 250-mile ultramarathon. She did in like 55 hours or something, 56 hours. Barely slept for 2.5 days. She looked fresh afterwards as well. I was like, what the fudge? Insane endurance. Banshee coming in. Getting a few probes down. Marine tank on the front as well. Another sentry! Oh, dude, that Banshee. I thought the Banshee was going to slide into the natural, but he joins up on the frontal push. Clem! I mean, MaxPax should break this, and he has the numbers to. He will get rid of the tank, but he gets a second shot off just before it dies. Yes, the Banshee goes down. Oh, no, it doesn't. The Marines! He scans and kills the Observer. And now the Marines can attack. He can focus the Nexus. I don't think he can kill it, though. But there's another Banshee. It's picking off so many Stalkers. There's another tank. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, I can't believe this! Clem chose violence today. I thought after the game 1 he would be a bit more conservative. I'm so sorry for talking about running and answering a question from chat during this build-up. What an amazing play this was for Clem. Oh, I always forget how powerful the DPS is on that Banshee. You know, you think of it as a harassment unit, and in your head you start to get, and you're like, this is what its job is. He's gonna fly past, go in the natural, and force you to split your attention. But there was a battery in the main in the natural. And did Clem know this? He didn't know this. So this is such a legendary choice, and you could say it's partially luck, but there's Stalkers in the main that aren't on the front, right? Because he knows there's Banshees coming. So MaxPax is like, I gotta be ready for Banshees. So he's got Stalkers that are out of position, but he's also built 2 shield batteries that don't even get to take part in the fight. Because you think he's gonna pick up a probe or 2, Stalkers come, he'll run off to the left. But he's like, no, this is a pincer. Banshee from the left, Marine tank Cyclone from the right. Good luck dealing with both at the same time. This is why Banshees can be so good for allowing your Marine tank to get forward on the map. And then it was going to get cleaned up and the Nexus would have survived, and Protoss can explode economically after this. But this is a huge move. Sniping that Observer. Oh my gosh. Because when there's no Banshee, no tank, the Stalkers can just pick off the Marines. They've got a range advantage, faster movement speed. They can basically just pick you off and take almost no damage in return. They're getting shot by tanks and Banshees. As you can see, they get wrecked. Wow. I thought MaxPax would have been safe on such a big map. What a great build order, guys. He was very committed. He doesn't have, stim or shields or anything started. But this is really good. If Clem failed this game, it means he would have committed 2 games extreme aggression and not had any payoff. And then it's probably a 3-0 for MaxPax. Now, MaxPax has to have respect for Clem's aggro. Very good Clem work, indeed. Much like teamwork, except when you're just working with both your hands at lightning speed. 1 kilometer is 35 blue whales laid end to end. Oh, really? Some guy did an ultra from Death Valley to Santa Monica, 600 kilometers in 5 days. He took 9 hours total of power naps. Yeah, I really respect ultra marathon runners. I love them. I think they're great. I also think they're fucking insane. And I'd love to see how well their bodies handle up as they age. I want like a survey. I'm like, no, if you ever run multiple ultra marathons, especially the ones that are like over 100 kilometers. Like, can we put you in a study? I just want to see, because I have a feeling some of them have great longevity in certain areas and great health, but I also have a feeling some of them like fall the fuck apart, right? Like joint wise, like there's gonna be a lot of knee and hip replacements and stuff, right? It's yeah, there's got to be like so it's yeah, it's so wow, yeah. The ultras are some of the most bizarre human feats to me. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, well, it's one of those things where it's like you hear about people in like a refugee scenario where like children walk like 400 kilometers across a desert with like no food or water, and like obviously a lot die, but like some survive, and you're like, how? Like, and they just like, we just kept walking, and I don't know, and and you're like, that's fucking insane, like that's so crazy. And then you see people like, I'm gonna choose to do this, and you're like, what? And they're like, I'm gonna do that. And I'm like, oh my god, man, that's crazy. Yeah, 4-minute mile is so fast. Only 2,300 people have ever done it, and none were women. Oh, really? Fastest female in a race was 4 minutes and 7 seconds. Fastest man was 3:44. Damn. Yeah, that's insane pace. That's very fast. Beyond's still streaming. Yeah, we were just watching it, eh, Mr. Big? Insane. I don't think he's going to stop. This is why Beyond's not allowed to stream usually, guys. Is because when he streams, he doesn't stop. It's not good for his wrist. Who knows? Maybe he's relaxed. Maybe he's having a good time. I believe their lifespans are also significantly shorter. Hearts are probably insane. Their joints are probably fucked. There's pushing yourself and there's self-destruction. Worked for us, Gump, I guess. I kept walking and it kept working. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think, yeah, it does seem like an intense... I mean, I think it's one of those things where it's probably very destructive to your body. On the other hand, I think you would be living such a peak experience day to day, because when you're pushing yourself to that extreme, like your brain chemistry, your physical experience in your body is so different and so heightened that I think it's almost like the old like, oh, heroin's bad for you, you'll die young, or cocaine, and you're like, yeah, but I'll fucking have a good time getting there, won't I? And you're like, there's this like, there's like, everyone has their own. Some of us eat too much chocolate cake, some of us smoke, some of us fucking, I don't know, like inhaling petrol fumes as opposed to breathing in air. Yeah, berry pancakes. Our minds went to the same spot where I'm like, you can't be too critical of people. Basically, everyone has their own poison that we pick, right? It might not be for you, but, everyone has their own poison. I think for them, it's a lot like drugs. I think doing an ultra is like probably such a fucking sick, semi-out-of-body, mental mindfuck amazing experience. The endorphins, the adrenaline, everything. Yeah. Yeah, you live in the euphoria as another clip. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's suicide. Oh, geez, Final Fury. Dark, mate. Dark. Too dark. Dark goose. Jeez. Oh, are you at your second ultra? How long, Serenity? How far? How competitive are you with it? Let us know. Are there any other old people who've ever done an ultra? I was thinking of maybe doing a double marathon one time, just to dip my toe in. Do an 84 kilometer. But even that, I'm like, oh, don't know. All right, guys, game 3, Max Specs in the top right. I thought this is where Clem would pivot macro. Clem's like, mate, I'll pivot macro when I'm dead. And guess what? Max Specs checked for it last game. He doesn't check for it this game. It's the barracks inside the natural. Oh, wow. Oh me, oh my. Wow. Okay, guys, double gas on the way there. We were just talking about long distance running, guys. Well, right now, Clem is sprinting towards the finish line. We'll see if it works or not. Serenity in our live chat just said they've run 40 miles from Crested Butte to Aspen over a couple mountain passes. Oh, that's their second ultra marathon coming up this summer. Good luck, mate. 40 miles. Okay, so that's not quite a double marathon. Okay, that's like, yeah, that's what I call a sane ultra marathon, right? It's like it's a lot longer than a marathon, but it's not like these 300 freaking kilometer weirdos and stuff. All right, Probe's gonna dance around there. SCV's gonna try and get the bunker up. Max. I personally always feel like this isn't good. What Clem's doing here. When I see this, I do not care. I literally just go build a battery and go back to the main before the Reaper kills you. Oh, we're a bit late on the I think this probe dies unless you run left. Ah, he stays on the low ground. That's actually really cute. So we might go for the SCV snipe while the Reaper's in the main. I kind of feel like I don't care about this pressure when I'm playing Protoss, but that's because I don't play against Clem, I guess. Oh, you know who else doesn't care about this pressure? Oh my god, that probe is like, where are you going? Where are you going? Come back, Clem. Why are you running away, Clem? What you running for, boy? What you running for? Oh my gosh, you so rarely see that. The probe surrounding the Reaper. This is a disaster for Clem. Even if you don't get the surround, I was saying I don't actually think it does that much unless the Protoss like slips up under the pressure and makes mistakes. But that was his shutdown, and the probe chases him to his base, and now he's killing the SCVs, building the bunker. Oh man, he's dead. He's dead, guys. Clem doesn't even GG. He just leaves. Oh no. I didn't even finish my thought. The reason why I don't think this build's that scary is because you keep building probes, but you just rally them into the main. I think it's annoying if you don't realize what's happening until the Stalker is already an Adept. If you've half built an Adept and then you see a bunker loads up with a Reaper and starts shooting you from there, it's good. And that's actually why I would argue, you guys let me know, maybe there's a reason for this. I think you shouldn't build the bunker there. I think you should build the bunker here. You know what I mean? Like, so the Nexus doesn't have a lot of vision, and if you build it further back, you're okay. I also think you should wait a little bit longer. Keep the SCV hidden. You should wait another 10 seconds. Let him build the Nexus. Like, just stand here with your SCV in vision. Don't show what you're doing. I think he was hoping to block the Nexus from going down. Yeah, okay. Oh, so Clem wanted to block the Nexus to really disrupt MaxPack's opening. So you're not only dealing with a Reaper, you don't have a Nexus. Because I was saying what I don't like about this build is like a bunker here is not a deal. As long as you know about it early enough to throw down a battery, you can just rally Stalkers, deal with the battery, keep building probes, rally them to the main, and you're just in a good spot. Like, it feels like the barracks having to flow all the way home, especially on such a big map, is really bad for Terran. But we can see Clem thought he would be able to block the Nexus in time. I don't know if his barracks was a second or two late or what, or just MaxPack's build was too tight, or maybe just you're never actually able to get that block if the Protoss build order is tight. Either way, it didn't work out for him, and a bit of miss micro for Clem on the EU server. No excuses about that lag. I mean, that was just a bit too greedy. He wanted that last hit on that orange hit point probe. Loses the Reaper. MaxPack is now up 2-1. Pig, who's the saltiest S2 player? What's the saltiest game you've ever casted? Have you heard about SK Trashcan? AKA fucking... what's his name? What's the bad guy from the Smurfs? Gargamel? That guy's pretty stupid. There's a few regular characters in the salt mines, but we're probably thinking pro players, I imagine is what you're asking about. Only next bag for shit, yes. There's a bunch of guys in the salt mines we featured who are constantly telling people to like unalive themselves and stuff, but pro matches, Naniwa was definitely very angry. Firecake was very toxic. I don't know if he was angry, because he wouldn't like shout at you, but he'd just do really scummy stuff, like hide buildings everywhere and then like try to waste your time. Like he would literally be like, oh, I don't like this guy, rather than playing against you. He'd just go hide buildings in the corners of the map and then just like walk away from his computer for 15 minutes until you killed them all, just to waste your time. Like, obviously, yes, Avila was very famous, but we were talking about pro players, Church Dog, so pro players. Idra was famously very angry back in the early days, yeah. Does Naniwa still exist? Yeah. Yeah, Naniwa still exists. I think he went kind of like Swedish alt-right, I'm pretty sure. let's just say, from what I've heard, I could be wrong. I think he's pretty unhappy that women are allowed to vote. I'm not sure though. I think he's kind of like manosphere, red pill, adjacent sort of territory. But it's been a long time since I heard from him. So yeah, occasionally I hope he's not watching because occasionally he's in my chat, and I just saw a few social media posts like this is like early 2016, 2017. It's a long time ago. I don't know what he's been up to for a long time. But there was definitely a few times where he was posting a lot about political topics and things over there in Sweden. And then there was that whole drama about, yeah, I don't even want to talk about it. Because I only know about it third and fourth and fifth hand. I don't really know Naniwar at all. So yeah. But I know there was drama with his like kid and stuff. And I'm like, I don't want to talk about it here to an audience because I don't know what I'm talking about. It's purely echoing dumb shit people on the internet were all theorizing about. Thank you, Dude Arena, for the 80 months. Yeah, Idra told my buddy to fuck off after a LAN one time. It was fantastic. Idra liked to fuck off. He liked a good fuck off. Fuck off. Fucking dirty French Canadian. Idra's fun. Idra's fun. Yeah, Idra really liked the flow of StarCraft 1 and loved that game. And then he became like the figure in StarCraft 2 while really not enjoying StarCraft 2. It's kind of trapped. Yeah, we used to collect Idra rage clips like Pokemon, man. I would do the filthiest cheeses to him just to try to get the rage clip. Kind of feel bad for it, but also not. You'd be laddering, you'd be like, oh, Idra's laddering, let's hope I hit him. Alright, guys. Max Pac's up 2-1 after that devastating surround on the Reaper. Absolutely ridiculous there. Clem's going to be a bit tilted by that. Like I said, when Clem gets tilted in these games, like it sometimes feels like he's just bashing his head against the wall a little bit. I don't see a reason for him to be so frustrated. Like, I don't mind that opening for him, but yeah, definitely the block on the Nexus not going down made it really hard for himself because he reveals what he's doing way too early, and then losing the Reaper is just insult to injury. It looks like he's going to play 1-Rex Expand now on Tourmaline, which is not a bad call, but I feel like that previous game might have been a better choice for it. I think for him, he was like screw playing Standard on that giant map. But I would have liked to see him play 1-Rex Expand on Old Republic. Would have been cool. See how he plays on a bigger map. Tourmaline, he might feel more confident playing to the mid and late game, though, against Max Pax. Alright, so it's Cybercore into Nexus, back over there. Command Center, you got 400 minerals, you want to put it down, but this probe says no. Just, there's a child on the train tracks. You're not allowed to drive the train there yet. You gotta clear the probe out of that area before you can place the Command Center. But a nice little delay there for Max Pax. SCB is going to come in, confirm he's not getting cheesed, and Clem will gladly go home. He's already preparing the Blink Stalker wall off. Not the best map to be blinking into this main anyway. But having Factory Starport here, another building there, makes that very difficult for Max Pax to find any damage with the aggro. So this is cute, guys. You might be wondering, why is the Reaper just chilling there? It's because he's like, I'm going to let you leave, and then I'm going to jump in. How well does he time it out? I think he's waiting for probes to transfer to the natural as well. It's so funny watching pro gamers like know their timings exactly. Probes transfer. Reaper's thinking about going in. Nexus is finished. And he goes for it. There's an Adept at home. It's not quite in position. And that Reaper's going to circle. SCV on the natural will finish it. He could load that inside if he's quick enough, but no. Uncharacteristic for Clem. Could have loaded that in the command center and then unloaded it on the other side. It's normally what we do there. Oh, he's going to lose the Reaper as well. Oh, what is going on with Clem, guys? See what I'm talking about? There is a thing that happens deep into every season, every map pool, where it does feel like Clem will just... He'll have these moments where he still plays excellent TVP, and there's other moments where it's like, oh, Clem's making mistakes, and he looks a little annoyed, you know? And you're just like, oh. And it feels like, to me, from the outside, he gets frustrated with the matchup, and then his performance drops. For most people, it's the other way around. I'm sure I'm missing something in between in the ladder games and other tournaments that I don't end up casting where he loses in the quarterfinals or earlier. But it's just kind of like a funky thing from the outside where I'm like, it's a little uncharacteristic, you know? All these early games a little bit cleaner than this. Extra 2 gateways and a robo on the way. So 3 gate robo, 3 gas, very typical for MaxPax. And he does make a 3 gate blink look almost as scary as a 4 gate blink. That's MaxPax's specialty. You know, parting was always like extremely sick micro, but also he'd cut corners to hit the sharpest, fastest, most brutal 4 gate blink you'd ever seen. MaxPax does the most casual, middle of the road 3 gate blink that feels like it could be a completely standard macro game, but also still is just executed with such elegance. It's very difficult to stop. Probe there, dances away. He's going to go take that third. Banshee moves out. Oh, misses the Banshee with the Adept, and that is unfortunate. It's Cloak Banshee coming across this map. Banshees have been such a big part of Maru's TVP over the last year. He's heavily influenced the meta. Big thank you, Shadow Drizzt, for the huge sub wave. Thank you, dude. Duderino and Bolmoose with some subs in there as well. Thank you, everyone else who's been subbing. If I didn't give you a shout out, I want to say a big thanks. It's Banshee's going to come in. Where's the second observer? It's just popped. No, it's the first observer, but he's left it at home. So MaxPax is ready for the Banshee in the natural, but not in the main. Banshee comes in. He's pretty quick to respond. I always wonder why even pull probes away if you're going to leave half of them mining, including the gas probes. Am I crazy for that? I mean, that actually worked out fine. It probably saved him 1 or 2. Just for me, that seems wild. Oh, what happened over here? Stalker drop comes in. Did he just kill a tank? No, it looks like he just got 1 or 2 SC... Oh, 4 SCVs. Banshee! No, Clem! Too distracted by the War Prism, loses 4 SCVs to a Stalker drop, moves his Marines to defend, and then loses his Cloaked Banshee. Oh, that's awkward. Oh, that's very awkward. Unnecessary as well. These Stalkers can blink in and pick off these Marines as long as the Prism's close by for safety. He should do it. He blinks backwards. I think... Was that a misclick? That felt odd. Stalker's pretty tanky. They can take quite a few Marine shots. Clem needs to calm down and untilt himself right now. I feel like we're watching him on a slant, you know? I feel like this screen should just be like this the whole time, just to reflect. Like, this is how Clem's seeing the screen right now, guys. This is what the rage makes you see. It's very hard to play StarCraft like that. I'm like, no, you're doing good, dude. Your aggression's been pretty nice. Like, the game 1, yeah, it didn't work out, but he put so much pressure on MaxPax. MaxPax just happened to defend perfectly. Game 2 made it work out. Game 3, some really big unforced errors. Looks like probes have more speed than Banshees. Yeah, well, it's just there was other probes here and here that the Banshee could still just stop to shoot. That's what I mean. I mean, like, surely, shouldn't you run all the probes? But I guess in that case, it actually did make the Banshee. And because these probes dip in and out of the gas, it's kind of awkward focusing gas probes. So it actually probably saved him 1 or 2. I like immediately was like, yeah, it seemed to work out. 4th and 5th barracks is on the way. 3rd Nexus is not early. Oh, sorry, this is the 4th Nexus. 4th Nexus is early. 6.5 minutes. Dark Shrine. Oh, the mid-game Dark Templar. Clem hates this. Clem hates this because he is the best player in the world at constantly dropping mules. And he will very rarely have extra energy sitting on those orbitals. So he's actually the weakest against this move. And look at this, guys. The Prism on one side, the Observer on the other. And MaxPax is well aware of what you're trying to pull off with this little double drop looking to flank him. Widowmine drop gets spotted. Does MaxPax intercept? He can intercept. And he reacts a bit slowly, I think. Prism and Medevac both spot each other. Clem immediately turns around. 3rd base going out right now. Let's find himself a single Stalker over here. Couple Zealots and Sentries. There's only 2 Colossus, but they will have +1 extended Thermal Lance. 3rd Colossus is also getting chronoed. Zealot charges in, gets itself bopped. And there's 2 Observers on his base as well. It feels like there's almost map hacks for MaxPax right now. And Clem kind of sitting in his dark corner, unable to figure out exactly what's happening. He's trying to get some map control, but with the Observers watching him, he's like, what's going on? There's very few things more tilting than knowing that your opponent has invisible scouting units seeing everything you're doing, that you You're like, why is he not moving forward with Stalkers to figure out where I am? Because he can see everything already. And Clem needs to sense this. All right, the Colossus are behind the grass. I think Clem has to turtle to lake him. This is a 5th base, though. Clem might think that's a 4th. That is a 5th base for Protoss. MaxPax says, hey, this guy looks scared. I'm going to give him about as much respect as a scared Terran ever gets. And Clem sees the 4th fully saturated. At least sees that it is saturated. 5th there as well. And Clem right now has to have urgency in his play. And the question is, does he show that with a push? Does he show that with a second eBay and Armory, a Ghost Academy, a second Starport? Like, what is the play? Second Starport. Okay. Vikings ready for the Prism drop. He will deal with it, but big attack on the left at the same time. Tanks are in a good spot, though. Oh, and the Marine Marauder is well placed. Yeah, the Zealot Stalk is going to try and split in. MaxPax causing some issues. But nothing too crazy. And actually, there's a nice little bio attack on the other side. Is it enough, though? It's a good amount of Zealots. Good starter step for Clem. Guns down most of those Zealots. Last Zealot in the main goes down. Only 4 SCVs fell. He's put back on gas already. Comes multitasking. Makes him so good in these sort of situations. Handling an army on the front. Units poking in. Gets a double drop at the same time. So many players fall apart in these scenarios. This is where Clem excels. And it's this stage of the game is where he picks Beyond apart. When he's playing Protoss and Beyond's playing Terran. But is MaxPax able to leverage that same sort of set of advantages that Clem does so well against the other Terran players? Because I think part of it is tied to Clem's knowledge of how to pick apart a Terran player. The other part is just how fast he is compared to anyone else. And I do think Clem is faster and a little bit better mechanically than MaxPax. MaxPax is probably the fastest, like, cleanest Protoss in the world. Or even when, like, Clem plays Protoss, I think it's his decision-making that maybe lets him down, but his control is next level. Pack of Stalkers and Zealots ready here for the double drop. Dude. Extra Robo goes down, extra gateways, 2 more Nexus. Double drop comes in. I like the Zealots warping in right on top of the bio units. That's super cute. Stalkers had already used Blink, though, so only 1 medevac goes down. 1 does escape for now. Starts rotating. Big push through the middle at the same time. Command Center lifts up. DTs have not really found any damage so far, guys. It's the first time MaxPax has really remembered he even made a Dark Shrine. The bio tank Ghost looking really good here, and the Colossus do fade away on that right side, but MaxPax separated from his own base, and Clem picking him apart in the back with this drop. These Stalkers and Zealots derping out. The bio moving forwards. Another Colossus gets found away from the Warp Prism. The Warp Prism also just got gunned down by the Marines. The drop in the main finally gets cleaned up. The DT comes in, but the Liberator deals with it after just 2 SCV losses. It's a big bio army. Plenty of Marines to clear the Zealots as long as they keep the Colossus off their backs. And that's exactly what the Viking tank is for. The Marines running away from these Colossus. The Colossus move in to focus the Marines, but that means they do get peppered down by the tanks and the Marauders. And there's enough bio left over to make this a very costly trade for MaxPax, who should be able to push this back, but just barely. And I think Clem really happy with that trade. Gets rid of all the Colossus, takes out a ton of these valuable units. Stalker's looking to chase him, but an EMP landing on top. An Observer clears... A scan, sorry, clears the Observer. MaxPax still on 5 bases, but only 63 probes against 64 SCVs of Terran. 2-2s on the way for Terran, whilst 2-1s already finished for Protoss. There are 2 Robos, 1 on the third, 1 on the natural, to get those disruptors into the fight very quickly. But the DTs, I wonder if he did them earlier, would it have done anything? I believe that turret was up on the natural much earlier in this game, so kind of hard to find a way to do anything. Don't estimate Hero. He's not even here. Did I call him Hero, guys? Sorry, we were casting Hero earlier today. This is, of course, MaxPax, not Hero. 2 best Protoss players in the world. He's running into the base at the same time. The Disruptor does keep Clem back just momentarily. DTs have already busted through this side. I think he killed a bunker, did he? I'm not sure. DTs need to blink out of there. Bit of an overcommitment here from MaxPax. The Disruptor shots are needing time to recharge. At the same time, there's a drop on this left side that's really keeping MaxPax's APM busy. 10 SCVs go down, but the DTs have died, and those were valuable units. MaxPax could not afford to just lose those. If he kept the DTs alive, and I guess he did save 1, then maybe it would have been okay, but it's just so tough. The Disruptor would have been huge if it connected with that flank. Always a Disruptor coming from a surprising direction is the most powerful Disruptor. We've talked about this many times over the years. splash damage that suddenly kind of wanders in from the flank when your screen's focused in a different direction is a very different story. Pig, you said Protoss. Best Protoss, yes. Yeah, MaxPax is the best mechanical speed micro. Clean play, clean micro. Hero has moments where he is the best in the world, but you gotta remember, he is an Archon with that Gold League player he merged with many years ago. The Disruptors get focused down. The Bio's gonna gun down the Disruptors. MaxPax does not have the numbers to do anything here, and Clem ties up the series and forces game 5. Big, I just saw Estrella online in Beyond's friend list. Oh, that'd be cool if he's sniping him. I've been wondering. I messaged Estrella a while back and he didn't respond. I was just like, hey man, just checking what's happening. You playing at all? What's going on? Fans miss you. I miss you. Serenity! Thank you so much for the $10. Shadow Drizzer at the 5 gifted subs extra there. Duda, Reno, Bolmoose, Wing Zero Type, Shadow Drizzer before, Chewbacca before that, Zenyada, Anchor Prinine, and Saltylicious. Guys, thank you so much for the support. I appreciate you. I admit it, Pig. Disruptors are dead supply. And that's why we see them win so many games. I think, I still don't like that the Disruptor's been nerfed into this weird place where it's like 4 supply. It's just so weird because it's like, in a way, it's so much more accessible and easy to get than Colossus. Builds way faster, cheaper. Then you're like, by the way, this thing is like 2/3 of a Colossus in terms of supply. You have 3 Colossus in your army versus 4 Disruptors. The 3 Colossus is obviously a much more stable and powerful thing. But it's also weird to gauge because now they cool down like 4 seconds faster than they used to. So you're like, okay, so it doesn't one-shot Marauders and Ghosts anymore. It costs 4 supply now for this unit. But it shoots a little bit faster and you're just like, nah. It's definitely worse than it used to be, but like how much? Probably a fair bit. And yeah, the Disruptor is still a very effective unit in the right situation, but you gotta have everything else relatively clean against the best Terrans especially. It's really funny because at the start of this patch, we literally went through this like situation, right? Where they were like, Disruptors are worthless units. That's what Clem said. Within a few months, actually it was quite a few months, but about 5 months in, 5-6 months in, Clem and Trigger were saying Disruptor's the most underrated unit. It's like the key to PvT, and it's really good. And that just kind of goes to show, as understanding changes as metas shift. It's, yeah. Ravages zoning. Big woo! Ravages are cheaper and better siege. Disruptors kill lockers mainly. This is always like when you have discussions where you like want to talk about like things in a clear and honest way, but someone just wants to balance wine. This one's in the YouTube chat, by the way. This is SDJF7NB. Definitely like, is that, I don't know, how does an account just become numbers and letters like that? Anyways, why are we talking about Ravagers? I think we're talking about the Disruptor in PvT, mate. What's the Ravager got to do with it? Number one, zoning big woo. Well, I think we've heard about people shit on zoning tools like the new Storm, right? Everyone's like, what's a zoning tool? It doesn't kill anything. Turns out it kind of does both. Kind of does both. Ravagers are cheaper and better siege. Calling a Ravager a better siege unit than a Disruptor is like comparing a handgun to a siege tank. You know, it's like a handgun to like an Abrams tank or something. You're like, these are two very different things. The handgun is much cheaper and more accessible. And for home defense, it's definitely better than the Abrams tank. The M1 Abrams, though, is going to be usually winning. And a bit more valuable overall in most situations in warfare. Yeah. You're a Zerg main? Disruptors kill lurkers? Yeah, they do kill lurkers. Not as well as they used to. It used to be a single shot would put a lurker down to 55 hit points. Now they put them down to 90 hit points, which is not as good as it used to be. Zerg main, hello. Makes me sad for Toss. One whiff and dead. On the Disruptors, he was already dead in that game for like several minutes. Yeah, it was not the Disruptors that got him killed there. Don't get me wrong. They're not the most inspiring unit, and they don't do the same explosion that they used to. But disruptors are there's always a fine line between disruptors looking like the best unit ever in PvT and the worst unit ever. And especially at the highest levels, you're going to see that more extremely. When you play at average Joe level, like even in my ladder games, if I play someone below like 5'2", 5'3", I often feel like the disruptor is almost unfair. Like if I just use a mixture of observers for map vision and disruptors and put some APM into it, it's like, it seems grossly unfair. Like the number of times I just throw these disruptors out from weird angles and it just feels gross how much damage it can do. But then I play someone who's beating me, I'm on the back foot, and they're like 5.6k, and they're never going to walk into a disruptor shot, and I'm like, yeah, this unit's kind of useless in this scenario. But if you've got momentum and you're not so far behind, obviously it's better. StarCraft is a snowbally game, and the disruptor is a support unit that doesn't really make situations on its own. It has to add on top. But, yeah, no, disruptors are one of those units that are a very necessary part of busting open a turtling Terran as well. You can pretty much always force a fight with the disruptor, and its range is insane, its AoE is insane, but it does not have the lethality it used to have. So there's a lot of situations where it used to be enough to win a fight, and now it won't because it doesn't one-shot Ghosts and Marauders, which is ridiculous. Not one-shotting Marauders and Ghosts, even if they're in the center of the radius, is so dumb. I'm a big proponent of, you could have it not one-shot everyone because the radius is fucking massive, but at least the small bit in the middle, there should be an inner circle where it one-shots all those units, and then the outer circle of the radius doesn't do as much damage. I don't think it takes a genius to figure that out. I think it's really easy to like put that into the editor as well, and it would make it so much more exciting. Anyway, speaking of exciting, guys, Game 5 is going to be decided on, you guys heard it, 10,000 feet, foot fetish, but I need to play an ad break. We'll be back in 3 minutes. We'll be right back. Terrans would do right now. That could be really bad, but look, luckily he heads in the direction of the Lingbane. This is good. Maru's finding him. Cyril, uh-oh. Oh, he just burrowed. He was in vision for a second. Did Maru notice? Maru didn't notice. It was in vision. He was in vision. Oh, Cyril burrowing the army. Dude, those guys would have been trapped there otherwise. But he hides it. He unburrows, and now he moves out. Cyril, you dirty genius. He's waiting for the Banelings to lead the charge. Banelings in front so he doesn't give away what's happening. And there we go. Banelings are going to burst through. Oh my god. At the same time, he rolls Lingbane on the front army and clears half of the front army and clears everything on the rally at the same time. SCV's trying to evacuate right now. The SCVs are trying to evacuate. Baneling did burrow in the mineral line, by the way. That Baneling blows up on the gas randomly, dropping into the main base. Cyril's going for the attack right now. Cyril's bringing more units to the front while defending with his rally. Do you know how hard that is? Oh, micro! Oh, you accidentally landed down here, silly Billy. Oh, you can't get back in while you're fungled. Oh, silly boy. Silly, silly, silly boy. Silly boy. Hey, you are a silly boy. Dark makes EVP look like the most imbalanced matchup of all time. Like, you're just like, how is this even fair? He just gets to do like one of 17 different random attacks between 4 and 7 minutes, and they always work. And you're like, this is so bullshit, man. Yeah, I also feel like he didn't get supply blocked in either of those games. I could be wrong, but when I was shading and looking at his drone count, I don't think he was supply blocked. This is the motherfucker who will get supply blocked in $1 million tournament matches. $1 million World Cup games. He'll be supply blocked 3 times before 72 supply. Plays me and he's like, you know what? I feel like building Overlords today. I'm like, what? Can you play like you normally do, please? Don't do a proper fucking build order. That's, I mean, my best chance here is you get like supply blocked 3 times and my build happens to counter your build from a very lucky dice roll, you know? Like, come on. Oh my god. She doesn't see, is she gonna scan? Oh my god. Oh my gosh. She scans now. It's almost like a really, really big skill check. Oh, Overseer runs in front and does die, but I don't think there's a Dark Shrine, so that's okay. Ultra attack on the north will take out a lot of cannons. And he's going to try and defend the south. Wow, dude, Ultra's sniper base. This is huge. Rainer's going to get some good damage. Loses one Ultra. Two Ultras very low on hit points. He doesn't have that many Queens this game. They might be banking energy by this point, though, so he could go back and transfuse a little. He's not going to get the Nexus. He needs to get out. Rainer needs to get out. Rainer needs... Oh, he's attacking everywhere else. Oh, he YOLOs on the army. Sorry, guys. I'm just tunnel visioned really bad. I did not expect him to try and attack there. I think he assumed the whole army was coming north. Oh, no. Whoa.
Mineral cluster expended. Mineral field depleted. New technology research Protoss process.
Oh, yes! I was hunting so hard for that, guys. So hard. I had to work so hard to get that. Still hits pretty early, though. 9 Stalkers. I think it's well worth blinking in for this tank. Actually, it's a lot of Marines. It's a lot of Marines. It's not worth blinking into that, yeah. Because that's like 8 Marines, 9 plus 4, 5, yeah. That's 13 Marines will do too much damage. Now, he can blink up if he wants, but... Oh, he's going to go for it. Is he going to get it? Oh my gosh, he's ferrying across the building wall. Dude, MaxPax with a crazy move. Gets the tank. It cost him, I think, only 1 Stalker. That was actually so cool. We've been thinking about this tank with this wall off as basically a brick wall that you just cannot get past. But if he has too many Marines on the natural, doesn't have any support, you can do that. And only 1 Stalker for 1 tank. Great trade. For sure, you're an N-word. Homophobic slurred. Race. The next door kids are evil pig 2020. That's why we moved here. We moved here in 2020 because the next door kids would not shut the fuck up. Especially during COVID, man. They'd always throw their toys over the fence into our backyard as well. I was like, what is this game? Stop throwing your toys in our backyard, bro. And then just run around going screaming all day. And Dot was like, fuck. Shut the fuck up. Dot doesn't do well with strange noises. It is what it is. As a Zerg, what breaks Thor Hellbat? Devil Archon breaks Thor Hellbat. Devil Archon breaks Thor Hellbat. Motorboating all over those subs. Guitar Pick gets in there before that with a single sub. See you live on YouTube. Come to Twitch, give you money. Devil Archon says, here's 20 subs. Not even going to say anything. And just throws out some hype. Slap some bacon down, ladies and gents. Zealot, Zergens, Marines. Slap your bacon down. I'm going to slap my bacon. It's moist. Oh, diddly damn! Yes, the kids are 100. My theory was they were licking the toys before throwing them over the fence to try and get us sick. They were trying to spread their COVID to us, spring soda. 100%. That's right. They were trying to spread the COVID to us. Bunch of commie children trying to give us their dirty diseases. So dirty. I don't know why I'm talking like that. Anyways, point being, yes, thank you, Devil Archon, for your generous support. I appreciate you so very much. Thank you everyone for the support. It was about 3 hours where we got 1 sub and a $10 dono. And you guys have been very generous over the last hour or two. So thank you very much. Nemo into the 27-month resub says, yeah, dirty commie diseases. COVID isn't real. My uncle told me. Oh, really? Yeah, my uncle on Facebook said the same thing, Perp and Erp. Cool guys. Something about Facebook. Just a cool place to hang out. All right, guys. Game 5 to decide the entire series. MaxPax at the bottom right, Clem in the top left. And what a fun series this has been. I really like these kind of action-packed series. Yes, there's games where MaxPax and Clem go back and forth knife fighting, but it often feels when these two play, it's a little bit more like, kind of like GSL. You know, the Koreans just kill each other sometimes. Like they just don't give each other any room to breathe, and they're happy to gamble and just get in each other's face. MaxPax and Clem feels like maybe not as much of a prepared build order version of that, more of like a mechanical knife fight in terms of just minute execution, stacking up so quickly to find the winner. And this has been a real great display of that so far. I've really enjoyed it. Hope you guys have as well. Nexus before Cybercore. Oh, you love to see it. You love to see it, especially against the One Rax expand like this is, and it's a Marine first. So MaxPax doing a greedy build against a very defensive build for Clem. Excellent opening for the Protoss. I guess I don't get to leave messages before buying subs. Weird. Oh, really? Did they not give you like a message? That's so weird. Yeah, I don't know why it didn't do that. Thank you very much, Devil Archon, for the subs, dude. Your messages are highlighted in my mind, in chat, no matter what. Guys in the chat, someone was asking, how do you fight Thor Hellbat as Zerg? What clears that? Spellcasters are king. Whether it be Blinding Clouds or Neuroparasites on Thors, Banelings are really good against Hellbats as well. Any mixture of anything else does the trick. The noob-friendly comp, though, against everything Terran is Ultras, in my opinion. And if you can use Blinding Cloud plus Ultra, oh, very nice. Alright guys, so this is very interesting because Clem, he did end up SCV scouting, but otherwise it's very defensive. He's going to go Cyclone here. Maru loved these builds for a while there. I've never been the biggest fan of the immediate Tech Lab Cyclone just because the reactor, you need like a lot of gas. Wait. Oh guys, Clem messed his build up. He's built a star. You're not meant to build a starport this early. Guys, did Clem forget how to play StarCraft? This is crazy. You're not meant to build a starport this early with a Tech Lab opening. It doesn't make any sense, does it? Or is this like time? How odd. Maybe he's just going to go for a really quick 4 Marine Cyclone drop. Ah, okay. Maybe this you know, I imagine this is intentional. And it times out very perfectly to get the medevac on 100 gas exactly. So clearly intentional. But it does mean you obviously lose a little bit of mining time from your natural. Nothing too crazy as it was just upgrading to orbital. It's not like you lost SCV production time. Okay, guys, we've got another gateway there. So it's 3 gateway robo. Extra pylon goes down. No third gas just yet. Extra barracks goes down. Medevac moving forwards. Tech Lab on the starport. We are going to see that 4 Marine Cyclone drop. But honestly, I think the 3rd Nexus is a soft counter to this build. The trick is, for max packs, don't lose this Adept or Stalker. If you lose those, then the Marines and the Cyclone can get really out of control. But if you can just get like 4 Stalkers together, get a volley on the medevac early, you will be fine. He hasn't seen the medevac until now. Stalker's very quick to respond though, almost instantly. Attacks his own Nexus there, max packs. Says, it's alright, I feel bad for you playing the inferior Terran race. I will help you out there. Cyclone gets a probe and mining time, takes no damage. This is good control for Clem. He hasn't overcommitted to it. That being said, the reactor has only now come up, which in of itself does make you kind of suffer a little bit. The Adept is going to come in, cancels the shade there, realizing the siege tank was watching. Chat, if the Earth isn't flat, how could Pig be here? Globalist belief would have Australia upside down. Pig would fall off. That is true. From the upside down over here. I don't know if you guys heard. We are, as Australians, doing a class action lawsuit against Stranger Things for not paying any what's it called, royalties to Australia after literally stealing our entire culture with the upside down. We're very upset about that. Thought we should at least get a little bit of credit and a bit of the funds, but no. Trying to be sneaky with this drop, but it's such a low impact drop, the Cyclone Marine, and oh, he waits for MaxPax to move out. He doesn't know MaxPax has moved out. He's going to wait for MaxPax to get in his face. MaxPax turns around. He's playing cautious. I guess he knows that the drop could still be in this bottom left because of this Stalker. This Stalker's really good for MaxPax. And he does have a battery here, so we can always like warp in and react if need be. Robo Bay's on the way. 3 more gateways as well. No 4th and 5th barracks just yet. Oh, don't lose the Raven. Okay, Raven takes a volley. And that, of course, will prompt him to move in. But these Stalkers just warped in. He already had 3 at home. Which means I think this drop is not going to last long. Ooh, really good reaction there by MaxPax. But Clem, of course, keeps his units alive. And he's forced to recall, which is kind of legendary. And with no vision on the high ground, you can't blink up there until these gateways are done. Another shield battery. Dude, how many shield batteries do you have? Clem's got to be so annoyed thinking like, dude, what is this? Gonna get the drop out of there. We'll take another volley from the Stalkers if they blink though, which is always painful. That drop will make its way home. Raven has repaired at the same time. Units lost time. Still very close between both sides. 2 probes in the depth for just 2 Marines now. But Clem, his 3rd command center, Just started about 6:15, 6:10. And of course, it's bio, it's mines, constant production. He only built one siege tank, which is why he's got a good Marauder bio count. On the other side, Colossus, number 1, is about to emerge. Extended Thermal Lance has just started. Raven takes a few shots from the Stalkers. 6 Zealots, 1 Sentry, 3 more Zealots warping in, only 1 Colossus. But look at that. Clem was going for a kind of low ground ledge siege. He commits pretty hard. He does get a few auto turrets down, forces Max Pax back with those, but the Raven gets sniped. I think Max Pax probably A-okay with that trade so far. The tank's going to move down here. He wants to just set the tank up down here, try and go into that main base. The army's on the low ground. Recall is not available. Remember, he already used recall just before. The Stalkers try to take care of the tank. It does end up going down. But look at that. Yes, some units get left on the low ground, but the guys on the high ground are going to trade pretty nicely, pick off a few pylons as well. The pro pull away is pretty clean, though, and as the army rotates back, dude, that army's so far away on that left side. Stalker back to the battery, trying to buy time. He also wants to blink on these medevacs to stop them escaping. He's unable to, though. And Clem there, making the most of a very kind of tight situation. Excuse me. 4th Nexus is on the way, on the left side. 4th and 5th barracks are coming up. You can see here, 2nd starport already on a reactor. 5th barracks very late. Kind of scrappy game. The macro's a little bit unusually, not messy, but just like a few little tiny mistakes here or there for Clem. I'd like to repair on that Widow Mine to stop those guys taking it out. Clem needs to get in front of this. He can't be staying so far back, but he's only got 2 Vikings, and he's very wary of the Colossus. A few Widow Mines do get picked off, but I think with good Marauder Viking control, he can hold on. Widow Mine does survive. Behind this, no probing for Max Pax. He's got the 4th coming, but he's just transferring probes from his main and natural. Once again, it's the classic not transferring probes off these patches, even though they were just about to run out. Max Pax and Hero, both big fans of that. 8.5 minutes, guys. You should always drop your main down to 8 workers. That patch will mine out in the next 20 seconds as well. Super sloppy. Should have transferred 5 more workers from the main. Ghost Academy goes up in the main base. It's all about the 4 Vikings. The power spike is about to drastically change in this game. The power level, I should say. Ooh, the Stalkers get a medevac, though. Colossus pick off a few Marine Marauder. Max Pax really needs to use this moment right here, because when 4 more Vikings come out, your Colossus, your Prism are just going to disappear. There's about to be 11 Vikings. Like, this 3rd Colossus is actually almost worthless. Unless you can pick him apart with multi-prong and get him out of position. And look at that. Clem sends some Vikings up north, because he knows the Prism's going to work that angle. Oh, I love this choice. He knows that Prism is going to go towards the natural. They love coming in on this angle and dropping here and then going into the main. Zealots on the left, ready for a run by their Stalkers being a nuisance. The Viking count is more than enough for dealing with this. Are these Vikings in position, though, to deal with the Prism? The Stalkers kind of dancing back and forth. Clem notices the Prism, but Max Pax noticed it first and already gets out of there. This is huge. Activillain's in the chat. He's in my house right now, guys. We're about to go get noodles when this series is over. I love that he's in my chat right now. It's hilarious. Vikings take down the Warp Prism. Bio over here cleaning up the Zealots as well. We've got the Stalkers coming forwards at the same time. The Marauders starting to get focused, but no, they stim forwards and they say, get out of my base, get out of my face. Clem has a massive, massive army, and you're still building Colossus. Oh no, I don't think building more Colossus does this. He's investing all of his money into a dead-end tech tree. His 2-1 is nowhere near finished, which means Terran has a +1 armor upgrade advantage. The Prism is nowhere to be seen. It's gone down. The Colossus, they get a good volley on the Marines, but then the Colossus are disappearing. I don't think they're going to get any more shots off. The Zealots do charge in. Pretty good angle on the Zealots. You can see the bio just stands its ground, and anytime the Colossus come forwards, the Vikings venture forwards. There's still 10 Vikings on this map, and Clem has the better army. And I think Max Pax just believing in the power of the Colossus for way too long. If he stopped at 2 Colossus, pivoted Disruptors, I think this would be a much more interesting game. But as it is, Clem went very early double starport. There was a moment where he was getting harassed by the Colossus and it looked really scary. And then bam, you've got 11, 12 Vikings. Those 4 Colossus are dead weight. They just get hard counted. You know, we do forget about it now that we're getting closer and closer to a year into this patch, but those Vikings are 25 minerals cheaper now. And even before that change, I really feel like Colossus struggled against a heavy Viking player. I'm kind of upset that MaxPax kept committing to the Colossus there. Sometimes I see players do this in these scenarios. I guess it just tells you he didn't know that that second starport was down this early. We knew this. We knew this wasn't going to be, oh, look, he's down on Vikings, but he might slowly catch up. This was a, no. You're on a very severe limit. There are 4 Vikings building from very early on, and this is going to go from 2 Vikings to 6 to 10 in just 1 minute. 1 minute of building 4 Vikings at a time, you're going to go up 8 Vikings. Like, that is such a drastic change. It's 30 seconds per Viking. You're building 4 at a time. That's a massive change. Clem gets control of this game, shuts it down in that regard. I think he did a really good job with his earlier push, kind of rotating around, getting a bunch of good damage, and just being annoying as possible. I'm curious, what do you guys think? Do you think MaxPax chasing to the low ground earlier was a mistake? Was that a big doo-doo? Should he have just pulled back to the high ground, given up the gateway and the cybercore and defended? There was only 1 tank with the push. I think maybe. Since if recall was available, what he did was fine, because then he could just recall these guys in the main. Because he couldn't, I think it did allow a little bit more damage, a bit more disruption. It wasn't crazy damage either way. I think this was still playable from here for MaxPax for sure. He's got that early 4th up. Well, not early, but decently timed 4th. 3rd's not landed yet. This still looks like a really competitive game at this point, but I would have loved to see those disruptors earlier and that tech pivot from MaxPax, or for him to commit much harder to this almost like a timing attack with the 3 Colossus and just go and try to finish the game there. Either way, GG, well played. Thank you very much for watching, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed this series. If you find yourselves enjoying all of the games here on Pigcast and you want to throw some extra support, throw some dollary dues my way, check out the link down below in the description as well as somewhere here on the screen to check out my Patreon. There's a bunch of unique perks you can get, and you can join all of these lovely people here in supporting the channel, allowing us to continue casting StarCraft through 2026 and beyond. A massive thanks to Neverless, Al Leviathan of the channel, Peden N, Dragos, Aranoko, HR, conductors of the D-Town Express, and everybody else here, past, present, and future, who's supported the channel, as well as everyone just watching and having a good time. I hope you're all having a lovely day. We'll see you in the next one. Goodbye and good night. GG's, and that's actually going to be the outro for the stream, guys, because we are finished. That's my YouTube outro. Are you on YouTube? Of course we're on YouTube. Absolutely, we're on YouTube. You can see all my YouTube links there. We have many channels. So many channels. So many channels. But yeah, check them all out. Big thanks. We're also streaming on YouTube right now as well. Appreciate the support. Be more healthy. You be more healthy. Don't forget to bring a towel. Thank you, Tall. Thank you so much, Devil Archon, for the 20 gifted subs. Serenity, everyone else, Shadow Drizzit, you guys know who you are, Chewbacca, Anchor, Saltylicious. Thank you for the support today, guys. I'm going to send you guys over to someone else's stream. We cast almost all the series I wanted to. We didn't get around to Shin Beyond. GSL Group B, round of 8. That is the one match we didn't get to, so we're going to save that for either next Best Games or some other time soon. Oh! Activillain brought the Nidus Worm, guys! This is not Activillain, this is Dot. But she's taking it off. Oh my god, it looks so sick. I was so keen. Show the eyeball. Okay, wait, let me turn the green screen off as well, actually, so you guys can see this. Oh. Dude, it looks so sick. Oh my god, it looks so sick. That's crazy. Oh, that looks awesome. He even added the mucus. The mucus, you guys see it's got tendrils of discharge? He added custom the Nidus discharge. Because we all love a bit of goopy discharge. Yeah, that doesn't even come on the base model. But Activillain's a legend. I mean, this is such a good paint job. I could not wait to see this in person. Oh my god, it's so sick. It's PVA glue and some green paint, says Activillain. So he created some discharge out of PVA glue and green paint. Dude, it's so cool. Is it? Yeah, it's so awesome. Amazing. So nice. Obviously, this is from the tabletop game. Yeah. Does your friend have an Instagram? That's a great question. Yeah, you guys can follow Activillain's Insta right there in the chat. And yeah, you can see all of his beautiful paintings over there. Jacko Goes Wacko for Smackos. And yeah, look at like the roach and everything there. And Kerrigan. So many cool models. So many cool ass models, man. I love it. Kerrigan, the Nidus Worm, whole bunch of Marines. Good stuff. Go over there, give him a follow. And, oh, we got one more? What's this? Oh, Kerry! Oh, I haven't actually... Yeah! Kerrigan, looking slick. We got Kerrigan here, guys. He's added lightning to her. She's literally got Psystorm lightning coming out of her hand. She's pissed off and she's about to zap some mother trucker with her big AoE lightning attacks. Activillain, do you do OnlyFans? Chat wants to know if they could, yeah. Maybe it's like you can use AI. You can make like model Rule 34 stuff with like Warhammer and StarCraft models. Yeah, good times. He says he'll start an OnlyFans in chat, guys. Yeah, we get the chain lightning talent on Kerrigan, the Heart of the Swarm campaign. All right, guys, have a good night. I'll see you all later. People are saying raid Beyond. Oh, Beyond's not still live streaming, is he? Guys. He's been streaming for 8 hours. Do you know what time it was 8 hours ago in Korea? It's midday in Korea. He's been streaming from 4 a.m. to midday. People like, oh, it's so unfair. They give these Korean players bad timing in tournaments. I'm like, what even are Korean pro players' schedules? I swear. Absolute insanity. Have a good night, guys. Have some fun with Beyond. I'll see you all later. I'm going to go get some nudes. And not the sort of nudes that you guys gotta stop sending these to me. Dot's like, why do these guys keep sending you dick pics? I'm like, I keep saying noodles. I'm gonna go eat noodles. I'm not gonna eat your noodle, you fucking degenerate. Stop sending me your dicks. I'm kidding, guys. You guys, no one sends me their dick pics. Thankfully. I really shouldn't encourage it. Even joking about it might encourage it. Oh God, what have I done? Thanks for watching, guys. Have a good night. We're gonna go get some noodles. I'll see you guys later. Ooh, Beyond's eating big fungals against Eon. Eon's fungaling his face. Good night, guys.